Before I knew it, the sun was sinking beneath the western horizon. The night of day 9, this is where Hiruko promised to answer all my questions.
Hmm.
I better go find her. I didn't have to look for very long. There she was. I happened to glance around the roof and spotted someone sitting on the other side of the fence. It was none other than Hiruko. What's she doing over there? I asked myself. I hopped over to the fence and sat down next to her.
Huh?
Huh? This was something I hadn't expected. Hiruko looked differently. It was her eyes. They were usually so sharp and cold, never betraying the slightest hint of weakness. But now they were filled with tears, big wet tears that ran all the way down her face. I didn't understand why the sudden change, what was going on. This was so far removed from what come I would come to expect from her. My brain just couldn't process it. I felt like I should say something, but I couldn't find the words. What do I do? What do I say? What can I say? A normal thing to do is in this situation would be to say something comforting, something considerate. But in my confused state of mind, all I could come out with was something totally
Uh,
meaningless.
are you crying?
Alright, thanks for stating the obvious. Hirko took off her glasses and wiped her eyes. She took several deep breaths before answering.
No, I'm not.
You definitely are, though. Did something happen?
Something?
Like, something sad or painful or.
No, not really.
So then, why are you.
Why do you have to be so dense? I told you, I'm not crying. And if I was, it would be incredibly insensitive of you to keep pestering me about it. Even middle school kids have enough delicacy not to walk up to a crying person and ask, "Are you crying?"
She had me there. I didn't want to say anything that might make this worse, so I just climbed up.
Did you hear about the Revivomatic?
Uh. No.
It was damaged pretty badly. Sire and Nigo have made some repairs, so we should be alright. We can at least revive each other again, but it's not completely fixed yet. They said one part of it is still badly damaged.
Huh.
Hirko's eyes were still fixed on scenery that stretched out in front of us. She didn't look away when she spoke again.
The way they light up the night like this, they're really quite beautiful.
The undying flames?
Yes, the same flames that will raise this world to the ground in another 90 days.
The wall of fire flickered in the distance as if it were already burning away the night sky. The way the flames moved, you could imagine they were dancing with joy or writhing in agony. What? Breathing in agony, whatever that is.
What are you doing here, anyway?
Huh.
Do you
Well,
really have to ask?
she avoided my gaze and turned back to the horizon. A cold breeze blew, ruffling her hair.
It's the night of day 9. You promised to tell me everything if I made it this far. I've done everything you asked. Followed all your instructions without question. So now it's your turn. It's time for you to keep your promise.
There was a long silence while I waited for the reply. Every time the wind blew through Hiroko's hair, it released a gentle sweet aroma into the air. It was calming, comforting. I had smelled it somewhere before recent, but I couldn't quite place it. Yeah, it's the same scent, lavender. Yeah, was this scent lavender? Just as I started to recognize it, Hiroko spoke up again.
No, it's not over yet.
Why not?
My instructions. I have one last order for you to carry out.
What is it?
Even now, she still wouldn't look at me, which made her request little more than a whisper. even more surprising.
Kiss me.
Huh? What? Come again?
Huh?
Not for the first time that evening, I found myself at a complete loss for words. Was she serious? Was it a joke? I really couldn't tell. No, it had to be a joke. There's no way Hiruko would. Or maybe it was a trick. Maybe this was her plan all along. By giving me an impossible order like this, she could weasel out of our deal right at the end. You failed to uphold your end up by refusing to carry out my orders. I don't have to tell you a thing. I could imagine her using that excuse to call the whole thing off. This girl was an evil genius. Although, what if it wasn't a joke or a trick? My palms were sweating, my throat was dry. I needed to decide how to deal with it and fast. I couldn't just stand there like a statue all night. I don't understand. How did it come to this? What am I supposed to do now? There's no time to think about it. I just have to make a choice. What do I do here? Okay, for this route, I unfortunately say no. Wow, I can't believe this. I wonder, kissing or not kissing, how does it affect the future? No, of course not. Whether she was joking or not made no difference. This was one order I wasn't willing to follow. I couldn't kiss Hiruko, not with the way I felt about Karua or Nozomi for that matter. I still wasn't sure whether those two were the same person or not. But when I thought about them, I knew I couldn't go through with this. So I didn't. I didn't say or do anything. She didn't speak either. We both sat there in silence, gazing at the undying flames flickering in the distance. After what seemed like a long time, Hiruko finally broke the silence.
You didn't think I was serious, did you? Honestly, you're just as naive as ever.
Faint smile played across her lips for a moment, then she abruptly got to her feet. She left without saying another word. I didn't have a chance to stop her, and was left all on my own. Once again, Hiruko had avoided telling me the truth. All of a sudden, she seemed so fragile, so vulnerable, like if I called out to her now, she might disappear completely. Despite all that, I think I finally had my answer. Just now, Hiruko said I was as naive as ever. That's a weird way to talk about someone you have only known for 9 days. Those words, along with everything else that happened, were starting to add up. Hiruko was like me. She wasn't the same Hiruko that started out here in this timeline.
She's also a time traveler.
But how? I know we have the ability. What's this? Hello, this is a supplemental broadcast. Ignore the announcement about celebrating your milestone. I already unlocked all the classrooms. That means you don't get anything special today. Just use this time to train extra hard, okay? Huh? We've been robbed of our present training, huh? I doubt that I'll be making time for that today. I had something much more important to deal with. Namely, picking things up where I left off with Hiruko. She had blown me up again last night. I was getting tired of this. Today is the day I get the truth out of her. Of course, just saying it was one thing. How do I actually do that though? Technically, I had refused to carry out Hiruko's final order. That meant our deal was off. I tried the straightforward approach. She had only blown me off again. If I tried the straightforward approach, she would only blow me off again. But what else can I do? This sounds like such a cliche, but maybe I could give her a present? Something special, something that will show her I really care and get her to trust me. Only problem is I can't think of anything that would move Hiruko that much. Thought about it a while longer, but still didn't come up with anything. Guess I'll just have to ask the others. And so after breakfast, I set out to ask around and try to figure out what to get Hiruko. Alright, who should I talk to first? Okay, really? Eito? Of all people? Hello, Takumi. I've been thinking about when you visited me a while back and said you were alive. I've been trying to figure out what you could have experienced to make you say that. And what? You really want to know? Yeah. Then let me out of here. I promise I'll tell you then. So that was just another ruse, huh? Was it though? I assure you it's very convincing theory. As if anyone would fall for that, I glared at Ito for a moment in silence. If you did let me out, I could be useful in other ways too. I could act as your advisor, help you out with any little things you don't want anyone else knowing about. Not interested. You are the one who is visiting me. Why are you even here if not to hear what I have to say? Came here for ideas on how to get through to Hiruko, but even if Ito didn't know anything useful, he was the last person I wanted to get help from. Oh, don't look at me like that. I might just have to tell everybody about the other thing, you know. Which other thing? About your coming from the future. You still haven't told them, have you? Haha, I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that. It's a secret between you and me, remember? And a secret as important isn't something you blurt out in the heat of the moment. No, I'm saving it for the right moment. Suddenly I noticed something sticking out of Ato's pocket. I darted forward, reached in and pulled it out. What's this? Can you tell? It's a balloon. Not just any balloon either, it's made of a special kind of rubber that makes it extra sturdy. I stared at the balloon in my head, trying to piece things together. You can have it if you like. There's plenty more where that came from. I shoved it into my pocket and left. Okay. Moko! Why not?
Hey!
Takumi, perfect timing. Can I put you in you? Can I put you in you? W a cobra twist real quick. I would rather you didn't. Then what are you even doing here? What is there to do in a gym besides wrestling? There's tons of stuff. It's okay, I get it. You've come to interrogate me about that thing, right? Well, it's true. I opened the valve for the fountain in the courtyard all the way. What about it? You saying that couldn't have something to do with how Ato escaped? I don't say anything about anything yet. This sounds like it could be important though. Can you tell me some more about that? It was yesterday, really. Early in the morning. I would say 1 AM on day 9. I felt really hot and couldn't sleep, so I went for a little walk in the courtyard. Then ended up talking to Ato. I've been wondering just how high that fountain over there can reach. Maybe you'll be good enough to turn it up for me. Once you mentioned it, I got curious to open the valve and water started shooting up like a huge geyser. And you just left it like that? Yeah, Ito asked me to. Said watching it would help him sleep. That definitely sounded suspicious. I wasn't sure what it meant yet, but I felt like I should remember it for later. Right now, I had to focus on Hiruko. I switched gears and asked Moko if she had any idea what she might like. She thought for a moment before answering. I don't know how much this will help, but she once told me she likes stuff that comes in sets of 3 colors. 3 colors? Yeah, spotlights, sports meals, that kind of thing. Even wine that's got red, white, and rose. Oh, and another thing. Moko reached into her hood and pulled something out. Shan Shokupan, whatever that is.
No.
It's 3 flavors in one bun. I got it from the cafeteria. I was gonna eat it later, but I've got plenty more. So you can have it. I had no reason to say no, so I took the bun and left. Thanks, Moko. Who's left? Really? Shoma, the last person. Oh, Takumi, are you here to help me train? I'm still so weak, I feel like I might kneel over if an invader just looks at me hard enough. Sorry, but there's something else I want to talk about. I told Shoma about my quest to gather information. Something that will make Hiruko open her heart. Well, I can think of one thing. soft vinny. Vinyl? Whatever
Huh?
that is. What, like plastic? Yes, like a doll made from soft vinyl. Although doll isn't really the right word, maybe figure would be better. It's not just the human shaped ones she likes after all.
Hmm.
Did Hiruko tell you that herself? That's right, she used to collect them back in the complex. A sadistic ice queen like her secretly being a passionate toy collector. Hehe, it's kinda cute, don't you think? Those are some surprisingly strong terms coming from Shoma. Oh, speaking of toys, about 2 days ago Ito asked me for something. I just remembered now, and it might have something to do with how he escaped.
Huh?
What did he ask you for? Some sturdy rubber balloons. Empty ones, of course, not already inflated. There were about 100 of them. 100? I met them using the gift-o-matic and gave them to him that morning along with his breakfast. He said he wanted them to help strengthen his diaphragm and improve his lung capacity. I didn't believe that was all there was to it, of course, but I didn't see how it could hurt, so I gave them to him anyway. Well, I know how he used them, because we solved some kind of mystery in other worlds. Okay. My favorite girl character in the game. Something that will touch Lady Hiruko's heart. I'm not sure how useful this will be, but I believe she likes cats.
Ah.
Cats? You know, furry creatures that go meow. She had a pet one back in the complex. She admires their independence, their ability to work at night, and their hunting habits. Apparently they remind her of herself that way. Cats, huh? If I may, I've been wondering about Sir Ito. Do you really think he could have broke out of his cage without any assistance? Is something bothering you about that theory? It may be nothing, but something curious happened 2 days ago, on the night of day 8, after we had all assembled in the cafeteria. When I heard there was to be no post-battle celebration, I wandered into the courtyard to get some air. While I was out there, I heard a voice coming from the animal pens. It was Sir Ito, of course. He requested that I close the drain in the corner of the grounds. The sound of the water was keeping him awake. Even a prisoner deserves human treatment, and I thought it couldn't possibly do any harm. So you did it. Yes, I don't see how it could have any bearing on this escape, but I thought I should mention it. Okay. Definitely. But how did he manage to fill the balloons with air? Okay, probably these two will tell us. Please don't disturb the crime scene, Mr. Sumina. The world's greatest mystery-solving twins are working on a case here. A case? Isn't it obvious? The sad, or scandalous, Suzuki disappearance for short. Why is it the short version longer? Have you found any clues? No, not yet, but there's one thing that's interesting. Takumi, did you notice anything strange about the courtyard when we came here last night? No, not really. Everything was wet or something? The ground was damp. The whole place was soaked, yeah. There are lots of plants here, so there's a lot of moisture around, but it was a lot better than usual yesterday. It was like the courtyard had been dosed by a sprinkler or something. I didn't notice that at all. But what has it got to do with the sad case? That's the question we aim to answer during the investigation. The ground in the courtyard was wet. It's weird, but I've got other things to worry about. I asked Ima and Kako for ideas on what might make Hiruko open her heart to me. To their credit, the two of them gave the matter some serious thought before answering. Sorry, I've never really spoken to Hiruko all that much. Me neither. I don't think I can tell you anything useful. That's too bad. Here, maybe this will make you up for it. Kako reached into her pocket and took out something. What's this? It's a piece of poop? What? She's kidding. It looks like some kind of animal puzzle to me. I couldn't tell you what kind of animal it was though. We found it while we were looking for Ito here. Looks rare, doesn't it? Here you go. Without waiting for a reply, Kako pressed that strange puzzle into my hand. And, well, I had no reason to refuse to take it, and I figured it might come in useful for something later. Okay, time to create. I think this is all I'm going to learn from now. I don't know if I'm any closer to winning Hiruko over, but at least I know more about her interests now. Okay, she likes cats. She's a toy collector. So if I want to give her a present, a winged figure of a cat should be the way to go. But not just any cat, there is one more important detail that I learned. That is... Okay, 3 colors. So a cat with 3 colors, in other words, a calico. Alright, I better head over to the gift-o-matic and whip up a calico cat figure. There it is. Okay, it's done. Now I just have to give it to Hiruko. It took me a while to figure out where Hiruko was. Sometime after sunset, someone told me they had seen her going into her room, so I hurried over there. Takumi, what are you doing in here? Haven't you heard of knocking? Whoops, sorry, I have something for you. What? I don't know if it's your kind of thing or not, but I handed the Kaleo cat figure to Hiruko. I don't understand. It's a present for you. I thought you might like it. Hiruko stared at the little plastic figure. The tears filled her eyes. Wait, tears? I wasn't prepared for this. I didn't think she would like it that much. It's not possible. What do you mean? You couldn't possibly have known. About what? Hiruko didn't reply but slipped the cat figure into her pocket. There was more going on here than I realized, but I had gotten through to her. That much was clear. Pressing my advantage, I looked her in the eyes and asked again. Hiruko, please tell me the truth. The truth about you. What? Can't believe this. What is this? You are just suddenly giving me a gift?
Are you trying to buy me over with material?
That's not it.
Come on, that's not what I'm doing at all.
I just wanted to express myself to you. I thought it would help you understand that I'm acting in a good way, or that you would at least see how serious I am.
Anyway, a promise is a promise. You couldn't meet the conditions I laid out. You didn't follow my final order. Therefore...
What are you talking about?
But what are you talking about?
I don't really follow what you are saying. Oh, then so be it. Although...
Well, there is something on my mind.
What is it?
Oh? What is it?
Let me just ask this. Why would you give something like that to me? A calico cat figure.
What made you pick this to get...
I thought you might like it.
It's like I told you before.
I somehow knew you would like it.
Oh.
I see. It's true, I do like calico toys. Being totally honest with you, I was happy you gave it to me.
But how? How did you know? My fondness for soft vinyl figures. You couldn't possibly have known about that. So how?
What? Really? You told me.
Well, Hiruko, you told me yourself.
I asked Kiyoshika, Shoma, and Moka about you, but that was just an excuse. I knew long before I asked any of them. I swear. The fact that you like cats and collect calico toys. Like I said, I remember you telling me yourself. But how could you... No, that's impossible. This has to be some kind of mistake. Well, I guess you have my thanks for the calico toy.
Thank you.
No need. What? I couldn't say anything, but it worked out perfectly.
Huh?
Hey, what did you say just now? What did you mean by that's impossible? Never mind, don't worry about it. How am I supposed to? I told you it's some kind of mistake.
There's no way you could have known.
I do know.
I do know.
I know all too well. What is it you think you know exactly? All the pain and suffering you have been through.
Watch your mouth. Are you insane? Don't say things like that so...
Yeah.
You've been hurting all on your own.
This whole time, shouldering this burden alone. Isn't that right? Stop it. I guess, there's something weighing you down. I want a piece of that bird. No, not just a piece.
Listen to me, Hiruko. All of the pain and suffering you're feeling,
I'll share it with you.
I'll share it with you.
Takumi,
Hiruko, we can build a new future.
Really?
One where nobody has to die. A future where we all make it to day 100 with a smile. Not just day 100, day 101, day 102. And every day after that too. Let's create a future where we can live happily forever. But if we're going to make that happen, you need to tell me everything. So please, tell me, Hiruko.
so we can make the perfect future that we all deserve together.
So we can make the perfect future that we all deserve. Together.
Persuasion complete. Takumi, are you sure you can handle it? The truth is a lot more cruel than you think, and once you hear it, there'll be no going back. Are you prepared for that? Do you still want to know? Yes, I'm sure.
Oh?
Alright, I'll tell you. But promise me one thing first. Whatever you might learn, don't let it destroy you. I looked into her eyes again. Okay, I promise. Hiruko seemed to accept my resolve. Then she abruptly left the room and led me outside. Really? What are we doing out here? I wanted us to see the satellite. Hiruko looked up in the sky, where the pale, shimmering artificial satellite hung in the void of space.
It's so far away from us. Almost impossibly far. It looks so big. So close. Like we could reach out and touch it. But we'll never actually get there. Or more accurately, we've never got there. Even after everything we've tried, it's always just out of reach.
Everything we've tried?
What do you mean? You have probably figured this out already, but I'm a time traveler, just like you. I hesitated for a moment, then nodded. But this isn't a one-time only thing. I have lived through this 100 days countless times. Every time things play out a little differently and create all kinds of new problems. I've experienced all those variants, all the branching timelines that result from the different choices we make. That's why I've been able to tell when the next attack is coming, among other things. And all of this doesn't just apply to me. There's someone else. That's you, Takumi. Huh? You have also experienced our 100 days here countless times before. What was she talking about? I was so confused. I blotted out the third thing that came into my head. That can't be right. This is only my second time here. No, it's not. You've been through this just as much as me, over and over again in an endless loop. Even now, this is only the most recent in a long series of 100 days cycles. You just can't remember the others. No, it can't be.
Strictly speaking, Neither of us are time travelers in the way you think we are. This isn't a matter of us leaping back in time. It's more that we're trapped in a time loop. That goes for me, and you too. You're the same as me, Takumi. You're not a time traveler. You're a time looper.
Okay. Open, of course I opened it. Day 11.
Strictly speaking, neither of us are time travelers in the way you think we are. This isn't a matter of us leaping back in time. It's more that we're trapped in a time loop. That goes for me, and you too. You're the same as me, Takumi. You're not a time traveler. You're a time looper.
The moment I heard those words, my head seemed to fill with a blindly bright light, and then, oh my god. No way. The next thing I knew, I was back in my room, lying on my bed. Hiruko was there with me.
You promised me you wouldn't let the truth destroy you. And yet, you fainted the moment you heard it. What are you? A salmon roe?
What do you mean by that?
You're soft and squishy and fall apart when the heat is on.
She had a point. I hauled myself up and got to my feet. Sunlight was streaming in through the window. I must have been lying there all night. I remembered about the other times I have lived through these 100 days, and about what happened in those other, I guess we should call them timelines.
Oh?
But not all of them, right? Yeah, it's all a little fragmented.
Oh.
How many did you remember? 10, 20, more than that? No, not even that many. You are still just a beginner. A beginner? Come with me. Hey, where are we going this time? You wanted to hear the whole truth, didn't you? It's not something I can talk about here. Hiruko left the room, still feeling a little clueless. I followed her. We should be safe in here. First, I want to hear what you know. Which TLC did you remember? And how much do you remember about them? TLC? Yeah, timelines. Time loops. That's the abbreviation for timeline I have been using in my head. We can use the full version if you want. I'm not really sure how to explain which ones I remember, though.
Oh?
Any key points or characteristics will do. Okay, but honestly, I don't feel good about this. Too many of the timelines I remember ended in tragedy. So many of our friends died in those alternative realities. They were murdered. Killed in ways so gruesome and cruel that I didn't even want to say them out loud. It hurts just to think about them. I started to think I would have been better off never remembering it at all. On the other hand, I warned you, once you know the truth there's no going back. But you said you could handle it. You promised not to let it destroy you. I did say that. Now I had to stand by it. In spite of the pain it caused me, I began to speak. Okay, here goes. Slowly, hesitantly, I'll tell Hiruko what I remembered about other timelines. The G parasites. A series of murders caused by them. The exorcism rituals I held with Gaku. Getting into the escape pod with Hiruko and Tsubasa and setting up for the satellite. There was another timeline with a serial killer in it too. Except that time it turned out to be Yugamu. Wait, Yugamu? Yugamu was the killer? No. I felt a sudden jolt of pain in my head. My memories must have been getting mixed up. Are you alright? Yeah, I think so. I squeezed Hiruko's hand to reassure her and carry it on. I told her about other timeline where zombies started appearing. We tried using Yugama as bait at first, but even after that, our friends kept dying and coming back as zombies. In the end, I got caught by them too, and wait a minute, did I become a zombie in that timeline as well? Yeah, you were killed on day 58. I think I remember that. The zombie ate to attack me from behind, but after that there's nothing. I guess you wouldn't remember being a zombie, huh? Of course not. By that point I wasn't me anymore. We'll talk about that timeline later. Tell me about the others. I noted. There's not much to tell. There's just one more I can remember. That one all started with Gaku being killed. Then Kako's body was found. She had been poisoned. After some investigation, we figured out that it was Shoma who killed Kako. But then he was found dead too, killed by Eva. You know about Eva, right? You don't have to check in with me like that. I assume I know everything besides what happened while I was zombified. Okay, well, Eva activated her self-destruct device and died too. But that still wasn't the end of it. The killings continued. Next to go was Tsubasa and Moko. And then Kurata was found strangled in the secret room in the school basement. That's all I know. Shama and Eva both mentioned a mastermind called X, but we never figured out who that was. It was probably them who killed Gaku, Tsubasa, Moka, and Kurara though. Yuka pushed her glasses up and directed a piercing glare at me. Is that really everything? Yeah, of course. She stared into space for a while, her expression unreadable. She was clearly thinking hard, but about what, I had no idea. Finally, she spoke. Take back what I said before. You are not a salmon roe. You might have a tempered steel shell that can shrug off any attack. What does that mean? Don't worry about it. You'll understand soon enough.
Huh?
What do we keep moving around? To throw off anyone who might be trying to eavesdrop on us. Is someone really doing that? Probably not, but it pays to be careful. So going from places to places is safer than staying put and going through the whole story? Go noted. I suppose it's my turn. Ask me everything apart from my credit card information. Okay, well, first of all, I want to know about your memories. When did you start remembering other timelines? Do you remember what happened on day 3? That's when you decided to keep it secret that you would come from the future. You made up the story about reading Ito's diary to explain how you knew what he was up to. My memories returned right after that, although I don't remember everything either. So far, I have only managed to recall 146 timelines. 146, but there's only like 100 ending in the game. Yes, I've been through at least that much loops, and most of them made it to day 100. Doing the math, that's 40,600 days divided by 365. That makes 14 years? I've been living at a school in this loop at least 40 years. 40 years and 40,000 days. It was hard to even wrap my head around that length of time. It was making my brain freeze up. I just stood there completely dumbfounded. And that's only the bare minimum. Accounting for loops I haven't remembered yet, the real number is probably even bigger. This is only speculation, but I think something similar is going on with you. Huh? There's a good chance you have lived through these 100 days just as much as I have. At least 146 loops or 40 years. It's all happened. You have just forgotten about it. That's all. I don't remember triggering my powers so many times. We checked locations again. I was still dazed and confused, so Hiruko picked up the conversation without any prompting. Across those 1046 loops, lots of different things have happened obviously. But apart from a few exceptions, the enemy attacks always occur on the same days.
Oh.
That's why I insisted we go to the second to last defense academy on day 6. Day 7 would have been too late. That's when Marvrum attacked their school.
Oh.
Likewise on day 8, there will have been attacks on both academies. If that had happened, somebody would be sure to die. Getting the entire special defense unit together by the day 6 was the only way to prevent that. Do you tell Siri and Nigo all of this? Yes, including the part about me being a time looper. It's all starting to add up now. That's how those two suddenly knew when the attacks would happen. Why didn't you tell me about the loop? You told Siri and Nigo, but not me? I feel betrayed. I did tell you, I've told you and the others so many times in so many timelines, but things always played out in worst possible ways when I did. All of you died, and I was the only one left standing. It has happened like that thousands of times. For some reason, telling people the truth only takes us down dark, chaotic paths. It's like we are cursed, never able to escape our fate or change it for the better. I don't want to watch you all die anymore. So I stay quiet about it. I thought if I didn't tell anyone, then maybe. But you are telling me about it now. Is that okay? You are the one who kept asking. You just wouldn't let it go. I guess that's true. Hiruko drew in deep breath and exhaled. She repeated that process a couple of times until she regained her usual composure. It's alright, that's not the only reason I decided to tell you. I have a feeling that this timeline might be different. I've got no concrete grounds for thinking that, but Hiruko reached into her pocket. She brought out the calico cat figure I had given her yesterday and squeezed it tenderly. Never mind, don't worry about it. She put the cat back in her pocket and said no more. This explains a lot, but I still don't understand how we got stuck in this time loop in the first place. Before we get into that, let me tell you some more about the loop itself. It begins on our second day here, more specifically the night of day 2, right before Ito destroys Sirei. When the loop resets, that's always the point in the time that we return to. And when does it reset? Depends, there are two possibilities. Either when we die or at 10 a.m. on day 100, day 1000, 10 a.m. Yes, right around the time the school launches its final attack. For whatever reason, even if we make it to the end, we still can't escape this place. When it gets to 10 o'clock, we'll be forced back to day 2 to do it all again. You said you remember the timeline where we managed to get into escape pod, yes? But do you remember anything from after that? I remember taking off for the satellite, but watching the final attack through the window. And nothing. But there's nothing after that. You see? You don't have any memories of us actually reaching the artificial satellite. Neither do I. Before we can get there, our consciousness are pulled back. And we start again from day 2. Hiruko nodded. But is this really all true? Somehow I have a distant memory of days beyond day 100. I know I said things turn back in the loop on day 100 at 10 a.m., but that's no more than educated guess. Could end up being slightly earlier or later, or in some situation much later. But even so, it doesn't change the fact that we will be brought back to the evening of the day 2 at some point. Think about it. If you continue to exist in timeline after day 100 into old age, how could you possibly retain those memories from after 100 in the here and now? You are right, if we weren't caught in this loop, I wouldn't be able to remember any of that time. I must have gone back to day 2 even in those longer timelines, and that's why I can only vaguely remember them.
Oh.
But going beyond day 100 is an extremely rare, anomalous event. It's probably safe to say that in general,
Ugh.
the loop turns back on itself on day 100 at 10 a.m. When I arrived back in the past, I didn't have any memories from the other timelines. Was it the same for you, Hiruko?
Tuh.
I told you already, didn't I? My memories started returning on day 3. We forget everything the moment we are to return the start of the loop. In some cases, like right now, we suddenly remember them again. I have no idea what causes it, or if there's any kind of rule governing the process. That is weird. Especially since I still remember my first timeline when I go to back to day 2.
Huh.
That's probably because of your cryptoglobin. What do you mean?
Ugh.
First timeline we experienced, I'll just call it the first cycle to make things easier. During that cycle you observed Ito's power, but not just his.
When I was killed by Ato, all of my cryptoglobin was incorporated into him. And now, by way of Ato, that cryptoglobin resides in you.
Huh.
On the 100th day of the first cycle, you had that ghost boy's power inside you that made you strong enough to retain your memories when you traveled back in time. Wait a minute, so the time loop and cryptogram are related somehow.
Oh.
It only stands to reason. Think about it. What's your specialist skill? Special reader, the power to try things again.
Oh.
See, it all adds up. But what about you? Your special discipline skill is totally different from mine.
Ugh.
You know how some people are really good at multiple subjects, like history and math? It's the same principle. I don't buy that. So you have got the power to redo things as well? I do. Then why haven't I ever seen you do it before? Technically, I've never seen you redo something either. The effects of the skills that alter the flow of time are only visible to their user. Neither of us can tell whether when the other uses this skill or what changes when they do. Does that mean there are defensive battles we have only won thanks to you redoing things? I've lived through this loop 146 times. I don't underestimate what I can do. Okay, I think I get that the time loop is somehow caused by your specialist skills. But there's still something I don't understand. At the end of the first cycle, I wanted to change things more than anything, and that's how I was able to go back to the night of the day 2. But why does it keep happening in the other timelines? Why does dying or making it to 10 a.m. on day 100 pulls us back to the same point? I don't know, but I have a theory. It's because that initial jump back in time was the trigger. Think of spinning tops. They would never stop spinning if it wasn't for friction. The same goes for things like pendulums or springs going down stairs. In a situation where there was no resistance, all it will take is one little push and they will keep moving forever. Forever? That's right. Does that mean we are going to be stuck in this loop forever? We are immortal. That's nice.
Oh.
There must be a way to break out of it. There has to be. What is it? Do you think I would have put up with that idiotic face of yours for over 14,000 days if I knew? So we don't know how to escape. Not right now at least, but what? This is the first for me. Huh? The timeline we are currently in is different from the others I remember. We have made it to day 11 without a single member of our team died. In all 146 loops, that's never happened before. This timeline must be special somehow. Is that necessarily a good thing though? Neither of us have experienced a timeline like this before. We won't be able to predict what's going to happen. That's true, aside from when the enemy attacks occur, that is. But this could be our chance to finally escape the loop. All the other timelines have ended in tragedy, one way or another. But this one could be different. The fact that we don't know what's coming means there's still untapped possibilities. We Hiko's eyes were sparkling. I had never seen her this excited. Do you remember what I told you on the night of the third day?
Oh.
About not killing Eito and keeping your time travel secret from the others? I said they were probably the right choices. Because those choices are what created this timeline. Where we finally have a chance to change things? Exactly. So then, my coming from the future and the time loop, if we want to preserve this timeline's integrity, it's best that we don't tell the others. There's a good chance things will develop the way they did in the other timelines if we do. So we're keeping secrets now. There was still plenty I didn't understand about this time loop thing, but I had a pretty good grasp on basics. It felt like Hiruko had told me everything she knew about it anyway, but there were other questions I needed to answer too. What was it that Syria had handed Hiruko that day in the war room? What was with that old lab in the ruins? What was parallel leaping? Well, parallel leaping allows you to jump to parallel universes if you want to know. Why was Eito still alive when I saw his dead body before? Because he was dead in alternative timeline. Why did Hiruko try to strangle me that time in the infirmary? So she will be able to carry us back without us noticing we are in different universe. Who was it in the drone she put into the revival-matic? But well, okay, this I don't know. And perhaps strangest of all, why was she crying when I saw her on the roof at the end of day 9? But just as I was about to ask her, that should do it for today. Huh?
Oh.
You need time to process all this information. We can pick up this conversation again tomorrow. No, I'm fine, really. But Hiruko wouldn't listen. She turned around and headed back toward the school, refusing to say anymore. Oh man, why is she always like this? With not much else to do, I went back to my room. Thinking about all those mysteries wouldn't do me a lot of good now. Not to mention, we'll still have plenty of battles to fight from here now. I need to keep building up my bonds with the rest of the team so we'll be ready for those challenges. I take it we have free time. Maybe I'll take a look around and see how everyone is doing. Hiruko said we will talk more tomorrow. She is finally started telling me stuff, so I don't think she is about to go back on that promise now. I had no choice but to trust her. I crawled into bed and left myself driftful, wondering what revelations tomorrow will bring. Are we going to dream about Nozomi? No. Different type of music. Riko called on me after breakfast. She told me to meet her in the entrance hall. And it looks like she has already here. Are we exploring outside today? Don't you want to hear the rest of my story? Yeah, of course. Then don't ask questions and follow me. Don't forget your fire extinguisher either. Riko walked away at a brisk pace. I grabbed an extinguisher and hurried after her. So where are we going?
Oh.
Why are you always so dense? I know what you want to ask me. We're going to the one place where I can properly explain things. You mean that old lab?
Oh.
Better than giving you a labotomy. That was a joke. Yeah, I didn't think she was being serious. It was just so weird to hear Hiruko joke about anything. Now, stop wasting time with your nonsense and let's get going. Okay, that's more likely. Nonsense, I didn't even say anything. But Hiruko was already on the move, too far away to hear any protest I might voice. Sheesh. I muttered my complaints to the air instead and followed after her. On the way to the lab, I filled Hiruko in on what happened in the timeline with a zombie outbreak. Like she had told me yesterday, she didn't have any memories of the second half of that timeline, or more accurately of anything that happened after she was zombified. It's just like I thought. Those zombies were created by the G parasite. It all began with the Alpha 1 and Alpha 2 specimens Darumi and Gaku brought back.
Huh.
Alpha 2 was already in its male spawning phase. It laid its eggs in the bodies of our dead friends, including me.
Oh?
Then those eggs hatched into male G's and burrowed into the corpus's brains, temporarily reanimating them.
Uh-huh.
Also explains one of the biggest mysteries around here. Does? Which one?
Oh?
You're better off not knowing. But I know you'll only keep pestering me about it, so I'll tell you later. What mystery? When we arrived at the lab, Hiruko dispelled her class armor and I did the same. Why did we change back into our regular clothes?
Tuh.
You can't put on a lip suit while wearing class armor. I don't think we'll actually need this suit this time, but it's just force of a habit.
Huh?
Why don't they work if we got class armor on? Lip suits have the ability to repel human anima. They are not affected by attacks from class weapons. If you try to put one on in class armor, the two surfaces will refuse to touch each other like magnets with the same polarities. Doing a parallel lip without one of those suits is a bad idea, right? You shouldn't need to ask me that. You have already experienced lip damage firsthand. Lip what? Lip damage is what happens if you parallel lip without a lip suit. You've mentioned this lipping stuff a couple times now. What does it mean? That's what I brought you here to explain. Are you familiar with the concept of parallel universes? Yeah, Ito told me about them in the first cycle. They are basically alternative realities, right? Are you saying that different timelines we have experienced are the same thing? Exactly. If it helps, you can think of parallel universes as the worlds of other timelines. So parallel lipping is, just like the name implies, it's a process of traveling or leaping to a parallel universe. Leaping kind of implies we are going pretty far. People call trips through time leaps sometimes, right? Is it anything like that? No, the direction is completely different. Time leap means going forward or back in time. A parallel leap is more like horizontal movement, or like changing trains to ride a different line. We can't use parallel leaps to go back to past or forward to future. Instead, we move to the same place and the same point in the time, but on a different timeline. Take a look at this diagram. Let's just say we leap forward time A at 1:01 a.m. We will arrive the timeline B at the same time. Essentially, our coordination in time don't change, only the world that we inhabit. There's another difference too. A time leap would be like your journey back after the first cycle, only your consciousness was affected. It's not like you got into a time machine or physically went back in time, but that's not the case with parallel lives. When we leave, our bodies are traveling to those alternative realities. And the thing that makes that possible is the PLM. You've probably guessed from PL pop, but it stands for parallel lip machine. Wait a minute, who put this thing here? You mean that night, just after midnight on day 5, we left to another timeline? You only just figured that out? You really are slow sometimes. Where did we go though? Which timeline was it? In answer to my question, Hiruko took out a handheld device and showed me the screen. What is this? A map of different timelines based on machine's data. The timeline we went to that night was Hunt Mystery. Want what? It's a timeline that splits into on day 25. One of them you don't remember yet. We are forced to participate in a killing game called the Invader Hunt. Call that branch the Hunt timeline. The other branch you should remember. It's the one where Gaku was killed on day 5 and Gaku's body was found on day 27. You investigated the matter and figured out that it was Shoma who killed Kako. But then Shoma himself was killed this time. You pinned Eva as the culprit. But then she self-destructed and things only got worse from there. You were beset by a whole host of mysteries, but still did your best to solve them. That's why I call this branch the mystery timeline. The Hunt and the Mystery Timeline, Sam.
Oh,
That's right, and this is the line that both of them split off from. So I combined the names together, making this the Hunt Mystery Timeline. And that's the one we went to? Yes, on day 5, just after midnight. But why did you want to go there anyway? I had two objectives. One was to prevent Gaku's death, the other was to do something about... Wait, Omega, who's that? Just for a moment, Hiruko hesitated. Omega is the one who killed Gaku. You mean X? Isn't that what mastermind behind the murders in that timeline was called? No, X and Omega are different people. Omega had his brain infected with G data. There was no physical parasite there, but it was just the same as if he had been taken over by one. That's what drove him to murder Gaku. Even if I hadn't dealt with him, he would have tried to kill again. That's why I went to that timeline, to remove G data from Omega's brain. Those were my goals that night. Honestly, I still don't get it. I waited for her to carry on. On day 4, you saw me and Siri talking, yes? I think he gave me that day was a cerebral glitch repair program. Or rather a thumb drive with the program loaded onto it. I couldn't have erased the G data without that. Why did Siri even have something like that? That's a matter for another day. The important thing is that he handed it over. Once I had that program, I jumped to the Hunt Mystery Timeline at midnight on day 5, just like you saw. Hiruko went on to tell me what happened after that, during the time I lost track of her. First of all, she went back to the school and rang Omega's doorbell. She hit on the dorm roof and waited for the murderer to come out. She then dropped down and knocked him out with a strike to the back of his neck. Yeah, it was us, I remember. During that timeline, someone jumped on us. With Omega unconscious, all that was left was to take him to the infirmary and run the repair program on him. But then G-data in his brain took over. He got up, grabbed Hiruko's arm and threw her against the wall. I was still down in the morgue at the time, freaking out over seeing Ito's body. Of course, now I realized that was Ito from that timeline, not the one I knew. In that timeline, I must have decided to kill him on the night of the day 2 and absorb his cryptoglobin. So it was only natural that his corpse would be there. Anyway, that was when I heard the noise. Turns out it was the second sound of the Hiruko crashing into the wall upstairs. When I went out into corridor, I heard another noise. It must have been infirmary door opening. That was when Omega got away from me. He must have realized there was someone else around and ran. Of course, I didn't actually see any of this. That blows against the wall knocked me out. And the next time you came to was when I was holding you. That's right. Then I kicked you in the stomach and tried to break that little math stick you call a neck. Couldn't you try to sound a little more sorry about that? I already apologized. Yeah, but you never told me why you did it. What do you mean? Haven't you figured it out yet? I had a bad feeling about this. A chill ran down my spine and I broke out in goosebumps. After you blacked out, I got a proper look at you and noticed something. There was a purple rash on your face. That's one of the symptoms of the lip damage. That's when I realized I had made a mistake. So I realized you and went to look for G instead. I knew where he would be, the classroom in the first room, from the way things played out before. He was bound to show up there eventually. Got there as fast as I could, but
I was too late. When I opened the door, I saw Gaku's body, covered in blood, and standing above him was Omega, still waving around a kitchen knife.
Please, don't tell me it was Omega.
I'm sorry, but it's true. Omega's true identity. The person with the Gi data in their brain. The one who killed Gaku.
Was me?
It was you. Takumi Sumino.
No, it's a lie. I won't believe it. I did it. I killed Gaku? No, it can't be. That can't be true.
We killed poor Gaku twice? Days 13. This
This
is
is the second time you've done this. I'm starting to get tired of it.
Did I pass out back at the lab?
Yes. And I carried you all the way back. I'd say that makes us even for the whole accidental strangling incident.
It's fine. I can see why you did it now. You thought I was the me from that Hunt mystery timeline.
I sat up and got out of the bed. I remembered about other timelines I have experienced. You said that already. Back on the day 2, yeah, but I remembered more of them now. What do you remember exactly? Well, I hesitated. These weren't the memories I partially wanted to drench up again. It wasn't the Hunt mystery this time, was it? You remembered the serial killer timeline, didn't you? The serial killer timeline? It didn't take a genius to figure out which one she meant. Except the killer wasn't Yugama, it was me. In that timeline, I killed Eva, then Moko, then Takamaru, and Kurara, Shoma, Darumi, the twins, again Gaku, Yugamu, Kyoshika, Tsubasa, even Nozomi. I started shivering uncontrollably. I felt off balance, like I might collapse any minute. Are you alright? I wasn't alright, not even a little, but I put my hand on my chest and forced myself to take some deep breath.
Oh?
You were probably repressing those memories until now as a self-defense mechanism. You sealed them away in the corner of your mind without even being aware of. That's why I likened your mind to a steel shell before. But I guess you really are as fragile as a salmon roe after all. I wasn't paying attention to what Hiruko was saying. The only thing I could hear clearly was my own raging heartbeat. This might sound a little like an empty platitude, but I assure you, I say it as someone with 40 years worth of experience. Don't beat yourself up over this. It's not your fault. You aren't the same person who did those horrible things. The one who killed Gaku on day 5 was the Hunt mystery Takumi. Likewise, the Takumi in the serial timeline was someone completely different from who you are now. And even with those other versions of you, it was really the G data in their brains that made them act that way. They weren't in control of themselves. You don't have to bear the responsibility for their crimes. My breathing finally started to slow down. I wiped away the cold sweat that had formed on my forehead. What is this G data anyway, and how did it get into my brain? I didn't know either. Until last night when you told me about the zombie outbreak. In that zombie timeline you were infected on day 100. The Alpha 1 G Queen laid an egg inside you. That egg that then hatched into another queen, which burrowed its way into your brain and fused with you on a cellular level. Okay, but right after that, the final attack began and... Your consciousness didn't just disappear at the end of that timeline. It was brought back to the start of the loop on day 2, along with all your memories. Our memories persist across timelines, so they must exist in our brains as some kind of cognitive data, and in this case, that data included the presence of the G. The parasite itself didn't travel back in time with you, but it had merged with you so completely that it was already part of your consciousness when you came back. But isn't that going to be a problem? Doesn't that mean my brain still has that data in it even now? Don't worry about it, it won't take you over again. The version of you that is here now has already been treated. Treated?
Oh.
This is a timeline from after you successfully had the G data removed. There are timelines like that. Trust me, a lot can happen over the course of 146 loops. I meant to tell you yesterday, but Omega, the you in the Hunt Mystery Tunnel has been treated now, too. Huh? You remembered I said I walked in on Omega killing Gaku in the first floor classroom. Before he could escape again, I ran up to him and injected him with an anesthetic I got from the infirmary. A few seconds later, he was out cold. I hoisted him onto my back and carried him upstairs. Back in the infirmary, I put him into one of the recovery drones and got to work. I still had the repair program Sirei gave me. I installed it into the Revivomatic and used it to erase the G data from Omega. You saw me doing that, didn't you? Oh, right, I did. You asked me who was in the machine before. Well, it was you, the Hunter Mystery version of you anyway.
Oh.
At any rate, the treatment was a success and G data was completely removed from Omega's brain. The Takumi in both the Hunter and Mystery timelines that branch off from there will be fine too. We won't have to worry about them hurting or killing anyone now.
Huh?
That's good, but what did you do with that me after you finished treating him? I took him back to his room and put him in bed, not unlike what I did with you last night. Then I went back to infirmary and slapped you around until you came to. I am assuming you remember that. Yeah, I also remember you saying I couldn't save him. Now you've told me all this, I can see you meant Gaku. Riko's expression clouded over. She gave a little nod, her brows knitted together in sorrow and frustration. Hey, come on, don't be like that. This is all my fault anyway. I was the one who killed that version of Gaku and everyone else in the serial killer timeline too. How many times are you going to make me repeat myself? That wasn't your fault. It was nice of Hiruko to say that, but it didn't do any good. I still felt like I was caught up in dark, sludgy whirlpool that was dragging me down, threatening to swallow me whole. What am I going to do with you? Remember your promise. Don't let the truth destroy you. I had a feeling you would react like this. That's why I was keeping it from you. I just knew you would end up feeling like you were responsible for the whole thing. I wanted those thoughts to go away. I wanted all to stop. It took everything I had to croak out my next words. I'm sorry, but I would like to be alone for a while. Yuka sighed again and shaking her head in bewilderment, but she left all the same. A cold silence fell over the room. I could have sworn I heard a heavy rumbling, gargling up from the somewhere deep beneath the ground. It sounded like the agonized groans of everybody who died because of me. Dropped to the floor, covered my ears, and closed my eyes. My head was completely empty. I didn't want to do anything or think about anything or even breathe really. Just sat there in the corner of my room. I hugged my knees and curled up tight, wishing I could disappear while time continued to flow around me. I could hear voices outside, my friends chatting and laughing. The sound cut into me like a knife. In another timeline, I would have been the one that steal that laughter from them forever. Okay, this is so messed up. At some point, my room started to get dark. The sun must be going down outside. Darkness seemed to trickle in until it filled the space completely. Lying there in the same position for so long, I had lost all sensation, all awareness of my body. It didn't even feel like my body anymore. It was like my soul had come loose and I was staring down at my physical form from above. I have no idea what you're talking about. My visitor came in a little after that. The ghost boy? No, it's Hiruko. How long are you going to stay like this?
Oh?
Everyone is worried about you. They think you are sick. Well, I told them you were anyway. I couldn't exactly tell them you were feeling guilty about things another version of you did in alternative reality. What do you want, Hiruko? I'm not here because I want to be. The others just sent me to ask you something. Ask me what? Tomorrow is day 15. That means there's another attack coming. They wanted to know if you'll be joining the battle.
Oh.
Or are you going to abandon them?
Oh.
Are you going to betray them? Again? Do you just not care if they all get killed? They have already been killed. I killed them myself. All of them, one after another. All of them dead because of me. So I just can't. I can't do this anymore. I don't care. Just let whatever happens happen. I really can't do anything. Yuko continued to stare at me, but there was a different look in her eyes now. There was no pity there, only contempt. When she spoke, her voice sounded hoarse, like she was holding back some strong emotion. I'm disappointed in you. Did what you told me on day 10 mean nothing? You told me we could make the future we deserve together. What happened to all of us reaching day 100 with a smile? Hearing that is what convinced me to tell you everything. I felt like this timeline could be different. It was the first time in 146 loops anyone has ever said anything like that to me. I really thought there was something special about this timeline, about you. I thought you might be the one to finally break us out of this never-ending hell. And now you're giving up, just like that. How could you? She clenched her fists. The look in her eyes had changed again. Now she was glaring at me with pure, undisguised animosity. You weakling, you sniveling coward. You think you get to give up and mope around for the rest of your life? Who do you think you are? Osama Dazai, or whoever that guy is. No, you're worse than that. You're like a mech pilot going crazy from being synced with its navigation system. Or a poser emo band fangirl bandaging her wrists just to fit in. And the you that killed everyone was a completely different person in a different timeline. And he wasn't even in control when he did it. Get a hold of yourself already. Don't you realize how much danger you're putting everyone in by wallowing like this? If anything is going to get them killed, it's your own negativity and self-loathing. You are sure as hell not going to protect anyone the way you are now. If you're going to allow others to protect you while doing nothing in return, you might as well be signing their death warrants yourself. You are going to get everyone killed and you are doing it of your own free will this time. That's a complete betrayal of everything you believe in. What happened to all of us reaching day 100 with a smile? What happened to creating a future where we could all be happy? I've tried everything I can think of and nothing worked. I can't do this alone. I need your help. You, Takumi Sumino, you are the only one who can save us. For a moment neither of us said anything. Hiruko's shoulders were shaking and she was breathing heavily. Her quick and shallow painting was the only thing breaking the silence, but eventually even that sound became quieter. I guess that's it. I can't count on you for anything. Not in this loop, or the next, or the one after that, never again. Hiruko turned and left the room. While she was talking, something had started to well up inside me. Now a wild, raging energy was surging through me. I couldn't let it in like this. I didn't know what I was going to do, but this feeling inside me was getting stronger and it had to go somewhere. Before I knew what I was doing, I had got to my feet and rushed out of the door. Hiruko, wait! She turned around. She looked so sad, so tired, but I looked her dead in the eye and let everything I was feeling come pouring out. I did mean what I said back then, and I still feel the same. I want to create a future where we can all be happy. Not just for day 100, but day 101, 102, you get the picture, and all the days after. Right now, I want that more than ever. these memories, this knowledge of other timelines, they have shown me just how important that is. So I'll be joining you guys tomorrow, of course. I'll fight. Not just against the invaders or my own weakness, but an enemy even greater than that too. I'll fight the cruel destiny that has been pushed us that has been pushed onto us. A light breeze blew across the roof, ruffling Hiruko's hair. She tucked a straight lock behind her ear and spoke, looking just a little more hopeful than before. What are our chances of pulling that off? Isn't it obvious? I have absolutely no idea. What? The future is an open book. That's how it always been. And I want to create a totally new future. There's no telling what might happen. But even so, I'll still fight. I'll fight with everything I have. I'll fight to protect you and the others and to create a future where no one has to die. You and I are getting out of this loop, including everyone else.
Let's reach out and grab our future. I won't let it stay out of reach anymore.
I raised my arm and extended it toward the satellite. Hiruko did the same. It was still hundreds of thousands of miles away, solemnly shimmering in the night sky, but somehow...
Just reach out and grab it, huh?
Yeah,
Both of us? Together?
that's right.
You really think we can do it?
I don't know. But I'll do anything to make it happen.
Anything?
Yeah.
You did say anything.
Yeah, I did.
Hiruko let her hand drop to her side.
Oh.
Alright, in that case, starting tomorrow, you're going to be my servant. What the hell? What? You said you'll do anything. Naturally, that includes being my slave, doesn't it? Hold on, that's not exactly what I meant. I'll be counting on you to get me out of this loop. Yeah, of course, but the servant thing is... Silence, I'm tired and I'm going to bed. I need to rest up for the battle tomorrow. Well, good night. She gave me a wicked grin before going back to her room. As I watched her go, I noticed a newfound spring in her step. I, on the other hand, suddenly felt uneasy. I doubted I would sleep well tonight. So we're not telling the others for now. Early the next morning, I woke Hiruko up and convinced her to join me in the courtyard. What are we doing out here at this hour? The enemy is going to attack during the morning announcement, but before that I need to ask you something. What is it? It's about Veshnes, the Supreme Commander. The last two battles you basically told everyone to ignore her. You had us focus on the regular commanders instead. And you want to know why? It's simple enough. It's because she isn't as much of a threat in this timeline. Why not? In most, though not all other timelines, she starts observing cryptoglobin like we do. It's a decision she comes to while listening in on our communications in her hoodie guise on day 7. She always finds out about you coming from the future from intercepting a conversation between you and Sirei. That's when she puts it all together. The reason both sides suddenly got stronger is because of you absorbing so much cryptoglobin during the first cycle. Knowing that, she decides to do the same, breaking her religion's greatest taboo. But none of that has happened in this timeline, because you didn't mention time travel in the battle on day 7. Not that you would, having decided to keep it secret from everyone. No, Veshnes doesn't know you've come from the future or just how much power can be gained by taking it from others. Do you understand what that means? Yeah, she's still following the teachings and not absorbing cryptoglobin. Not in this timeline, anyway. It did make sense. That must be why she didn't drain Pakron after we defeated her. But that doesn't mean she's not a threat at all, right? Of course not. Ideally, I would like to put an end to her in today's battle. How are we going to do that? We have the new weapon Sir and Nigo created. It's what we usually use on day 15. Alright, but it's also usually unfinished. Yay.
Oh.
What do you think I've been doing while you've been mopping these last 2 days?
Ugh.
I've been out gathering materials. I know the ruins so well by now. It barely took me any time at all. The bomb is 100% complete.
Oh.
That includes the detonator. Nobody will have to die setting it off. That was good news, but I felt pretty guilty about it. Hiruko had been out there working so hard, and I hadn't done a single thing to help. Wow, sorry about that. Don't worry about it. You can lick my boots clean to apologize.
Oh.
This bomb is also a lot more powerful than the past versions. I gave Sierra and Nigo some pinpointers to improve it. So we are going to hit Veshness with that today. That's right, we are going to make wish sauce, whatever that is, out of her. Hiruko's eyes glinted viciously behind her glasses. Then we heard the morning announcement over the PA system. Yeah, alarm.
Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Unauthorized personnel detected on school ground. Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
To battle! Okay, my favorite animation. Right on schedule, as usual. Okay, here goes. Right guys, are you ready for this? When we got to the war room, everyone else was already there. You are late! Where have you guys been? I bet they were off making babies somewhere. What? Such indecency. Do you two think of nothing else?
Hey!
We weren't doing anything like that. Didn't Sira and Nigo tell us the invaders would attack early in the day? My dear brother and I were waiting here for almost an hour before the alarm went off. Well, hey, they are here now. That's what counts. Do we have a read on the enemy? Siri nodded and pinpointed to monitor with his stick.
That's
Valid guard zone.
And Zanshin, right?
Apparently the others already knew about the commanders we'll be facing. Hiruko had probably told Siri and Nigo so they could brief the rest of the team.
You said these two can combine their bodies together?
Just like Takumi and Hiruko.
Ah, so it was a battle simulation to better understand our enemy's moves.
Yeah. Neither of us replied. It will take way too long to start clearing up that misunderstanding now.
Yeah!
Come on, let's get out there and start killing.
Huh?
How's the revival-matic looking though? Don't you worry about a thing. It's all fixed up and ready to go. If you die, you'll be brought back good as new, including all your memories, of course. So go ahead and die all you want. Just try to leave someone alive to defend this school, okay? Yeah, let's do this. Special Defense Unit, move out. Oh. Let's go. I wish 8 of us was with us too. Let's go. Okay, let the game load. Here they are. There's not many of them. Right. Let's do this. Okay, annihilate all the enemies.
Wow! That wasn't hard at all!
That's probably because the commanders haven't arrived yet.
I think they're here. Look over there.
Now you face Valagarzo, the paragon of indomitability. Your war ends here. No matter what happens, I will never yield. Blood of my bond, release!
And here she comes.
I am the paragon of salvation, Zanshin. I'm done letting you have your way with us. In the name of God most holy, I will purge you from this planet!
Yeah, we know your names already.
We've got a neat little intelligence network of our own, you know?
Everyone seemed pretty confident, but I suddenly remembered how this went the first time around. I settled up the Hiruko and tried to talk to her without attracting attention. Hey.
Yugamu hasn't made his special drug in this timeline, has he?
The one he used to defeat Genshin in the first cycle? No, he hasn't. He hasn't extracted any commander DNA to make it with.
Why didn't you say anything? We could have used Mervrams before we killed him!
Me? Why didn't you say anything? I don't remember anything about the first cycle battle with Genshin.
She was right, of course. Hiruko was already dead at that point, killed by Eito. I hadn't thought of taking DNA from Mervyn. That was on me, but I never expected we would have to face Shansen again as early as day 15.
How long has it been since we last fought together as one section? I can't wait to go wild again!
Can't you at least try to act your age? We need to finish this quickly.
What the hell? What are they up to now?
Right, time to fuse.
We're not just fighting for ourselves anymore.
You gotta be kidding me! Where did they go?
Oh, right. Almost forgot about the whole combining thing.
Being able to merge together like that? I'm so freaking jealous!
Seriously?
Of what? It's better if you don't ask, Nozomi.
Don't worry, guys! We can still win this, even without the drug!
That... drug?
What
Never
drug?
mind! Just fight!
To battle!
All right.
New enemies approaching. Okay. Annihilate enemy boss.
I'm sorry, my darling. I couldn't protect you. And here I made a vow to keep our family safe. I'm a liar and a fool.
Don't say that, my love. You're a hero. You fought valiantly for me, for everyone.
I hope Vishnus appears again.
My only regret is that our little warrior will be left to fend for himself.
He'll be fine, even if we're not there for him. He's strong. He is your son, after all.
Ugh, can you not talk about your kid right now? It's making it really hard for me to work in dirty jokes.
At any rate, this means victory's ours. Yes?
Yeah, but don't forget what Siri told us. There's gonna be another one.
The words were barely out of Tomoko's mouth when that other one showed herself. There she was, the Supreme Commander Veshness.
How disappointing, Valagarzo, Zanshin. I thought you were stronger than this. Or did you lose on purpose, so I could take your prey for myself?
As she spoke, a change started to come over Veshness' body.
So that's her battle form, huh?
We learned a little about it from the intel we got, but...
It's still pretty gross looking, isn't it?
Okie dokie! Time to get killing!
I guess we're doing this.
Wait. There's no need for us to fight her directly. Sire? Nigo? Is everything ready?
You bet! We can fire at any time!
Get back inside the school! Post haste!
It's time to use the new weapon, huh?
Wait, new weapon? You never told us nothing about that.
Everybody looked confused. Obviously, Sire, Nigo, and Hiruko hadn't felt it necessary to tell them about the
There's
bomb.
no time. We'll explain later.
Trust me, guys. Just get out of here.
The others responded to my order and ran back toward the school. Hiruko and I brought up the rear. Once we were all inside, I turned back and saw Veshness walking slowly across the battlefield toward us. It was now or never.
We're in! Fire when ready! Gotcha!
Here we go.
Undying flame bomb! Fire!
Don't be so dramatic. What's coming, huh? Alright, MVP. Nice work, troops. You did great out there. The credit for the final blow has to go to us and Miss Shizuhara, of course. That's right, we couldn't have done it if you hadn't got those materials for us, Shizuhara. We are truly grateful. Seriously though, Hiruko, you could have told us we had something like that up our sleeve. Yeah, this was no time to butter your lips.
Oh!
The expression is buttering your lip. If we had known, we could have helped you get the materials you needed. Why don't you keep it secret all this time? Let's just say I had my reasons. So Veshness actually beat the big one. She is really gone now. She has got to be. An explosion that strong would have blown her to Shimmer. It's true she had disappeared without a trace when the dust cleared, but since there's no body, there's a chance she might have survived somehow. Come to think of it, that did happen in some other timelines. Even after getting caught in the undying flame bomb's blast, Veshness came back to fight another day. I glanced over at Hiruko. She was resting a finger on her glasses, a distant look in her eyes, like her thoughts were somewhere else. No use thinking about what ifs now. I say we enjoy this victory high while it lasts. I'm down for that. We gotta take our wins where we can.
No.
And is it time for the usual? Think so. 1, 2.
Special defense
Oh my god.
Best in the world. Indestructible and undefeated. Never lose, never yield. Special defense unit, fight on!
So will we be having a party this time? We don't have the budget for that. This is a military academy, not some tech startup. Alas. So our post-battle meeting ended without any further discussion. Tired but satisfied that we had done a good job, we went back to our rooms to rest. That night, a little while after dinner, I made my way to Hiruko's room. What? My shoes are already clean. I'm not here to lick your boots, Hiruko. What do you want then? My sofa and this chair aren't broken. I didn't come so you could sit on me either. I wanted to ask you something.
Huh?
You said you will be counting on me to get us out of this loop. Let's get into details. What exactly am I going to have to do? Good question. First of all, we'll need to figure out an actual method of leaving the loop. Can we consider that our objective for now? If you want, but it's not going to be easy. You can't just try anything that comes to mind and hope it will work. Believe me, I'm speaking from experience. What should we do then? Don't get ahead of yourself. There's something else we have to deal with first. Something else?
Oh.
Tomorrow night we are leaping to this timeline. Hiruko took out her device and showed me the timeline diagram again. This one? We call it the killer zombie branch. It's upstream from serial killer and zombie branches, hence the killer zombie. You mean?
Oh.
Yes, the timeline where you became a serial killer. Tomorrow we are going there. And we are changing history. After breakfast, I headed back to my room to think out my next move. Hiruko said we'll go change history tonight. That still gives me most of the day to do other stuff. Maybe I'll head back to my room, then go hang out with someone for a while. Day turned to night. Taking care not to be spotted, Hiruko and I snuck out of the school. We made our way along the road that led to Old Lab. Another mission. Along the way, Hiruko began speaking.
Oh?
I discovered a parallel loop machine on my 37th loop. I had decided to investigate every corner of this old town and happened upon it by chance. Over the next few loops, I would go back when my memories return and try to learn more about it. By the 49th loop, I more or less knew what it could do and how to operate it. So we still don't know who made it or why it is here. Why were you so determined to figure it out though?
Oh?
Probably won't believe me, don't laugh, alright? Okay. I heard a voice while I was sleeping. It said that machine will be your salvation. Hahaha, seriously? You said you wouldn't laugh. Sorry, you must have just been hearing things, right? She ignored me and carried on walking. I followed after her at a safe distance, feeling like I was just poked a hornet's nest. I still can't help wondering what that machine is doing here in the first place.
Oh?
Someone here must have been researching parallel universes. If I had to guess, somebody. Who? Researchers, probably. What researchers? How am I supposed to know that? Let's just be grateful we have access to such a useful resource. Come on. Perhaps we will discover at the end of this road. Like the last time, Hiruko and I dispelled our class armor once we got inside the lab. We can't wear lip suits and class armor at the same time, right? We went over this before. The lip suits repel our hemoanima. I know, but why do they have that function? Leaping is achieved using cryptoglobin, or rather using its energy waves. The infinite parallel universes out there exist in space filled with cryptoglobin energy. It surges in constant waves and unpredictable patterns. To leap, we have to harness those waves. It's almost like surfing. We ride the waves in that space to get to our destination. Doing that without protection puts a lot of strain on the body. Yeah, I know, I've experienced it myself.
You got off easy. Serious leap damage can affect the brain and rob you of your memories and your ability to reason.
Hey, I'm tougher than I look.
Please take this seriously. If you parallel leap 2, maybe 3 more times with exposed skin, your body will eject all of its cryptoglobin. That means no more revivals. You'll die, and you'll stay dead.
My point is, to avoid lip damage, you have to avoid touching that cryptoglobin energy directly. So that's why the lip suits cover our whole bodies and push it away from us. That's right.
Ah.
Thanks for clearing that out. I have another question though. You said we were going to change history tonight. What exactly is that going to involve? The same thing as when I went to hunt Mystery Timeline on the day 5, raising the G data from that Takumi's brain. I've got everything we need right here on this thumb drive. That is the thing Sire gave you, right? The cerebral glitch repair program. Yes, the only difference is this time we'll be treating the killer zombie version of you. Let's call him Takumi 2 to make things easier. At this rate, Takumi 2 is going to become a killer. We're going to treat him before he can commit his first murder. But that's not all. We've got something else we need to do in that timeline. What's that? In the version of history, I know Takumi actually killed somebody tonight. Who is that? Hiruko 2, in other words, me. What? We have to prevent that murder before we move on to treat him. Hold on a minute, I don't remember any timeline like that. I don't know what to tell you, I am the one who got killed. I remember it very clearly. Tonight around 11 p.m. I'll be killed by Takumi 2 in the bio lab. Probably just haven't recovered those memories yet. Is that why? I guess I did repress a lot of memories of that time. Hey Hiruko, what time is it now? She tapped her glasses near to her temple before replying. 9 p.m. How do you know? My glasses have the clock function built into them. The lenses can function as transparent heads-up display to show me the time whenever I touch them. Just here. It will be a problem if you can't keep track of the time. Here, you can have this. Your device? I have another of my own. Just switch it on and it will display the time. Take it. Yuko passed me the little machine. I slipped it into my pocket. You said 9 p.m., right? Now it's 9:19 p.m. now. Then we better hurry. Leaping takes you to the same point in the time, right? We can't go forward or back. That's true, but we can't go yet. Why? We need to remember what I told you about riding the waves to alternative timelines. They are from space filled with cryptoglobin energy, so let's call them blood space waves. Anyway, we can only leap when they are at their highest intensity. That's why I likened it to surfing. Sometimes you have to wait for a big enough wave to come along. But when is that going to be? Take a look at the device I gave you. I took the thing out of my pocket and turned it on. Displays some kind of diagram of the waves along with 2 timelines. Between 10 and 20 p.m. and 1:15 a.m. tonight? Yes, we only be able to leap during that time. But you said Takumi 2 kills Hiruko 2 at 11 p.m. So even if we leap as soon as that window opens, we'll only have 40 minutes. That's right, 40 minutes to get it all done. But it takes over half an hour just to get back to the school from here. Would you prefer to call a taxi? I know it wouldn't be easy, but we still have to try. While we waited for the blood space waves, Hiruko showed me how to use the machine. Oh, it's a lot more simple than I thought. Everything sounds simple when it's explained to you. I had to put in a lot of work to figure all this out. It was 10:19 p.m., just 1 minute until we could jump. We had already changed into our leap suit and adjusted the machine's settings. Let's go over everything one last time. What timeline are we going leaping to? Killer zombie. And what's our objective? To remove the G data from Takumi 2's brain and prevent Hiruko 2's murder. Good, it's time. Let's get started. I hit the red button on the control console and we both stepped onto the platform. Okay, let's do this. Here we come. Okay. Did we do it? Did we leap? Don't just stand there. We need to get going. Hiruko was already on her way outside. I grabbed a fire extinguisher and I hurried up to her. Shouldn't we take off our lip suits first? I can't remember which lip it was, but I tried to doing this in my regular clothes at once. It didn't end well. There's two Hirukos. This one is fake. It must be a shape-shifting commander. They captured me, shut me up in a cage in courtyard from then to day 100. If you want the same thing to happen to you, I won't stop you.
No.
Now pick up the pace. You know we don't have a lot of time. Hiruko took off running. I did the same, and we started our journey back to school. We still had a ways to go, so I decided to ask about something. Hey, can you tell me more about what happened between Hiruko 2 and Takumi 2? It all started around this time actually. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to take a walk around the school. That's when Takumi 2 attacked me, and G data in his brain must have finally taken over. He chased me into a bio lab. He was far stronger than he had any right to be. A G can draw out superhuman reserves of strength from its host after all. He slammed my head onto the operating table, and while I was still dazed from that, well, you get the idea, I never had a chance to fight back. We had almost reached the academy. I could see the wall of fire up ahead. Suddenly Hiruko stopped and picked something up off the ground. Is that a power cell? We'll be needing this. What for? Takumi 2 locked the biolab door behind him when he attacked me. We'll have to break it down to get to him. This is the fastest way to do that. I was starting to get a bad feeling about this. Hold on, I've seen that power cell kill our friends in this timeline. By taking that into the school, you're putting them all in danger. That won't happen. We are going to cure Takumi 2 after all. But what if we mess it up? We won't. How can you be so sure? Enough talk. You are my servant, aren't you? You said you'll do anything to help, didn't you? I guess, but... Then don't talk back. Just do as you are told. Hiruko took up forward the wall, power saw in hand. I followed a few steps behind, trying to keep down the panic rising in my chest. It's good to finally understand what happened. Before long we arrived at the school. I checked the time. It was displayed in the corner of the little window in the front of my helmet. Okay, it's 10, almost 11 p.m. We have got only 4 minutes. We have to hurry. We barreled through the entrance hall and into the hallway. Hiruko kept going through the halls and up the stairs. It was all I could do to keep up with her. Soon enough we reached the second floor. I found myself outside the door to the biolab. Hiruko had gotten there before me, of course. Saw the two of them running there just now. Hiruko 2 went in first, then Takumi 2 chased after her. He was carrying a kitchen knife, just like I remember in that case. I was right, the door is locked. Damn it. I pulled on the door myself just in case, but it wouldn't budge. Then I heard a noise from inside the door. That was probably Hiruko 2 getting thrown around. It's already almost 11 p.m. This is bad, we're almost out of time. Stand back. I barely had time to react before you could retrieve her power saw and charge forward. There was a terrible splintering sound as the door yielded to the relentless rotating metal blades. Come on! Following Hiruko's lead, I stepped through into the biolab, but I was not ready for what was waiting for me inside. It took me a moment to process what had been happening. Hiruko had gone in first, but now she was crumbled in a corner. A blow from Takumi 2 must have sent her flying. From the sound of that groan, she was going to be out of action for a while. And on the other side of the operating table was Hiruko 2. She was also on the floor and looked pretty out of it too. Both of Hirukos were down for the count. Obviously only one person could be responsible for this. Takumi 2, this is the timeline version of me. our eyes met and I froze up. I wasn't used to looking at my own body from the outside. It was such a surreal experience. I just stood there forgetting even to breathe. But it wasn't long until time started to flow again. I was dragged back to reality. Takumi raised his kitchen knife and dashed toward me. Alright. Hiruko said the lips would repel Himo Anima, but that wasn't a class weapon he was holding. It was more than capable of tearing through the suit and hurting me. He swung wildly, but I did my best to dodge his blows. Obviously, I wasn't about to let myself get killed, especially not by my own doppelganger. But I couldn't keep dodging forever. He was sure to hit me sooner or later. I needed a weapon, something I could use to fight back. Right as that thought crossed my mind, my foot brushed against something. Glanced down, it was the power saw. Hiruko must have dropped it when she got knocked over, and was still running. I ducked down, grabbed it, and swung it to the side. The blade connected with the other Mii's knife and sent it flying. That didn't stop him though. He grabbed at my arm, trying to take the power cell from me. I wasn't about to go down without a fight. I wrenched it away and kicked him in the stomach. Slammed against the wall and fell to the floor, his face contorted in pain. I must have hit him pretty hard. He wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. I took advantage of the lull in the fight to go and check on Hiruko too. She didn't seem to have any visible injuries, but I had to make sure she was okay. With all that strafing around I had been doing, not to mention the run over here, I wasn't exactly feeling at my best. I fought through the fatigue and lumbered over to this timeline's Hiruko. Just as I was about to reach her, something slammed into me hard from behind, staggered a few steps, suddenly off balance. Takumi too saw his opportunity and took it. As two of us grappled, we found ourselves near the window. And then, next thing I knew, I was in the air with Takumi still clinging to me. He must have tackled me with so much force that it sent us right through the window. Shards of glass were all around us, sparkling in the night air. For one weird, disconnected moment, it actually looked kind of beautiful. But then the laws of the physics kicked in and we were falling, rocketing toward the ground faster than either of us could deal with. My lip suit must have provided some protection, because falling from the second floor didn't hurt nearly as much as it should have. Saw the power cell lying to my side. I grabbed it and got to my feet, looking around for Takumi. Was standing nearby, maybe 30 feet away. It looked like he had just gotten to his feet. He was still swaying unsteadily. Well, I had prevented Hiruko's murder. That just left one thing still to do in this limelight. We had to treat Takumi. I couldn't let him get away now. I tightened my grip on the power saw and ran toward him. My double saw me coming and ran. I stayed on his tail and eventually cornered him right in front of the wall of fire. I raised my power saw and revved it in the light of the undying flames. The blade glinted ominously. I wasn't going to kill Takumi obviously. I didn't even want to hurt him. Maybe from an alternate reality, but he was still me after all. So what was I going to do? Just threaten him? If he thought I was out to kill him, maybe he would come quietly. I decided to go with that and after the power saw again. Wait, something about this doesn't seem right. Haven't I seen this happen before? I couldn't have been distracted for more than 2 seconds, but that was all he needed. Pain flashed across my left leg and my view started to tilt to the side. As I toppled over, everything seemed to slow down, and I found myself thinking, I should have seen this coming. Then my downward movement came to an abrupt stop. I felt my head slam against the cold hard ground. Even with my helmet on, it was a real shock to my system. I was majorly disoriented. I could barely string two coherent thoughts together, let alone come up with a plan to fight back. Through instinct more than anything else, I managed to stagger back to my feet. My thoughts were still hazy, but one thing was abundantly clear. I didn't have the power saw anymore, so it must be... Now it's my turn. He took over and I ran back toward the school as fast as I could.
You won't get away!
The tables had turned. Now Takumi was after me. Fortunately, I wasn't moving very fast. He wasn't moving very fast, probably because he was weighed down by the power saw. My vision was back to normal now, but the haze around my thoughts was still there. Felt like I was forgetting something important, but I couldn't think what. Before I could figure it out, Takumi made his move. He discarded the power saw, tossing it aside into the bushes. Now that he had lightened his load, he was a lot faster than before and gaining on me fast. He and I were the same person, of course, so our running speeds should have been the same, except I had a big clunky lip suit slowing me down. It's only a matter of time before he catches me. I need to find somewhere I can teach this to it. Right as the thought crossed my mind, the outline of the school came into view up ahead. I put on the burst of the speed, running for the school with all my might. I scrambled into the hallway up to the stairs. My feet were barely even touching the ground as I fled along the second floor. Finally, I trundled into the bathroom. Held my breath and listened hard. I could hear footsteps in the hall outside. They got closer, then passed by and gradually faded away. Phew! I let out a sigh and leaned back against the wall. My head was swinging. I just stood there and spaced out for a while. So what am I supposed to do now? I still have to get that guy under control somehow. Maybe I can hide and try to get the jump on him. This street is so hard to move around in, though. I won't be doing anything stealthy in this. It will be easy for him to turn the tables on me if anything goes wrong too. The solution to do that was obvious enough. I ditched the suit. I took off my lip suit. Looking around, I found a supply closet and stuffed it in there. Okay, I better get going. We need to fix this quick before our window to leap back closes. My first move will be to find Hiruko. She was probably still in the biolab. I walked toward the bathroom, but just as I was about to open it, would they have hidden in the bathroom? Guess I better check. Darn it, why did he have to pick now to think about looking in here? I looked around for a safe. There was no point hiding in one of the stalls. I would get found out right away. In that case, there's only one way out. I ran to the window and opened it. Jumped out with all the energy I could muster, but something went wrong. Maybe it was the fatigue setting in, but I couldn't control my posture like I wanted. I fell flat on my back, my head hitting the ground with a sickening crunch. I had really done it this time. My consciousness was leaving me like smoke blown away in a strong breeze. Right before it all went dark, I was aware of footsteps nearby and somebody saying something.
Takumi, are you okay? Hold on. Stay with me.
That was where my memory cut out for the day. The next thing I knew, my mind melted away into chaos and confusion. I woke up suddenly. I looked around trying to orient myself.
Where am I?
Can't you tell? It's your room. In the SF timeline, that is.
SF?
Steady Fundamental. It's the one we started off in.
Did you have to carry me here again?
Yes. You need to start taking better care of yourself. I'm not your mother, you know.
I don't understand.
It's like when a child falls asleep in front of the TV, and their mother picks them up and puts them to bed. I've basically done the same for you. several times now.
When she put it like that, I did feel kinda guilty. I shifted uncomfortably and sat up in the bed. What happened after I blacked out?
Oh?
Don't worry about it. We fulfilled both of our goals. Right, I figured we saved Hiruko too, but what about the other one?
Oh.
We don't need to worry about Takumi 2's parasite problem. I actually had two thumb drives. Nico gave me an extra one as a spare. Gave it to Hiruko too, and I revealed myself to her and explained everything. Did she already know about the time loop and parallel leaping? No, not every me in every timeline has the same memories. She had only recovered a few fragments so far. It must have been hard for her to wrap her head around. She managed just fine, I should know. She's a past version of me after all. I know her history well. I even remember what happened next from when I was her. As Hiruko 2, I injected Takumi 2 with an anesthetic and used the repair program to treat him. A program I got from a thumb drive given to me by me, Hiruko 1. That was all well and good, but she hadn't seen it for herself this time. That made me uneasy. I took out the device Hiruko had given me. When is the next time the blood space waves search? Thinking of leaping back to Killer Zombie to check on it. Don't you believe me? It's not like that. Either way, we won't be leaping anytime soon. Look at the screen. Okay, only day 20? Right, we won't be able to leap again until then. That's 3 days from now. So we are staying put for 3 days. That's just how this works. Do these surges have any kind of pattern? Unfortunately not. Everything from their variation to their wavelength to their regularity is completely random. The same goes for the periods when they surge and how long they last. We never really know what we are dealing with until they arrive. We are lucky these devices even allow us to predict the next surge. For now, you'll just have to trust me. So Takumi 2 is really fine now. We don't have to worry about him anymore. That's right. After breakfast, I went back to the roof to think. Our next sleep is on day 20 and next battle is on the night of the day 21. That gives me some downtime before then, but I still have to use it productively. I decided to go back to my room and then take a walk around the school and see what everyone else was doing. Now what? Hiruko said the killer zombie Takumi 2 was fixed now. So where was she going to live on day 20? I had other questions for her too, but they could wait until tomorrow. Right now, all I want to do was go to the bed. As usual, everyone wandered off to their own thing after breakfast. At some point, I lost track of Hiruko. Maybe I'll wait until tonight to speak to her. Having decided on that, I began looking for ways to spend the rest of my day. Why did you ask me to come all the way out here? Sorry, I wanted to make sure we wouldn't be interrupted. But I didn't even bring my riding crop. I didn't call you out here so you could give me a secret spanking. Do you want me to step on you then? No, not that either. So what do you want? It's about flipping. I was worried that someone might overhear us if we talked in our rooms. Like how you ended up following me and poking your nose where it didn't belong? I know that. What did you want to ask? First of all, the blood space waves are going to surge on day 20, right? What timeline are we going to jump to? You really want to know? Yeah. Can I drip molten candle wax on your colic?
Hey!
Why would you want to do that? I want to see what it looks like slicked down. I'm actually still thinking about which timeline to visit next. I'll let you know when I come to a decision. Okay, so she hasn't made her mind. We switched to a new location before continuing our conversation. 2 days ago, you said the parallel leap machine was made by some kind of researchers, right? I don't know that for sure, it's just speculation, but it didn't just come out of nowhere. That's fine, let's assume it's true. But which side were these researchers on? Were they human or the invaders? There's really no way to tell. From the look of the lab building, it doesn't seem to have any government or military connections. Perhaps they were part of a smaller organization or built it in secret as part of some private endeavor. I mean, think about it. No matter who built it, that machine could provide a huge advantage to the war effort. So the fact that no one has used it means neither side know it exists. That's what I think anyway. Neither Veshness or Sira or Nigo have ever mentioned parallel leaping either. Not ever? No, not in any timeline I have seen in any of my 146 loops. Okay, who built that stuff? We moved again, a new question. So about our most recent lap. Our objective was to change history by saving Hiruko 2 and stopping Takumi 2 from becoming a serial killer. Did we really achieve that though? Of course, Hiruko 2 is still alive and Takumi 2 was successfully treated. What are you so worried about? It just isn't there a timeline out there where we didn't succeed. Naturally, there are infinite possibilities out there in the blood space realm. But if that's the case, is it even accurate to say we change history? Isn't it more like we created new timeline, kind of like laying down new train rails to replace old ones? Yes, but what of it? I'm just wondering if there is any point in it. The old rails still exist, so have we really fixed anything? Trust me, there's definitely a point. Why? Let's just say there is a train that is destined to constructively run through a fiery hell space. The passengers inside will be forced to endure constant pain and suffering. Now imagine we lay down a new set of rails branching off from that line. One version of the train now gets to enjoy a safe, comfortable journey. Of course, one of them is still destined to burn in hell wire. There's no changing that. But if it's better than if we had never added that second line at all. At least this gives the passengers a 1 in 2 chance at happiness. I think I get what she means, but still. I'm still having trouble coming to terms with this. What's the problem? Are we even laying down the new rails at all? What do you mean? When we left 2 days ago, things played out in the killer zombie time exactly like I remembered from when I was Takumi 2. The only difference was I was seeing them from steady fundamental perspective as Takumi 1. The person who attacked me with the powers saw when I was Takumi 2. It was actually me, Takumi 1. It took me a while to notice what was happening and I still don't understand it. Without even meaning to, I ended up making history repeat itself. Almost like I was on rails, going along a predetermined route. It makes me feel like destiny is controlling us or something. And I got to thinking, what if history refuses to change? What if our actions don't create new timelines after all? I already told you, Hiruko 2 is alive and Takumi 2 has been treated. That's something that wouldn't have happened without our intervention. We definitely created a new timeline. But the fact that history seemed to repeat itself for you is probably just leap damage. Remember what I told you. Leap damage can affect your memories and your ability to reason if it reaches your brain. Obviously I didn't make my point clearly enough. I had a feeling that loss of reasoning was also something that happened because it was part of a predetermined history. Like we couldn't escape it no matter what we did. Hiruko and I finished talking and went back to the roof. You look like you are still having doubts. I'm telling you, it's nothing to worry about. We are creating new timelines and it's changing things for the better. If it weren't, there would be no point in anything we do here in this timeline. And don't forget your promise. I'll build us a future where we can all be happy. That's what you said. Does that help? Are you going to sleep better tonight? I don't know. I'll get you some medicine to help you sleep. Take it, go to bed, and forget all about these groundless warriors, understand? She left before I could respond as usual. After that, I took the sleeping medicine that Hiruko brought me and sank into a deep, dreamless sleep. Okay, dreamless, I take it we won't dream. What's this? What? Did we slip through an entire day? I jolted awake suddenly, judging by the sky outside. It was already nighttime. I had practically slept the whole day away, and the sleeping medicine had done its job at any rate. That's some strong stuff. Weirdly, my face really hurt now. I had no idea what could have caused that. Rubbing my sore cheeks, I looked at the clock. It was 7:15 p.m. At this time of day, there might still be people in the cafeteria having dinner. Okay, I'll go check it out. Hey there, Sumino. You're finally awake, huh? Right. Man, I still can't stop thinking about what we just saw. It was awesome. I know, right? So much fun. Huh? What are you guys talking about? has Nigo's hidden talent, man. It was some next level shit. Very nice of you to say that. So, oh right, this is day 19. I always seem to miss it, no matter what timeline I'm in. It was a wonderful performance. Indeed, it was truly high-class entertainment. It was so inspired. I was so inspired. I practically ascended to a higher plane of consciousness. Isn't that right, sister dearest? Those 6 hours went by in a flash. We did try waking you up, Takumi, but no matter how hard I slapped you, it never did any good. So okay, that explains why our face hurt. So that's why my cheeks hurt so much. Well, that's too bad for you. Nigo, could you do it one more time for Takumi? I'm sorry, but each of my shows is absolutely unique. No recordings, no repeats, no exceptions. I looked over at Hiruko. Our eyes met and she joined the conversation. You missed out on the opportunity of a lifetime. Apparently I was the only one who missed it this time too. This was so unfair. I greeted my teeth and glared daggers at Hiruko. She's laughing. She just laughed. She was enjoying this. All at once her offering to help me sleep made a whole lot more sense. Okay. After dinner, I ran to the war room as fast as I could. Sire and Nigo were there waiting for me. I turned to Nigo and made a sincere, heartfelt entreaty. Please, just this once. I don't need full 6 hour shot. 5 minutes will be enough. Sorry, old boy, but like I said, never repeat a performance. Can you make an exception? Give it up, Sumino. Oh, come on, you two always do whatever Hiruko says. I'm afraid I don't follow. The cerebral glitch repair program, you gave that to her when she asked for it, right? Yeah, well, Shizuhara says she really needed it. That was enough for you to hand it over?
Hey.
Of course not. All this was on day 4, right? Shizuhara came to us and told us about the time loop.
She even told us top secret intel only Nigo and I should know about. That's what convinced me she was telling the truth. And that's when she made us an offer we couldn't refuse. I know which days the enemy attacks will happen. I'll share this information with you, but you have to do as I say in return. I mean, who's gonna turn down a deal like that? I mean, her ultimate goal is for all of you to survive through to day 100. In other words, she wants to win the war just like we do.
I wouldn't count on that.
Her interests and ours match up. So it only seemed natural that we agree to work together. Hence, why I gave her the thumb drive.
Do you feel the same, Nigo? You mean, is that why I comply with Miss Shizuhara's requests? I know that. Not exactly, it's more that I feel indebted to her. She went to the trouble of forcing me away from second to last defense academy on day 6 after all. If I'd stayed there, I would surely be a pile of lifeless scrap by now. I would have been obliged to self-destruct at some point, and well, I'm just so grateful that it didn't have to come to that. I didn't give up. I begged Nigo to show me his hidden talent for a while after that, but my pleases fell on deaf ears, and I had to leave disappointed. I returned to my room and got into the bed. Despite not knowing very much during the day, I fell asleep pretty easily. That night, I had a dream about Nigo juggling flaming torches while playing the theremin. Okay. After breakfast, I went looking for Hiruko. I found her on the roof. I made sure no one else was around before speaking to her. Hey, you got a minute? You want to know about today's leap, I assume? We can go starting from 1 p.m., right? There's still plenty of time to train in the meantime. Don't you forget we have a battle coming up tomorrow night.
Huh?
Have you decided where we are going? Yes, to the Red Snom timeline. Red Snom? Whatever. I suppose you don't know about that one, or you just haven't remembered it yet. That timeline, you and Darim are raising a strange creature called Red Snow? Okay, but why are we living there? To find someone, specifically a mysterious old person. For some reason, he only appears in certain timelines. We won't find him here in the steady fundamental branch, no matter how hard we look. But he's there in the Red Snom timeline? I think so. I met him there once before. I was exploring the ruins and found him standing outside a cave. Then he said something. Looks to me you are caught in cursed cycle. I could only vaguely remember, but that phrase sounded familiar to me too. I hadn't recovered my memories at that point, so I didn't recognize the significance of what he said. But I do now. When he spoke about a cursed cycle, he was referring to the time loop. So whoever this guy is, he knows about the loop? Yes, and there's a chance he also knows how to leave it. I gulped. With that in mind, we are leaping to that timeline this afternoon. But, no buts. Just be a good servant and do as you are told. Do I make myself clear? She left before I could respond as usual. Red Snom, huh? Nope, still doesn't ring any bells. But if this strange old man could tell us how to escape the loop, that will be a big step forward. My heart beat faster just at the thought of it. I would have to wait until the afternoon for the main event. I still had the first part of the day free. I decided to go see if I could find a way to use that time productively. Okay, almost 13 p.m. We had set up the machine and had our leap suits on ready. Now we just had to wait. When it was almost time, Hiruko spoke up suddenly. Let's do a recap before we leave. Like last time. Which timeline are we leaping to? Time Red Snom timeline. And what's our objective? To find the old man and ask him about the cursed cycle. Good, I'm glad you have a grasp on the basics. The moment she finished speaking, I saw the time change to 1 p.m. in the corner of my eye. You want to get going? Hiruko pressed the red button and two of us stepped onto the round platform. No. Yes, let's do this. So this is the Red Snom timeline. Everything looks like the same to me. Were you expecting to see dinosaurs walking around or something? It's my third time leaping to a parallel universe, but it still doesn't feel real. In a broad sense, these alternative timelines aren't that different from our own. By the way, about our leap suits. We are keeping them on. You never know when we might run into someone unexpectedly. I thought you remembered what happened in this timeline. No. Do you remember what you had for dinner 3 nights ago? I've been doing this for at least 146 loops. I can't remember every detail from every timeline. I never thought of it like that. So where do we find this old man we are looking for? Like I said, I found him outside a cave the first time. I don't know if he'll be there now, but it's worth a try. Okay, let's go check it out. I don't see any caves around here. How much further is it? What, do you have a problem with walking? No, I was just asking. Then stop flapping your gums and start moving your feet. Or curl up in a ball like an armadillo and I'll kick you all the way there. Pardon me for breathing. I did as Hiruko said, the part about staying quiet and walking. That is, We made our way through the ruined town, but just as it was turning a corner... Hmm? Okay, not good. I strangled cry escape my mouth. I tried to smother it, but it was too late. There was really only one thing I could think about now, getting away from here and past. I looked at Hiruko and saw her helmet move up and down. I nodded that was our signal. We turned away and began sprinting as fast as we could.
Hey, wait!
Who the heck are you guys?
The other two chased after us. We had to shake them off. We did everything we could to get away, turning corners, ducking down side streets and cutting through abandoned houses. After running around like that for a while, it finally seemed safe again. There was no sign of our pursuers, so we stopped to catch our breath. Who was that back there? Do you really need to ask? It was this timeline's version of Darumi and you. But it's not like in the Killer Zombie branch. I don't remember anything like this happening before. I can't think of two possible explanation for that. Either you have experienced it but don't remember, or you are going to experience it at some point in the future. In the future? No, that can't be right. I'm determined not to go through this loop again. This will be the last time I experience this. 100 days. So there's no way I'm seeing something that I haven't lived through yet. At least we got away from them. If they had gotten hold of us and taken off our suits, we would have been in trouble. Yeah, I don't want to have to end up fighting myself again. They're probably still nearby. We should get moving before they can find us. Seriously? Phew, we are finally here. Now where's the old man? I thought I already explained this. I met him here once before during a previous loop. There's no guarantee he'll be... Marinate? Huh? We both spun around and standing there was... Oh, my apologies. I meant you are late. It's my age and my memory isn't what it used to be. That doesn't seem like the kind of mistake you can chalk up to forgetfulness. Marinating is actually the process of soaking foods to soften them up. I could tell you a wonderful recipe for ginger marinated squash. I was just about to ask him to get to the point, but Hiruko beat me to the punch. Sir, I believe you are familiar with the cursed cycle? You mentioned it to me before. Well, it wasn't really before from your perspective. The point is, I have heard you mention that phrase. Ah yes, its stats look good. But once you equip it, you can't take it off. A cursed equipment like you find in RPGs, this isn't a physical object we are talking about, it's the loop, yes? Huh? The time loop, that's what you young people call it, isn't it? So you do know about it. The cursed cycle, it's a legend passed down in this land since time immemorial. A legend? There once existed a race with the blood of God running through their veins, the so-called Brethren of the Blood. This was long, long ago, but who knows, there might still be some out there today. These were people created by God's own will, who lived a blessed life, until one day evildoers from a distant land appeared and, by use of secret arts, created copies of the Brethren. God was angry and visited a terrible retribution upon a number of these copies. That is what came to known as the cursed cycle. Indeed, a truly dreadful punishment. A prison constructed not of brick and mortar or iron bar, but of time itself. Those within it were forced to watch history repeat itself over and over again in an endless loop. That is the cursed cycle. As for those trapped inside, not even I know what became of them. Perhaps they linger there still, never able to leave, constantly longing for the sweet release of death. They all lived happily ever after. Nothing about that was happy. Sir, we are looking for a way to leave this loop. Can you tell us anything that might help? There's no mention of anything like that in the legends. Our shoulders slumped in disappointment, but now that your tension is hit, I mean now that you mention it, I was like, there was somebody researching the curse cycle many years ago. His name was Niro Inone, whatever that is. No long dead, he was an impressive polymath in his time. Excelled in study of both folklore and particle physics, so he created that parallel loop machine. I've heard that Professor Inon compiled the result of his research and his life work into a single volume. One of his goals with it was to prove the potential existence of curse cycle and examine its mechanics from a scientific perspective. What's this book called? Reflections on Impressatory Metaphysic. Oh, okay, it is hard to read. I know it all sounds very occult, but it's not got no relation to cursed spirits or sorcerers, in case you are wondering. Well, will it tell us how to get out the loop? I've never read it myself, so I can't say for sure, but there's a chance it could offer you some clues. Hiruko and I looked at each other and nodded. Must say, you two are dressed rather strangely. Have you maybe come from space? Well, in a way, something like that. We thanked the old man and went on our way. Okay, we are back. We returned to the lab and from there leaped back to our own steady fundamental timeline. On our arrival, we took off our leap suits and talked about what we should do next. Our only lead is Professor Inon's reflections on impressor metaphysiosis, whatever that is. Where do we even start looking for something like that? True, there's no sign of any libraries anywhere outside the school. We'll just have to try inside the school then. We walked back to the school and headed for library. Hiruko and I spent the rest of the day and most of the night searching the library's different index lists. It's no good, there's no sign of that book ever having been here. Nothing else by Professor In1 either. This message came up when I searched on PC though. Records in its database are incomplete. New books may have been added to the collection without the index being updated. So we have to search the stacks manually? Have you seen how many books there are here? I'm afraid that's our only option. I stared in bewilderment at the rows upon rows of the books and documents lined up throughout the room. It's getting late though. Let's call it a day for now. Our next defensive battle is tomorrow night. We should be fine to start looking during the day. Speaking of which, you remember which commander attacks tomorrow, don't you? I know that. Yeah, it's Eva. We'll need to think about what to do with her as well. Once we got to the roof, I parted ways with Hiruko and went back to my room. What do we do with Eva, huh? Thought about it, alright. I got into bed and thought about it for several hours. By the time I had reached an answer, it was starting to get light outside. What? You're not gonna spare her? Okay. After breakfast, Hiruko and I headed straight for library. Before we start looking for the book, did you finish that homework I gave you? I know that I looked Hiruko in the eyes. Yes, we are definitely not killing Eva. Good to know. And why is that? There's a timeline where Eva's ghost tried to strangle me. It turned out to be just a hallucination my mind made real, but still. I remember that too. It's the timeline where the Junior Leo doll almost killed me. Or rather the zombified G-possessed creature inside that doll. I've been calling it the Box of Calamity timeline in my head. All the terrible things that happened to us in that timeline. All of our friends who died painful death. It all leads back to one thing. Opening that little box was the start of it all. That's true enough, but it's possible to trace it back even further. You could say it all started when I made the decision to finish off Eva.
Huh?
That was when she told us about the box of blessing. Or the box of calamity as it actually turned out to be. So you want to keep Eva alive to prevent this timeline going in a similar direction. I noted. Alright, that makes sense. I'll back you up on this. In the meantime, start looking for the Metaphysiosis book. Okay, that book. I've got something I need to do first. What? Nothing you need to worry about. Just follow my instruction, understand? I spent the next couple of hours scouring in the shelves in the library. Try as I might, I couldn't find any sign of the book we needed. Just as I was about to take a break, Hiruko walked in. How is it going? Nothing so far. How much of the library have you searched? Maybe a tenth of the whole thing?
Oh.
That's barely anything. What are you doing here? Going on a bizarre journey? Rereading your favorite manga? Of course not. I'm trying my best. Well, in a way, I suppose that's good news. It means there's still a possibility of finding it in here. Hiruko looked up at the remaining shelves hopefully. How about you? Have you been doing all this time? For starters, I got Kako and Ima to stop fighting and make up with each other. I also spoke to Siri and Nigo and told them any relevant details about tonight's battle that I could remember. Does that mean everyone else knows about Eva too? Yes, Siri and Nigo should have told them by now. Okay, what else? What else? Don't forget who is the master here. Why should I have to explain every little thing to you? I was just asking. Hiruko sighed and touched her glasses near her temple. She must have been checking the time. Anyway, it will be sundown soon. I'm sure you have things you want to do before the battle as well. Go spend your time wisely. I'll take over in here. Just like that, Hiruko was being nice to me again. I get emotional whiplash trying to keep up with her mood changes sometimes, but I'm not going to complain. Alright, if you say so, thanks Hiruko. Okay, what should I do now? Immediately after the nighttime announcement, the alarm sounded.
Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Unauthorized personnel detected on school grounds. Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
Yeah, it's Eva. Alright, it's about time those creeps got here. Attacking us after hours. Such bold-faced insolence. Right, losing sleep is bad for your skin. Don't sweat it, I'll finish this in 5 minutes. Tops. I'm starting to wish I didn't eat that curry before the bed. Why would you eat curry this late in the day? You knew there'd be an enemy attack around this time, didn't you? I did, but it was a plate of my Osazuki curry. Gotcha, makes total sense now. Yeah, no one can resist that kind of temptation. Let's give this one our all, everybody. Are you ready, sister dearest? Ready when you are, brother dearest. It was encouraging to see Kako and Ima on such a good terms. In other timelines they were usually on the rocks around this time, but like Hiruko said, she seemed to have got them to make up. You guys wanna get moving soon? If we stand here talking too long, the enemy will be upon us in no time. Takumi. At Hiruko's prompt, everyone turned to look at me. I met their gaze and gave my answer. Yeah, let's do this. Special Defense Unit, move out. Right, annihilate all enemies. Wave 1 ends.
Not enough. The holy Jumanji sword still thirsts for the blood of the wicked!
Hey, Takamaru. I think it's been more than 5 minutes now.
Yeah, well, my body clock ain't even past 5 seconds yet.
So, where's this Ava commander we're supposed to be fighting?
She should be showing up soon. That's what Sirei said, isn't it?
She'll cover the battlefield in a thick mist, and she'll be in the middle of it.
Right, there it is. There they are.
Is this that mist we were warned about?
It's kind of messing with my balance. Feels like I'm gonna spew a whole bunch of carrots and sweet potatoes.
Ugh, Siri was right. Fighting with this stuff everywhere won't be easy.
Ima, Kako, this is where you two come in.
That's always how we have won this battle in other timelines.
Your skills complement each other perfectly. If you can work together.
Say no more. My dear brother and I just have to
show everyone how strong our sibling love really is.
Alright, the twins smiled at each other and nodded.
Right. Go for it.
Okay, enemies approaching. Alright. There she is.
Here we go.
Paragon of nature.
All right, the mist's gone. I can see everything.
Look, over there!
Is that?
Yes, that's the commander we'll be facing this time.
That's Ava! Enough yapping! Just hurry up and take her down!
You can do it, everybody! Special Defense Unit! Rah, rah, rah!
What is rah rah rah? Okay. More of these? Ah, come on. What was the point of defeating them in the first time? Okay. Let's do this, huh?
Phew! Looks like we won!
Thank goodness! Any longer and I'd be cleaning regurgitated curry off my class armor.
What are we to do with our fallen foe?
Everyone turned to look at Eva.
Please, don't kill me. My name is...
Ava, the paragon of nature, right?
We know that already.
What? How?
We've got sources of our own.
I see. Well, at any rate, I beg of you, please, spare my life.
Eva brought her hand up to her mask as usual, and in a swift, smooth movement took it off. The boys all let out a gasp, possibly as a response to that. Moko was the first to speak.
I say we kill her.
What?
I agree. Yeah, let's rip out her entrails.
Now you mention it. My neck's been feeling awfully cold lately.
What's with you guys?
You want to wear intestines as a scarf?
Sorry, but I'm with them. She has to die.
You too, Tsubasa?
I hate to see this, but I think so too.
Hey, what's going on with you
Even
guys?
you?
Nozomi?
If we let her live, you can bet it'll mean trouble later down the line.
No matter how nice she may look, she's still our enemy.
What? You mean even you, Shoma?
Kinda sucks, but that's just how it's gotta be.
Well said.
Yeah, you're right.
What's going on? They all want to kill her?
I'm sorry, Takumi. It looks like we'll have to finish her off after all.
Well,
No.
Please, no! Don't kill me! Let me live. I beg of you. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Please, don't kill me.
but then
Everybody ready? 1, 2,
Just kidding!
seriously, oh my god, you guys had me fooled. For a moment it felt like that I might stop. I think my heart did too. What kind of sick joke is that? Tried to speak, but I could only manage to croak out a single confused sound. Huh?
What? Yeah, he totally fell for it. You've been dynamite, bruh.
Oh, you had me there.
Today is your birthday, right?
We all wanted to give you a surprise, so we all got together and decided to trick you.
Guys, it's not my birthday. And even if it was, this isn't the kind of surprise anyone would want.
Yeah, don't sweat the small stuff, man.
Anyway, I'm glad we got this chance to shake you up a little.
You are? Why?
Lately, it feels like you've been keeping your distance from the rest of us.
We thought a communal event like this would help boost our affinity level with you.
Nope, I've got no idea what is that supposed to mean.
It was Miss Shizuhara who gave us the idea.
She knew you wouldn't want to kill Ava if you had the choice.
I looked at Hiruko, she smirked back at me, a self-satisfied look on her face. Then I looked back at Eva, she was taking the news well, but
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
she was still crying and stammering, but now it was from relief more than fear. The hell? After the battle, Eva was officially taken prisoner and detained in the courtyard. She obviously had no way of knowing how Eito had escaped those cages, so there wouldn't be any problem with keeping her in one. It was late, so we didn't have any kind of post-battle celebration. Everyone seemed pretty happy though, both with our victory and with how successfully they had pranked me. They all went back to their rooms with smiles on their faces. That just left me and Hiruko. She was still smiling that same infuriating smile. I can tell you, you are trying to ask, so I won't beat around the bush. This whole thing was my idea, just like Ima and Kako said. I genuinely didn't agree with you that we should spare. Did agree with you that we should spare Eva, so I took the opportunity to convince everyone of that, while also setting up the surprise. Were Sir and Nigo in on this too? Of course, at first they were opposed to letting her live, but then I gave them some tips on how to improve their Dolmanic cognitive reconstruction therapy. With this new and improved version, the brainwashing won't come undone, provided she isn't subjected to any powerful shocks. Eva will remain our royal ally right up to day 100. Once they heard that, they agreed to it readily enough. Why did you do it? Do what? Why did you set up this cruel surprise in the first place? You really haven't realized, have you? You are so cute when you are facing a situation that looks absolutely hopeless. Your face gets all tense, you go as white as a sheet, and you practically drench yourself in cold sweat. You look like a peeled banana that has been stripped out of it inside. Why did I do this? It's really nothing special, I just wanted to see that look on your face. Well, good night. Well, that was cruel. With that last remark, Hiruko walked away. I was left standing there and heaved a sigh, so heavy it could have been made of solid lead. Day 22.
Get prepared. Be ready to get.
Okay, let's see what we have here. After a late breakfast, I went to courtyard to check on Eva. When I got there... Okay, so they already let her out. I guess that's good news. She couldn't have escaped already, could she? That's when I noticed I wasn't alone. Yugamo, you're here to see Eva. Sorry, but she's not here. Yeah, I can see that. She's in the infirmary. Apparently Sira is brainwashing her. Really? I'm so jealous. You think he will throw in some physical torture to really make the conditioning sink in? I'm getting chills. Imagine what kind of atrocities he is committing in there. I wish I could be there to watch. Sira was very firm though. No one is allowed in until the process is complete. How mortifying. I reluctantly gave up on talking to Ivan, headed for the library. When I arrived, somebody else was already there. Hiruko. You're late. Have you been off shooting the breeze somewhere? Yeah, I almost hit it too. I told Hiruko about Eva. Her reaction was more or less what I had expected. I don't want to sound too dismissive, but you already knew she was going to be brainwashed once we took her prisoner. Guess so, but take your mind off it and get to work. Back to looking for the book, huh? One more thing before you start. Your joke about shooting the breeze and almost hitting it just now, it wasn't the least bit funny. Alright, let's get to it. In that moment, my face probably looked like a peeled banana that had been in the sun too long. But I didn't want to give Hiruko the satisfaction of seeing it. I turned away and began examining the books on the shelves, searching for the title we wanted. Hours went by, but we still failed to turn up Reflections on the Impressed. Okay, you know that book. Don't get discouraged. We have still only searched 40% of what is here. So we're not even halfway. That's depressing. No, it means we still have hope. If we had searched everything and still hadn't found it, that would be depressing. I admire your optimism. While I sighed in exhaustion, Hiruko tapped her glasses by her temple. It's almost evening. Let's call it a day here. Huh? Already? Don't forget what Shoma said yesterday.
Lately, it feels like you've been keeping your distance from the rest of us.
Yeah, go talk to Nozomi. As our captain, you need to maintain a good relationship with all your team members. That's true. So you want me to use this time to go hang out with someone? Hiruko nodded. I'll go crazy if I have to spend the whole day in here. I'm going to go somewhere else for a while. So you may as well take a break too. Okay, I left Hiruko to do her own thing and went back to my room. Coming back here feels like a good way to center myself. It was almost like getting a fresh start on my day. After taking a moment to get my thoughts in order, I headed out like usual. Evening came and went on my way back to my room. After dinner, I happened to see Hiruko in the hallway. She didn't notice me and kept on walking until she reached the door to the gym. She opened it and went inside. What could she be doing in there? Curious, I followed her. What? Are you stalking me now? No, I just saw you going in here and wondered if something was up. Nothing is up here, apart from the punching bags, the lights, and that weird statue. So what are you doing? It's hard to explain, but I just got the feeling that I'll find him in here. Him? Do you mean me? Shion. Shion? Yes, that's my name, though I'm not really used to it yet. Apparently it's what I was called in some of other timelines. You have experience. I was majorly confused now. What's going on here, Shion? Okay, so you two have met before and Hiruko told you about being called Shion. Both of them nodded. But all this is news to me. Why don't I know any timelines where you've been given that name? You probably just don't remember them yet, unless you are going to experience them later. Shion, I did have a vague feeling that, like, I had heard it before somewhere. I told him everything else about us, too, time loop and parallel leaping included. You don't need to hold back around me. Ask me anything. I'll do my best to help. I thought for a moment, was there anything? I know this is a long shot, but do you have any idea how we can get out of the loop? Sorry, I don't know anything about that. I agree that the time loop was probably caused by your specialist skills, but that's all I can say for sure. How about that book? The one the old man in the other timeline told you about? I have never heard of it. I see. Sorry, even after offering to help, I am not doing very much, am I? Don't apologize, it's not your fault. I do have some information you might find useful though. What kind of information? It's something I overheard Siri and Nigo talking about a few days ago. Turns out there's something called a distress signal transmitter somewhere in the school. Well, that was disappointing. I'm sure Shion wanted to help, but I already knew about the transmitter. Hirko probably did too.
Oh?
Sorry, but we knew that already. It came in up in another timeline. Oh, I see. Yeah, the mystery timeline. I remember it clearly. It was in hidden room in the basement. We never actually used it, but we figured out what it was for, at least. A room in basement. Not even I knew about that. Hey, why don't we go check it out now? What? Even me? Of course. You are part of the team now. Only 3 of us. We arrived at the stairway, ducked underneath it, and touched the wall. And then...
Wow. I had no idea this was here.
It's not exactly easy to notice.
Come on, let's go.
I opened the hidden door that had appeared. Our little party stepped through and followed the stairs beyond it down in the basement. Okay, this is so scary. So this is the distress signal transmitter. Do you know what it is for, Shion? I think so, based on what Sira and Nigo said anyway. Tell us, just in case. It's worth checking if it lines up with what we know. Alright. But there's some specialized terms involved that I would like to clarify first. The school we are in now, the Last Defense Academy, is also referred as the first campus, or number 1. And the second to last defense academy is the second campus, or number 2. Likewise, the members of the Special Defense Unit who started out here are sometimes called Team 1, while Nozomi, Moka and the others are Team 2. I remember hearing something like that before. Was that in the mystery timeline as well? Yes, I tried to remember while I listened to Shion's explanation. It was more or less what I had expected. The distress signal transmitter was put here in the event of all but one member of Team 1 dying. No matter how strong they were, a single fighter wouldn't be able to win this war on their own. Instead, they will be extracted and put on standby while the people in charge put together a fresh team for a new attempt. Once the correct series of codes had been entered into the transmitter, it would well transmit a distress signal, as the name suggests. If the artificial satellite were to receive it, they would send a rescue craft to the school. The survivor will get on the board and be taken back to the satellite. Also, the rescue craft has a maximum weight capacity of 2 tons. Sirius said the rest of the unit's body can be put on the board to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. That's the first I have heard about that. Sounds like you might have some new information for us after all. Go on, Shion. Shion nodded and continued. When a member of the Special Defense Unit dies and loses all their cryptoglobin, they enter a state known as total death. After entering total death, something called a liver mortis code appears on their back. Okay, so that's why she decided to kill them. I was wondering why not just take off their clothes and look at the number. To send a distress signal, the survivor needs to input 9 codes, 1 for each member of Team 1 besides themselves. That's their way of proving everyone else is dead. Then the distress signal is sent and extraction is authorized. I'm guessing the two teams were never meant to come together like we have here. Only the liver mortis code is from Team 1 are required to send this signal. I thought so. Was there anything else? Yes, if the codes entered are incorrect, everyone in the room will be killed. Poison gas will come out of those tanks over there. It's terrifying toxic gas capable of melting any object into a soapy mess. Siri and Nigo said that gas masks or protective clothing won't do anything to stop it either. That's all I know. Did I tell you anything new? Hiruko and I shook our heads. It's more or less the same as we already knew. Apart from the rescue craft's maximum capacity. So it wasn't very useful after all. That's not true. Yeah, it's enough that you reminded us that this place exists. Really? Well, that's good. Shion looked a little happier after hearing that. I'm sorry, I have to go. I have stayed out longer than I should have today. get back soon, my energy output will start to fall behind. Goodbye for now. With that, Shion faded away and disappeared. So what are we going to do about this place? We should just leave it alone. It can only be used if all but one of us die, after all. Yeah, and that pretty much goes against what we are working toward here. Getting out of the loop and making it to day 100 with everyone still alive. That's still our goal. Right, there won't be any need for us to use this room. It's better if we just forget about it. Okay, what about we go to the mystery road and figure out what was the code? No need. Okay, we've got different music. Alright, let's get back to it. Hiruko and I began our day's work, scouring the library for Professor Inyan. Okay, I wish they had just pronounced his name. Book. This was our third day of searching. I was starting to get the hang of it now. Scanning the titles on the books' spines didn't take me as long as it used to. And going through it all shelf by shelf helped me feel like I was making some kind of progress. Okay, unfortunately, nothing turned up. Time is up. I'm calling it here for today. How much have we got through now? 60%? Maybe 50% between the two of us. We are halfway down. Feels like our progress has gotten slower. Maybe it's because you've been spending too much time absorbed in the salacious literal culture of yesteryear.
Hey!
I have not. You are the one who has been taking breaks to read. So you saw that. Are you even looking for this book? Of course I am. There's nothing wrong with taking a little time off now and then. Speaking of which, why don't you go hang out with somebody else for a while? Yeah, sounds good. One more thing. Can you meet me behind the school tonight? I have something I need to discuss with you. As I headed back to my room, I wondered what Hiruko wanted to talk about that she couldn't bring up in the library. Shouldn't get too hung up on it. I'll find out tonight anyway. I took a moment to get my thoughts in order, then went out to find something to do. So what did you want to talk about? The blood space waves are going to search tomorrow at 4:15 a.m. I want to do another leap. Are we going to fix another broken version of me? Huh? No. You know, me with G data in his brain. A Takumi G, if you want to give him a weird code name. What in the world are you babbling about? Takumi G's only exist in the Killer Zombie and Hunter Mystery timelines. I treated the Hunter Mystery version at midnight on day 5. As for Takumi 2 in the Killer Zombie line, we dealt with him on day 16. I gave Hiruko 2 the repair program and she used it on him. He's fine now. You should know all this. You were there for most of it. But isn't there a chance another Takumi G could be out there somewhere? No, there's not. There was. We had known about it from multiple murders being committed in that timeline. Really, why are there so few of them? I can think of 2 explanations. It could be because the versions of you in all the other timelines are from before you were infected. Or because they all come from loops after you were successfully treated. I'll say it again, only the Killer Zombie and Hunt Mystery timelines contain a Takumi G. Both of them have already been dealt with. Right, we have been treated, and we have created new futures where I am myself again. So we don't need to leap to other timelines to fix Takumi G's anymore. That's right. We're going to Mystery Road. As usual, we changed locations before continuing our conversation. So why are we leaping tomorrow? You are familiar with the mystery timeline, yes? You remember who was killed. Well, no need to talk about Gaku. I'm sure you don't want to think about that. Or Eva, since she died via self-destruction. But who else died in the mystery timeline? Yes, it was Kako, Shoma, Moka and Tsubasa, and finally Kurara. 5 victims in all. So who was responsible for those 5 murders? It wasn't you, that much is clear. They all died after you were treated. I know then thought about it. Turned out that Shoma killed Kako. And then Eva killed Shoma. But they both said they didn't really want to kill anyone. They were just following orders from someone called X. That person was probably the mastermind behind the other murders as well. In other words, X is the one responsible. Indirectly or otherwise. The second murder occurred early on day 27. That's only day 23, so we still have a chance to save Kako. That's our objective this time, to prevent the tragedies that occur in the mystery time. As for how we are going to do it, that much should be obvious. You mean?
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, we're going to expose the true mastermind. And stop X before they can start killing.
Sounds like a plan. Day 24. Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? It feels like your mind is somewhere else. Yeah, the thing is... I know this is sudden and it will probably sound weird, but I figured it out. I think I know who is behind the murders in the mystery timeline. I know who X is. It's Kako. Huh? You knew? Obviously, more accurately, it's G-possessed version of her. A Kako-G, to borrow the term you came up with yesterday. How long have you known that? The whole time, ever since I got my memories back on day 3. Why didn't you say anything? You never asked, but why do you know it all of a sudden? I saw it in a dream. Or I guess it's more like some memories from the timeline came back to me. That explains why you have been so spacey. Try not to get too fixated on it. Concentrate on tonight's sleep. I can't just turn off my emotion, especially when those memories, some of the things I saw. It's Nozomi, isn't it? You are feeling bad about not being able to save her. Takumi, why are we leaping tonight? To catch X to stop Kako-G. And what will happen when we do that? A new branch of Mystery Timeline will be created, one where Eva and the others survive and Nozomi won't have to die. Exactly, focus on making that a reality. This is our chance to get back at the G for everything they have done to us. Of course, the one we'll be facing won't have actually killed anyone yet. Maybe, but I'm still not letting it off the hook. Well said. It was 4:13 a.m. The two of us had already put on our lip suits. Hiruko was adjusting the machine's settings. I decided to ask her a few things, just to make sure everything was clear. So we are leaping to hunt Mystery Timeline. No, there's no Kako-G there at this point. Right. G-possessed Kako isn't actually the mystery Kako. She came from another timeline. Or maybe I should say she was sent there. Sent by, well... I know, by me. That version of me thought she was doing the right thing, but it has serious consequences for mystery timeline. All the more reason why I have to fix this. It was my mistake. This is the least I can do to atone for it. So the timeline we are leaping to is the Box of Calamity timeline, huh? I looked at that time in my helmet window. It was 4:15 a.m. Hiruko and I locked eyes and nodded. To the not future, parallel universe. Alright, let's go. We are here. Yeah, I know, I said this last time, but it barely feels like we went anywhere. That's just how it works, get used to it. What's your plan for catching Kakochi?
No.
The me from this timeline, Hiruko 3 will be here soon. She will have knocked Kakochi out with an anesthetic. So she will bring her here to send her to another timeline. You noted her helmet moved up and down slightly. When is she coming? I don't remember the exact time. Around 5 AM, I think. Are we just going to wait around until then? Yes, we can hide somewhere. We won't be spotted. What about our suits? It's best to keep them on. If she feels threatened, Hiruko 3 might use her Himo Anima to attack us. And so we waited, but things didn't go exactly according to plan. 5 AM arrived and there was still no sign of Hiruko 3. We waited 5 minutes more and another 5. By 5:15 AM I couldn't take the numb feeling in my legs anymore. I'm going to go take a look outside. Keep an eye on things in here, okay? What? Wait. I'll be right back, I promise. I ran outside to find countless drops of water falling from the sky. That rain stopped again. Right, it rains on day 24. I looked around but didn't see anyone else anywhere. If Hiruko 3 is coming, it will be from that direction. I took off down a nearby street to check. Still no sign of Hiruko 3 or Gakoji for that matter. This road is the fastest way to the lab from the school. Maybe something happened that made her take another road. I walked to the nearest crossroads and decided to take a look down on the other streets. And then I saw something, someone, they were standing there looking right at me. The sun still wasn't up and the rain didn't help visibility at all. Because of that I couldn't make out who it was.
Is that Hiruko 3? No, she'd be carrying Kakoji. So maybe...
What are you talking about? It's us. Can't you make it out from the cloth? Something clicked and everything became clear.
It's me. That's the me from the Box of Calamity timeline. Takumi 3.
When I put that together, I took off down one of the ruined streets.
Hey, wait!
He ran after me. The rain was stronger now, but it wasn't slowing him down. If he caught up with me, it would cause a lot of problems. I had to throw him home. But how? Tried to think of something as I headed down to the road to the lab. I jumped over a puddle and ran a good 60 feet. Then there was a dull thud behind me. I spun around to see what had happened. Lying there on the soaking wet sidewalk was Takumi 3. He wasn't moving and there was somebody else there too. It must be Hiruko. She stood over Takumi 3 and looked down at him. He looked up at her and croaked out a single word in a weak, faltering voice.
Who?
He never finished his question. The next moment his eyes glazed over and he passed out. Was it okay to leave him there like that? We moved him inside a building with a roof. That's good enough. Come on, we have to get back to the lab. Right. We ran back to the lab and into the PLM room. There was nobody there, but something was strange. The air was somewhat hazy, almost as if... Oh no. Hiruko rushed over to the controls console and began fiercely typing on the keyboard.
No.
Damn it, we are too late. What's wrong?
No.
I checked the log. The machine was used 10 minutes ago. What? How? One person made the leap. Their destination was the Hunt Mystery timeline. You know what that means? Kakuji is gone just in the last 10 minutes?
No.
I'm afraid so. Hiruko 3 must have arrived and sent her away while we were outside. No, we didn't have time to stand around and feel sorry for ourselves. We needed to act and fast. Then we have to go too. We'll follow her to the Hunt Mystery line. And Hiruko shook her head. You can't. Why? Look at the display in your helmet. It keeps track of blood space. Yeah. You're looking pretty low. Right, we won't be able to live again for a while. It's 2 days until they'll be strong enough again. 8:10 PM on day 26. So we are stuck. we are going to be stuck here for a while in the Box of Calamity timeline. You've got to be kidding me. It's all your fault, Takumi. Yuka and I discussed what we should do next. Eventually we decided to carry Takumi 3 back to the school. We couldn't just leave him out there in the ruins all night. With Takumi 3 hoist on my back, we made our way back to the last defense academy. The sun was coming up by the time we arrived.
Oh.
The morning announcement will be playing, so we have to hurry. How about you help me with this guy then? Excuse me, carry luggage, that's your job. Servant. Again with the servant stuff, just who do you think I am, anyway? My servant, of course. Was I not clear? Would you prefer lackey? We took Takumi 3 back to his room and put him into bed.
There. That should do it.
No, he looks so pitifully vulnerable sleeping like that. I wish we could stay to draw something on his face.
You know, I was thinking the same
We
thing.
don't have the time. We have to leave before the others start waking up.
Right.
Let's get going.
Back on the road to the lab, Hiruko suddenly came to a halt. You still don't have all your memories back yet, do you? Huh? We are in the Box of Calamity timeline right now. What's that? If you don't remember, that's all right. We can probably chalk it up to lip damage. What do you mean? It's not important. Forget I said anything. She began walking again, clearly in no mood to discuss the matter further. I watched in confusion as she strode further and further ahead of me. What had just happened? We arrived back in the lab and did what little we could. Namely, we took off our suits, hung them up and caught our breath. Once that was done, we were at a loose end. We had nothing to do and way too much time on our hands. We'll just have to wait things out here for the next 2 days. The next sleep is at 6 p.m. on day 20. Sorry, 8 p.m. on day 26. So it's more like 2.5. Don't quibble over details. What difference does it make? So how are we going to kill time until then? Want to play 20 questions? Yeah, I'll get bored of that after 5 minutes. Would you like to lick my boots? That was the last time we spoke to each other that day. For the next few hours we sat around in silence, letting time pass us by. What are you guys going to eat during these 2 days? If you don't mind me asking. Uh, 10 o'clock, I'm getting pretty hungry.
Oh.
Me too, go find some food somewhere and cook it for me.
Huh?
Somewhere in the town ruins. Sometimes you find old canned food around. Why don't you go look for some yourself? I'm not the servant here. That was the last straw. This is all your fault, you know. What is?
Hey!
Us missing Kakoji, I told you to wait here. The blood space waves were about to fade out. What was I supposed to do? I waited and waited and you still didn't come back, so I went outside to try and find you. Then I saw Takumi 3 chasing you. I knew I had to do something, so I went around him and up into one of the buildings. He would have caught up to you if I hadn't knocked him out with that nice clean knee drop to the back of his head. Don't you get it? I did all of this to save you, and now you're saying it's all my fault? Because Triad seemed to jog something loose in my mind. Of course, how could I forget something so important? Is it lip damage again? What's the matter? I remember something about day 24 in this timeline. It was around 4 p.m. when I was Takumi 3. I saw Hiruko 3 leaving the school grounds. I didn't realize it at the time, but she must have been carrying Kakoji too. I wondered what she was up to, and I followed her. Then I spotted someone in the lip suit in the city ruins. Of course, I didn't know what the suit was back then or who was inside it, but I do now. That was the me from this steady fundamental timeline. Takumi 1, the version of me I am now. I don't need to tell you the rest. Somebody hit me with a nice clean knee drop to the back of my head. That's weird, isn't it? Why is history repeating itself like this? The same thing happened in the Killing Zombie timeline.
Oh?
So what are you getting at? It's like we are on rails, just acting out a predetermined series of events. The same goes for us failing to stop Gakko leaving this timeline. I feel like we are reenacting a version of history that's already happened, or that we are being railroaded so things play out the way they are supposed to do. Is anything we are doing making a difference? Is it even possible for us to change history? Not this again. We have been over this already. Over in the Killer Zombie time, we saved Hiruko 2 and made sure Takumi 2 got treated. But enough, I can't keep talking on an empty stomach like this. Don't waste my what few calories I have access to by making me repeat myself. Going to bed, we need to conserve our strength. Good night. Hiruko sculled away to a corner of the room and lay down with her back to me. I stared at her for a while and thought about what she would say. According to her, Hiruko 2 was killed by Takumi 2 in the Killer Zombie line on day 16, but I had no memory of that happening. I really only had her word for it. Was it true, or could Hiruko have been lying to me? Suddenly I became aware of a fragrance in the air. It felt familiar, almost nostalgic. I knew that soothing floral aroma. It was the scent of lavender. What's with this lavender scent? At the very least, we weren't in any danger of dying of thirst. Rainwater had collected in the little hollows of the ruins around us, giving us enough to stay hydrated. It was another matter. The last time we had had anything to eat was 2 nights ago. I'm feeling dizzy. I think my blood sugar is getting low. Same here. We need to find something to eat soon. Go back to school, I mean. Hiruko and I split up to look for food, but in the end, the whole day is almost gone. Have you been trying? I want to scream back, of course I have, but I'm just as hungry as you are, but I didn't have the energy. I didn't say anything, and Hiruko didn't press me. A heavy silence settled over the two of us. Faint from the hunger and exhaustion, we slowly made our way back to the lab and spent the next couple of hours there. Takumi, what time is it? Check for yourself, you've got it built into your glasses, don't you? Too much trouble to raise my hand. Just tell me. I took my device out of my pocket and checked the time. It's 9:50 p.m. Still a whole day before we can leap back. They're probably worried about us back in the state of fundamental. From their point of view, we just disappeared. Maybe they think we eloped together. Kidding. Sorry, I don't have the energy to laugh. I'm almost at my limit too. I don't think I can make it through these last 22 hours. What do you want me to do about it? We have already searched every inch of these old ruins. In that case, there's only one place we can go. Where's that? The only place we are guaranteed to get a high caloric intake. I've been telling you guys, just go back to school during night. Yeah, just like this. You want to steal food from the cafeteria? You're really that surprised? What did you think we were doing here? But what if somebody sees us? That's why we've got our lip suits on. Come on, let's go. We snuck along the hallway to cafeteria and slipped inside, making as little noise as possible. Then we ransacked the place. We mostly took snacks and preserved food stuff we wouldn't need to cook. Can we just eat it here? And take off our helmets? We'll be royally screwed if anyone saw us. It's 11:10 8:10 p.m. The nightmare announcement was a while ago. Doesn't matter, some of them are bound to still be awake. We're too much, it won't take long. But right as Hiruko reached up to remove her helmet. Yeah, I remember Gaku did say that he saw two people. Okay, this is awkward. It still occurs. We took off running as fast as we could, even in our panic trying to get away. I thought occurred to me. Something happened in this timeline with Gaku in the middle of the night.
I got kinda hungry, so I went to the cafeteria for some food, and when I turned around, there were two dark, shadowy figures standing at the back of the room.
At least I knew who those shadow figures had been now. Fortunately, no one tried to follow us, but we weren't in the clear yet. Clutching our spoils tight, we ran all the way back to the lab. Day 26. After we had filled our bellies, Hiruko and I decided to take some well-earned rest. We spent most of day 26 lunging around like giant pandas. Before we knew it, the sun had gone down and night had fallen. The time was 8 p.m. Soon the blood space wave will finally be strong enough for us to leap again. Hiruko was setting it all up. I didn't want to distract her, but I still had some doubts. We're going to hunt Mystery, right? Well, not quite. Why not? Shouldn't we be trying to stop Kakoji? Of course, but we are actually going to Mystery timeline. It's day 26. This is the day Hunt Mystery splits off into Hunt and Mystery. Our original goal was to prevent the murders Kakoji perpetrates in the Mystery line. Now that timeline has branched off, we have to follow her there. Hiruko continued pressing buttons and typing commands, then stopped. No, this can't be. What's wrong? There's a lock on the Mystery timeline. To put it simply, it's like when a phone blocks all incoming calls. Does that mean I think it does? I'm afraid so. The machine won't let us leave there. Did Kakoji do this? She must have. She's the only one in that timeline who knows this lab exists. She's smart too. I doubt it will take her long to figure out how the machine works. Got no choice. We'll have to return to steady fundamental for now. Plan a new strategy. Damn, you're right. There was just 1 minute left until our leap. Everything was set up and ready to go. What are we going to tell everyone when we get back? How about we went out to explore the ruins early on day 24, got caught in the rain. We were laid up with a fever until now. Fever so bad we couldn't move for the last 2 days. Nobody's going to buy that. I'm open to suggestion. Excuses and cover stories are your forte, not mine. While we were talking, the time changed. It was 8:10 p.m. now. Okay, time to go home. It's late. Let's wait until tomorrow to discuss the Kakoji problem. Fine, with me, I'm going back to my room. We staggered back onto school grounds and made it up to the roof, but when we got there... Okay. Where have you two been? You got any idea how worried we were? It's been 3 days. We've been going out of our minds looking for you. We couldn't find any traces of you. We were starting to wonder if you had eloped or something. Seriously? What if that were the case, you wouldn't have come back? What have you been doing? You have to ask, feeding, seating and breathing. What? Such indecency. Do you think of nothing else? I sighed. I might as well get us over. Surely we went to explore the ruins on day 24. You guys remember how hard it was raining that day? Well, we both got a cold in it and we were laid up with fever until today. Seriously, everyone's faces had the same expression. Blank astonishment, but the silence only lasted for a moment. Ah, shit, is that all? Guess there's no helping it then. Don't let it happen again, okay? All this stress is bad for my heart. Unbelievable. They actually bought it. Huh? Nothing, don't worry about it. Anyway, we are sorry to worry you all this time. Me too, I apologize. Wow, I don't think I ever heard you apologize before. It wasn't addressed to you. Ah, come on! Let me have this, just then. Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. Eva? You are here? I know this is sudden, but I'm now a member of the Special Defense Unit. Perhaps you heard about it already, but I haven't formally introduced myself to either of you yet. The brainwashing is done. I feel like that's a little faster than in the other timelines. Mr. Sumina, Mr. Shizuhara, it's an honor to be working with you. Ah, Eva, we told you before, you don't got to be so formal around us. Yeah, we're all on the same team here. Just make sure to ignore any weird orders from the boys, okay? So I can't get her to show me her boobs. Of course not. And I can't perform a VV section on her. Especially not that. But orders from us girls are okay. Eva, shake. Or Kurata extended a hand. Eva knelt down and put her hand on top of it. Oh, you're so adorable. Who's a good girl? You is. Yes, you is. She patted Eva's hand. Eva herself knelt there with her tongue lolling. An expression of pure ecstasy on her face, whatever that is. Oh, I want to try to. Eva, do some more doggy style stuff. Doggy style, understood. Let Eva know, you must ignore strange orders from the girls as well. But I wanted to set up a killing game with her. A killing game? That sounds lovely. I'll be glad to participate. You don't even know what that means, do you? We should join too, Mr. Yakushi Hijib, and you, Mr. Ginzaki. Well, I guess a little one wouldn't hurt. Don't get swept up in the mood, you two. It's a killing game, a contest to see who can kill the most invaders. It really does sound wonderful. Let's all kill lots of invaders together. I wasn't sure what had happened in 3 days with that Hiruko and I had been gone, but it seemed like Eva had assimilated into the team just fine, even without our help. Now that the team is back together, should we celebrate the usual way? I'm down for that. Alright, 1, 2, 3.
Special Defense Unit, best in the world, indestructible and undefeated. Never lose, never yield. Special Defense Unit, fight on!
Everyone raised their voices. Their cheers echoed out across the roof. Hiruko watched them with a mixture of confusion and relief.
I guess this is fun.
Her expression softened a little, and she smiled as the group continued kidding around. Right, nothing serious is happening so far. Day 27. Sumino Shizuhara, I assume you know why you are here. Did you need some extra players for a game of Mahjong? Of course not. This is about your unauthorized stay away from the school. It wasn't our fault. We were out on a regular exploration mission, but then we had to... I have no idea what the rest means. That's right, if we hadn't done that... What the? I can't read this. We found the... okay, they lost me. It's delicate work after all. In the end, it took us 3 whole days. Naturally, we were lying through our teeth. We were just making up a bunch of nonsense word we hoped sounded convincing. We had had a little strategy meeting before we came here to get our story straight. It had the intended effect. Siri and Nigo were stunned into silence, trying to make sense of the gibberish we had bombarded them with. We were waiting a full 30 seconds before they spoke again. So, what exactly is a dangle tool match? And what does the beaver gash have to do with it? Even if we tried to explain, you wouldn't understand. Suffice it to say, we had to deal with a certain phenomenon to prevent the entire Special Defense Unit from being wiped out. I knew about it thanks to our previous experience in the time loop. It caused us no end of suffering in other time loops. So you were out there trying to save the rest of the team and working at it solidly for 3 whole days. We both know that our face is completely serious. I don't know about this. It does sound mighty suspicious. Also, that's your attitude, is it? In that case, maybe we'll stop sharing information about the enemy with you. Are you okay with that? Huh? Your new and improved Dolmanic cognitive reconstruction therapy process was only made possible because of my advice, isn't that right? I suppose so. Thanks to that, we brainwashed Eva much faster than we were expecting. And it's so complete that we never have to worry about it coming undone, provided she isn't subjected to a very powerful mental shock, that is. See what I'm saying? Takumi and I are on your side. We always have the team's best interest in mind. That's how we have made it all the way to day 27 without a single member entering total death. Oh, fine, have it your way. If it will help us win the war, anything goes. We'll do whatever you want. Well then. Yeah. You are off the hook. You are allowed to stay outside the school ground without prior notice. Just make sure you are here on the battle days, alright? After finishing up our talk with Sira and Nigo, Hiruko and I made our way to the library. Back there looking for reflections, huh?
Oh?
You do want to find a way out of this loop, don't you? Yeah, of course, but will we really find it in that book? All we know is that Professor was researching the time loop and brought up his findings. It's our only lead, we have to take that chance.
What are we going to do about Kakoji?
I don't know. I thought about it all last night, and I still haven't come up with anything.
When's the next time we can leave? Day 31, between 1:50 and 5:10 p.m. 4 days from now, but we still can't leap to the mystery timeline. It's going to stay blocked off for the next 50 days. Why 50 days? When a timeline is locked, it automatically opens up after 50 days. If Kakoji leapt on day 24, it will be at least day 74 before we can follow her. It will be way too late to stop her by then. Exactly, I'm honestly stumped. We'll just have to put the whole Kakoji issue on hold for now. I know it's frustrating, but it's the only thing we can do. Kakoji still weighed heavily on my mind, but I tried to concentrate on searching for the book instead. Finding a way out of the loop was just as important, if not more so. I knew that, and I really did try to focus, but... This is so irritating. 60% of these shelves searched and still nothing. Maybe it really isn't here. Don't say that, it's here, it has to be. How can you be so sure? Instinct. That's all? Don't underestimate my instincts. So it's somewhere in the 40% we haven't checked yet. I hope you're right. Hope has nothing to do with it. What if it isn't here? What? No. What are you going to do if it's not here? How will you take responsibility for that? She's not making any sense. What am I supposed to say here? Anyway, I'm done for today. Go do whatever you want until tomorrow. Having reached her limit, Hiruko stormed out, the clacking of her heels echoing down the halls as she went. Was that... what was that all about? I decided to ignore Hiruko's weird outburst for now. It was probably just the stress of the last few days getting to her. It will be evening soon. After getting my thoughts in order, I headed out like usual. What should I do with the rest of my day? I still couldn't take off my mind of the Kakoji problem. But it was like Hiruko said, there was nothing we could do. I need to make finding the book my first priority. Who knows, maybe I'll come up with a way to deal with Kakoji while I am searching. I got into the bed and let the tide of sleep wash over. Within a few minutes, I was out like a light. Okay. Okay, back in library. You're late. You're blithering half-wit. Can't I at least take my time over breakfast? Just get to the work. I don't want to waste time while talking. We've got 40% of the library still to check. The book has to be here somewhere. Give it your all and find it. Before I could reply, Hiruko disappeared into the upper part of the room. Her eyes had looked bloodshot. She was just as stressed out today as she had been yesterday. I didn't want to think about how she would react if we didn't find the book today. Not wanting to let that happen, I plunged into the search, trembling with a kind of desperate determination. Well, if we couldn't find it so far, that means it's not here. The day wore on, and the moment I had been dreading finally arrived. I can't take this anymore. I'm going to burn all these books to ashes. Whoa, calm down, Hiruko. We've got still like 30% to go. We still have a chance of finding it, and no. We've been searching for days, and there's still no sign of it. It's not in here. We won't know that for sure until we have checked it all. Somewhere along the way, our laws had been reversed. How did that happen? We'll just have to order it online. I don't think they deliver out here. And what do? If we can't find that book, we'll be stuck in this loop forever. I'm going back to my room. Take the rest of the day off. Be seeing ya. Hiruko left, her eyes downcast. Unlike yesterday, she didn't seem angry or stressed so much as emotionally exhausted. Okay, she's losing her hope. It was evening, I still had some free time left. I went back to my room to center myself, then headed out. What should I do now? Reflections on the imprecatory. Okay, whatever that is. It's still a no-show. Is it in the library or not? We've come too far to give up now. I'll see the search through to the very end. Will Hiruko be there tomorrow? I still had some fears and doubts in my mind, but they all faded into the background as I drifted off to sleep. After breakfast, I made my way back to the library. Somebody else was there already. They had their back to me, but it was clearly a girl with long, dark hair. Hey, Hiruko, good to see you. At the sound of my voice, she turned around, but it wasn't Hiruko. Good morning, Mr. Sumino. Eva, what are you doing here? Studying. I thought it would be useful if I knew more about your culture and customs. How about you? There was a chance she knew something about the book I needed. It wouldn't do any harm to ask anyway. Have you ever heard of a book called Reflections on something? Eva thought for a moment, then shook her head. No, I haven't. I'm sorry. That's too bad. I don't suppose you know anything about time loops. Oh yes, I know all about them. What? It's where young men and women go wild together in a swimming facility after dark with colorful lights everywhere. It's an evening of debauchery and hedonism, isn't that right? That's a night pool, not a time loop. You got the last word backwards. Oh? Clearly Eva didn't know anything that could be that. Well, I must be going. I have to give Miss Suzuki a massage later. Why am I not so bright? Please excuse me. As soon as Eva left the room, someone else appeared from behind the stacks. Hiruko, how long have you been there? A while. I skipped breakfast and came here first thing this morning. So you heard me talking just now. Of course, you should be more careful. Mentioning the loop could have unintended consequences. The loop by cryptoglobin are connected, so I thought Eva might know something about it. But she didn't. Leaking information to her only makes things riskier for us. I just asked about them in general. I didn't tell her we were stuck in one. It should be fine. Hiruko furrowed her brow. Fine, let's just get started on our work for today. Right, reflections or imprecatory. Okay, you know the rest. Here we go. However, things are starting to look bad, aren't they? Yeah, I would say we have to search around 80% of what's here, just 20% to go. What if we ask the others for some help? How are we supposed to explain what we are doing without telling them about the loop or our parallel leaping? Maybe it's time we did tell them. Did you forget what I told you back on day 11? Telling them practically guarantees the worst possible outcome. I've looked through 146 loops and there has never been a single exception. We're on our own then. Yes, we'll have to hope for the best from this remaining 20%. Hiruko and I left the library and went back to my room. Part of me wanted to keep searching for it right up until nighttime, but I knew that wouldn't be practical. I had to strengthen my bonds with other teammates if we were going to work together effectively. Guess I should go find someone to hang out with. After a little mental cleanup, I headed out on my rounds like usual. We'll probably finish our search of the library in another 2 days. If we still haven't found the book after that, then I'll deal with that when the time comes. I tried not to think about what the future might hold, and counted ship until I fell asleep. Day 30. We were approaching the worst case scenario. It wasn't a sure thing just yet, but the little hope we had was going away rapidly. Evening had already arrived. Hiruko and I stopped searching for the books and regrouped. The seconds ticked by in silence. She didn't have to say anything. I knew what she was thinking. Don't worry, I'm sure it will be in the last 10%. You really think so? Yes, absolutely. My words didn't do a lot to reassure her. She turned to me with a weary expression, like she was carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders. Takumi, do you believe in miracles? I wasn't prepared for a question like that. I had no idea how to answer.
I think if you keep believing in something for long enough, you can make it happen. You can absolutely overcome any obstacle in your way. I don't know if that counts as a miracle or not, but it's good enough for me.
Did you steal that line from someone? It's far too philosophical for a servant like you. At least that's what I would usually say, but I'm not in the mood for it today. What? Alright, I've decided I'll believe too. In miracles? No, not miracles. What I want to believe in is... Hiruko stared at me intensely. I froze up, gulping nervously, and then... Phew, that was a close one. I was about to start spotting corny lines myself. Could have been my imagination, but it looked like Hiruko was blushing, just a little. All we can do now is push through to the end. The day after tomorrow, that is. The day after tomorrow? Tomorrow is no good. We have other plans, remember? Of course, it's going to be day 31. Exactly, that means we can leap again. Where are we going this time? I haven't decided yet. Let's talk about it tonight. Okay, see you after dinner in the usual place. Sounds good. I parted ways with Hiruko and returned to my room before heading out on my usual rounds. Hey Hiruko, I noticed something on my device earlier. Take a look. I showed her the screen. It was currently displaying the map of the different timelines. This is Hunt Mr. Road. What about it? Gakuji led to this timeline on day 24, right? Then it splits into Hunt and Mystery lines on day 25. All this time, we have been fixated on just one of those branches, the Mystery timeline. It's only natural since our goal has been to prevent the murders that happened there. That's right, and as I've told you several times now, it's been locked so we can't live there anymore. Yeah, I know. But putting the murders aside for a moment, what if we focus on catching Kakuji instead? I see, there's still another branch exists in that hasn't been locked. Right, we must have to leap to the Invader Hunt timeline. Two of us snuck out of the school and headed toward to the lab. Everything looks good. The hunt timeline hasn't been blocked off, so we can leap there. Yes, but no right now. The blood space base won't be at their peak until tomorrow at 1:50 p.m. At least we know that we have a real chance of catching Kakoji now.
We still won't be able to do anything about the murders in the mystery timeline.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we should just let her run wild in the other one, does it?
You're right. We should treat her and get rid of that Gi parasite in her head. There's another thing too. But bear in mind, it's only a theory. I think the sponsor behind the Invader Hunt killing game is probably Kakoji too.
She's the one who set it up so everyone would have to kill each other?
It would make sense, wouldn't it? There's no one else who'd be in a position to mastermind it.
So if we stop her in that timeline, we can stop the killing game from happening.
Sounds like we have decided on our destination. Yeah, tomorrow we are leaping to Invader Hunt timeline. Hiruko, I want to ask you something about the Hunt timeline. I don't have any memories of it. What exactly happened there? Like I said, we were forced to participate in a killing game called the Invader Hunt. Right, I do remember the name. It appeared on the blackboard on the day 25 of the Hunt mystery timeline. There was also a tape recorder left on the teacher's desk. It had a message that mentioned it too. But that's all I know. I must not have forgotten my memory. I must not have gotten my memories back yet. To put it simply, we were offered a chance to participate in the game. The Hunt timeline is what happened when you agreed to it. And then the Invader Hunt took place. But what about after that? What actually happened during the game? I don't really know either. My memory of it ends on day 30. Why? Because Yuko let out a deep sigh. Day 30 is the day I was killed. That afternoon, Hiruko and I made our way to the lab once more. That does it for the settings. Now we just need to put on our suits and hey, how exactly are we going to treat Kakuji? Same way we did Takumi. But I thought Takumi only had G data inside. The G didn't physically travel back in time when they looked reset, but it's different with Kakuji. She's from the box of Calamity timeline where an actual G parasite crawled into her brain. True, that's why when we catch her, first thing we'll do is cut off her head. Huh? Don't look at me like that. We'll bring her back afterwards, but that's not all we will do. If we revive her right away, the code of her brain inside the revival material will still include the G data. It will reconstruct her neural pathways the way they are now, making it the same as if she were still possessed. Kinda like what happened with Takumi. That's right, hence why we will treat her in the same way with the repair program on the thumb drive. Made sense, but did we really have to cut off her head first? I pushed aside my gloomy thoughts and got into my suit. Hiruko did the same. Remember, this timeline is basically uncharted territory. Neither of us know what's going to happen there, so I know we have to be careful, and I'll be... Don't worry. Just like that, it was time 1:50 p.m. on the dot. Here we go. Hey, aren't these suits going to make us stand out? It would be even worse if we took them off, especially for me. Alright, you are from this timeline. You from this timeline is already dead. If anyone saw me walking alive again, they will probably burn me like they did to witches in the Middle Ages. Guess we'll just have to be extra careful not to get caught.
No.
I agree, let's get going. We made our way to the unmarked room on the first floor, the one we called the capsule room. We should be safe in here. Back in the state of fundamental, this is where we put Ato, but I guess not in this timeline. What's our plan from here? First and foremost, we need information to help us pin down Gakoji's whereabouts, just when the unthinkable happened. The door opened and somebody stepped into the room. It was me from this timeline, Takumi 4. When he moved fast. He spun around and ran for the door. I couldn't let him escape. I dove forward and barely managed to stop him.
Hey! Let me go!
Takumi 4 struggled to get out from under me. Naturally, in terms of strength, we were equally matched. Gravity was on my side though. I had him pinned down for the moment, but it would only be a matter of time before he threw me off. I had to do something. I had to keep him from getting away. Just as I was at my wit's end, Hiruko drew close and with a voice changer in her helmet, activated whispering something to other me. We have nothing to do with the invader hunt. All at once, the fight seemed to go out of Takumi 4. A few moments later, he lost consciousness completely.
Whew. Good thing I brought this anesthetic.
You've been walking around with that stuff this whole time?
Yes. I carry it as a kind of lucky charm.
How strong is it? How long do we have?
This batch is pretty strong. He'll probably be out for 12 hours or so.
We carried the unconscious Takumi 4 to one of the capsules and stowed him inside it. What now? The Takumi 4 inside the capsule, everyone will think he's gone missing. We don't want them to come looking for him. Fortunately, I have a plan. Want me to take Takumi 4's place and get information out of everyone? Don't act like you don't want to. You have already taken off your slip suit. What are you going to do though? I'll stay here and I need to keep an eye on Takumi 4. But remember, our time here is limited. We need to leave back by 5:10 p.m. It's probably best if you leave the school by 4 p.m. Have you got that? It was already 3:20 p.m. That only gave me 40 minutes. I hurried out to the door and got to the work. I couldn't find anyone on the first or second floors. Finally, I got to the third floor and charged into the rec room. Who could be there? What is everyone doing in here? What do you mean, where you have been, Takumi? Kako? My heart almost leapt right out of my chest, but then I realized my mistake. This wasn't Kakoji. Could tell by the look in her eyes. Is something wrong? No, I'm fine. It's nothing, really. I brushed her off and took another look around the group. There were 9 of them here in total. I'd said everyone a moment ago, but we were still missing some members. Eito, Gaku, Darumi, Kurara, Iwa, and Hiruko 4 were nowhere to be seen. Of them, there were 2 horses absent. I couldn't explain. Hey, where's Darumi? She still hasn't opened her eyes. And Kurara? Takuma, what's wrong with you? This is the joke, it's not funny. Kurara, she refused to take part in the game, and Takumara trailed off. Everybody looked heartbroken. It didn't take a genius to figure out what had happened. She had been killed by the invader hunt mysterious sponsored by Kakoji. We all figured we couldn't stay depressed about it forever, so we decided to have a memorial in here tonight. just for Kurara, but Gaku and Hiruko and the others too. Now that the killing game, or Invader Heart, or whatsoever, is over, we can finally take some time to grieve. Wait, what? I know we have had our differences in the past, but it's time to put them behind us. Wait a minute, what do you mean the game is over? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Seriously man, what's up with you today? The sponsor died this morning, remember? They died? Yep, burned to the crisp by undying flames. You were right there with us when it happened.
They were wearing that curious suit with the big helmet. So we never managed to figure out who they really were.
But they're dead and gone now. That much is obvious.
Their body was burned away completely. There was nothing left of them afterwards.
They screamed in this really weird way at the end. It sounded kind of like...
Okay, that explains a lot. So yeah, game is over. I really don't remember any of that. I was more confused than ever now, but I didn't want to let it show and make things worse. I did my best to smile and sound at least halfway normal. Oh yeah, of course, I remember now. I hit my head in the hallway a while back and things have been a little fuzzy since then. I don't think they brought my excuse, but no one called me out on it either. I needed to get back to Hiruko and tell her about this. I pulled out my device and checked the time. 2 p.m. Okay, I have to go now. Oh man, I'm feeling this all of a sudden. Guess I'm not fully recovered yet. So, but I think it's best if I call it a night here. See you tomorrow, guys. I made my excuse and headed for the door, but never made it that far. My rush, I lost my footing and my head slammed into the ground weirdly. I didn't feel any pain, because before I could even feel it, my consciousness suddenly faded away. What? One day passed. I woke up suddenly sitting bolt upright. The first thing I did was check my device. The time was 4:27 p.m. The date 32. I had been knocked out for a whole day, which meant I had also missed the window to leap out of this time. This is bad. I have to go find Hiruko. I got to my feet and opened the door. But before I could leave, someone else came charging in. But she looked tense and jittery. She was clearly worried about something. Takumi, you look fine. In that case, come with me. It's an emergency. I didn't get a chance to say no, or even ask where we were going. Tsubasa just dragged me along with her. Eventually, we stopped outside the door on the first floor. The gym? I haven't told the others about this yet. You are the captain, so I figured you should be first to know. Tsubasa got up on the stage and walked over the corner of the room. I followed her. She stopped and knelt down to the open trapdoor in the floor. Yeah, I know this. I already knew it was there. I remembered it from the Mr. Timeline. It leads to escape pod storage, right? Good, sounds like you haven't forgotten everything. Apparently Takumi knew about it too. Come on, there's something I need to show you. She disappeared into the darkness. As I climbed down after her, I had a bad feeling about what might be waiting for me down there. Finally we reached the bottom. I looked around and... Hey, what's the matter? Aren't you shocked about this? Honestly, I wasn't. I had seen the exact same thing happen in another timeline after all. But it would seem unnatural for me to be too calm. I had to put on some kind of act. Whoa, what the heck? The escape pod has been totally wrecked? Right, this is really bad, right? Looked like I wasn't in clear. I wasn't much of an actor, but acting surprised that I could handle. Not that it even mattered right now. Even if I had seen it happen before, the escape pod being put out of commission was still a serious matter. Do you know what did this, Tsubasa? Yeah, I just got through analyzing the damage before I came to see you. Let me explain. The corrosion has been caused by something called particle bacteria. It erodes matter on a molecular level, so it's invisible to naked eyes until the damage starts to show. The bacteria eats away at metal to grow stronger. Actually, I'm not sure if it is the right word for it. Technically, it's more like the energy releases during the... you've lost me. Don't be fooled by the bacteria part of the name. It's not really alive, just a chemical substance. That said, we are talking about something that randomly occurs in quantum level space, so there's not a lot we know about it. This was new information. I guess that's because when I found the pot in the mystery timeline, suppose I wasn't there to investigate it. Like I said, this is really, really bad. I mean, with the pod in this condition, we won't be able to get away when the final attack launches on the day 100. That means on day 100 we'll be wiped out too. Spazza gulped and nodded. Can you repair it? Not the way it is now. I have to get rid of the particle bacteria first. Is that possible? Spazza took out a photograph and showed it to me. Yeah, but I'll need some of this. GB liquid. It's the only thing that can purge the bacteria. I have no idea where to find it though. What about the biolab? I looked in there already. This is a race, so I don't think there's a single vial of it in the whole school. At this point, the only thing we can do is search around in these ruins outside and hope for the best. Spas and I went our separate ways for now. Once she was out of sight, I hurried back to the capsule room. The moment I got inside, I was greeted with a yell so loud it hurt my eyes. You are late. What in the world have you been doing all this time, you hopeless nitwit? I'll explain everything, but first, where's Takumi for? He got bored of it and decided to pluck out every single hair on his body. Huh? I'm kidding, he's still in the capsule. He did wake up at one point, but I gave him another dose to put him under again. All that anesthesia can't be good for him. Now, you were about to explain why you've been keeping me awaiting. If I'm not satisfied with your excuse, I'll twist your body into a double helix. I didn't want that to happen, obviously. I proceeded to give her a full dramatic reenactment of what I had experienced the day before. I see, so the sponsor is dead, and they scream "Gee" at the end when they died. I think it's safe to assume it was Kakoji. No one else in this timeline could possibly be infected. That's too bad. We've come all this way. Now we won't be able to cure her. Hiruko sighed, and I couldn't see her face, but she sounded thoroughly demoralized. I could understand why. Kako may have been possessed, but she was still our friend, and now she was gone. Not to mention it was Hiruko who had sent her into this timeline to begin with. She was probably feeling guilty about all this. As for the escape pod, well, it's just like I told you. Particle bacteria, haven't heard that one before. There's something I still don't understand. Why is the pod fine in all other timelines? It's only the Mr. Timeline and this one where it has been corroded like this. There's probably a quantum theory explanation for that. When you look at the universe on the smallest possible scale, everything comes down to a chance. The slightest chance in a single atom's placement can lead to dramatic changes. It's impossible to predict how it will all play out. So the reason particle bacteria didn't form in the other timeline is pure luck. It just so happened to occur here, but nowhere else. Is that luck going to affect other timelines as well? Of course, those changes are part of what creates the infinite parallel universes out there. What? Sorry, this is all too complicated for a peon like you to understand, isn't it? Let's get back to the more immediate problem. Right, if the pod is still out of action when the final attack launches on day 100, everyone here will die. I know this isn't our timeline, but I don't want to just abandon them. I feel the same. Let's see if we can find that QB liquid, but first, Phew, looks like we made it. Yes, we are lucky our window to live is still open. I have never known the blood space waves to remain this high for so long. Must be another quirk of quantum probability. Time limit is getting closer though. We need to get into our lip suits. Can we take a little break? We have been running non-stop since we left the school. The next window is not until day 45. If we miss this chance, we'll have to stay here until then. Is that what you want? No, I know that, but there'll be an attack tomorrow. We need to be in steady fundamental to help them fight. I know, but we'll look for the QB looker when we get the chance, right? We'll talk about this later. Come on, we've got only 5 minutes. I did as Hiruko said and got into my lip suit while she set up the machine. And then... Alright, let's go home. Looks like we stayed out past curfew again. I still made it back the day before a battle. Siri and Nigo can't complain about that. What are you going to tell the others this time? Maybe we should lean into the rumors and say we really were making babies. Because we're in the middle of a beat, right? I'll let that slide since we need you for the battle tomorrow. But next time you say something like that, you are getting the double helix treatment. She stormed off into the school, leaving me in the dust. QB liquid. Are we really going to be able to find any? Gazed up at this starry night sky and sighed. Just one more thing to worry about. That concludes your briefing on the enemy we'll be facing this time. Are there any questions? Pardon a mentally defective simpleton like me for asking, but we know which days the enemy is going to attack. Why don't we set up more traps and stuff to slow them down? Good grief, you really are simpleton if you can't figure that out. If we did that, the invaders will know that we know when they are coming, you see. And then they will change up their strategy to try and throw us off. Before you know it, we wouldn't have a clue when they were going to attack or which commanders they would be sending. In other words, we'll lose our biggest strategic advantage. Correctamundo. That's why we have got to exercise a certain amount of subtlety, whatever that is. Hiruko smirked. It had probably been her idea for Siri to tell everyone that. Why do they have to attack so early anyway? That's actually a good question. They seem to attack at night or early morning a lot. I bet it's because they are jealous of my beautiful healthy skin. You mean they are disrupting our sleep pattern in an attempt to undermine our skincare regime? You know what? Now it's personal. You actually care about your skin, Takumi? I'm surprised you can even breathe through all that makeup you slather on. Better than sweating like a pig inside a mask. The whole thing stinks like an unwashed jockstrap, you know. I don't know where my precious mask. Don't worry, Miss Osuzuki, I do not detect any such body odors. Phew, that's a relief. There's a smell like defecation though. That's even worse. Hey Eva, about today's battle. I'll be joining you, of course. Are you really sure about this? You're not going to turn on us partway through or anything. That won't happen, I guarantee it. Miss Eva is a fully fledged member of our team now. You must trust her. Yes, please trust me, and we'll kill lots of those disgusting invaders together. As we were talking, the morning announcement played. It wouldn't be long now. Sure enough, a few seconds later.
Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Unauthorized personnel detected on school ground. Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
To battle. Here I come. Okay guys, let's do this. Special defense unit, move out. Time to stab ourselves, as usual. Let's do this. Right, lots of flying units there. Alright. Battle start. Annihilate all the enemies. Wave 1 end.
Did you see, everyone? I'm killing these revolting invaders, just like you.
Thanks, Ava. You helped us make it through the first wave without any major problems.
According to Sire, though, the real battle's still to come.
Yeah, we haven't seen the commander yet.
What was this one's name again?
I believe it was something like... Alan get a clue? It's Adamacu!
Come on, guys, don't get distracted!
Stay strong, everyone.
Is it really that guy? Yeah, it is.
How infuriating. How dare that bitch push me around? Who the hell does she think I am? I'm the great Adamacu, the paragon of hatred! Ah! You're all going down!
Adam with the shoes here!
You know, rates of depression among shoe salesmen are higher than in any other industry.
That's not even a joke anymore. How sad.
Let's give the poor guy a break. Preferably a permanent one. Focus, guys! Here we go!
Alright. Annihilate enemy boss.
Looks like my chicken wing Majero drop did the trick. Are we naming our attacks now? So, what are we going to do with Aaron Takapue?
Adamacu! We should kill him immediately.
Really?
Nah, ain't no point in that.
I agree. He is already vanquished.
He's not even moving anymore. He's totally dead, huh?
Don't let your guards down yet. There's still a chance she's going to show up again.
Hiruko had barely finished speaking when it happened. A figure appeared on the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. They landed next to Commander's body, snatched it up and threw it with all their might. It hurled across the sky, flying an elegant arc. Finally it disappeared from view, landing somewhere outside a ball of fire. We watched it go. We turned our attention back to new arrival. It was, of course, sure.
So, you're still alive.
It will take more than a little firework like that to defeat me. I wasn't able to save Valagarzo and Zanshin's bodies from the blast, but we all have to make sacrifices.
The undying flame didn't kill Vashnes in any of the other timelines. Hiruko and I both knew that, but I had been holding on to a vain hope that maybe things would be different this time. This timeline's explosive was supposed to be a lot stronger than the others after all. We really hadn't known for sure whether she would show up at the end of this battle or not. All we had been able to do was tell everyone, yes, Sire, of course, that it was a possibility.
Sire did warn us about this, so I'm not totally shocked. I'm still surprised, though.
Surprised, but not shocked?
Aren't they essentially the same thing?
I think the whole team felt that way. They all seemed a lot less sure of themselves than they had a moment ago.
Don't despair, everyone. Let's kill this odious invader without delay.
You've betrayed us to side with the enemy, Ava? Have you forgotten our family pride?
Shut the hell up, you nasty bitch. I'm going to shove my hand so far up your ass your back teeth will clatter.
It sounded like the new and improved brainwashing process had made some interesting changes to Eva's vocabulary.
Have it your way. I'll just have to show you the kind of calamity that befalls traitors like you!
Bring it on, skank. I'll break open your head and suck your brains up through a bendy straw.
Vashnes kicked over from the ground and transformed in midair. When she landed, the ground trembled underneath us.
You guys, this is your first time fighting her, right?
Huh? Of course! Why are you even asking?
Yeah, what do you mean, our first time?
Almost sounds like you fought her before, Takumi. No, of course I haven't. How could I?
You don't sound convincing.
At any rate, she's really strong. I assume. So be careful.
I assume. You think or assume?
Thanks for making me even more nervous.
Don't worry. We can win if we all work together.
Yeah, ain't nothing to it but to do it.
Kill. Kill. Kill!
To battle.
Bow down!
Whoa.
Back to the front line.
We did it! We won!
Curious. She wasn't nearly so formidable as I was expecting.
Ding dong, the bitch is dead. The special defense unit comes out on top again.
What have they done to you?
Curse you!
Oh no! She's still alive!
Of course I am. If your bomb didn't kill me, what makes you think your little guns and swords could? I have to compliment you, though. I never thought you'd give me this much trouble.
How about you surrender now and make it easier on yourself?
Fools! I can't die yet. I will win this war, even if I have to violate the teachings to do it. What? Farewell, for now.
That Vashnes was gone.
Phew.
We did it! Go us!
You're light years too soon to take us on, loser!
But don't light years measure distance.
Don't sweat the details. It's all about sounding cool.
Looks like we won again!
There's only one thing left to do.
Yeah, let's do it.
Please, let's not.
1, 2...
Too late.
Special Defense Unit! Best in the world! Indestructible and undefeated! Never lose! Never yield! Special Defense Unit, fight on!
Everyone was in a good mood, but Vashnes' words still haunted me, even if I had to violate the teachings. Was this timeline's version of her ready to start absorbing cryptoglobin now? It was an unsettling thought, but I didn't want to ruin everyone's fun.
Oh, I'll worry about this later.
I pushed aside the warriors and joined the others in celebrating our victory. Immediately after I heard the usual morning announcement, Yugamo rushed into my room. What's wrong, Yugamo? Takumi, it's an emergency. Come with me. Please no. Come on. I ran down the hall with Yugamo until we arrived at the parking lot. I rushed over there where our mom was standing only to see... What? Everyone else was already there. We all stood stunned in front of the school bus, which had somehow become rusted and corroded. Nico and I were the first to find it. Okay, no dead bodies. Phew! We were patrolling the school already this morning when we saw it. Then we went to wake up Shizihara and Kawana and Omoke. We chose these three because they seem to have plenty of knowledge of physics and chemistry. They got to work analyzing the corrosion. And we called you all here because we've figured out the cause. What is it? I had a bad feeling about this. It felt awfully familiar to something I had seen before. I'll explain what we found. The cause of corrosion lies with something called particle bacteria. I knew it. Same thing that ruined the escape pods in the Haunt and Mystery timelines. It had showed up in this timeline too. But why? I caught Hiruko's eye, and she nodded. We would talk about this later when we were alone. Well, so far, we don't know what happened to Eito that managed to escape. Maybe it's his doing. Maybe he jumped to our universe somehow. Supposed to continue her explanation. The details were exactly the same as what she told us in the Hunt timeline. I don't really get what you're saying, but I can tell we are in a world of trouble. Got that right. So far we have only found damage here in the parking lot, but if we leave it like this, the particle bacteria will spread in no time, and then all the metal in this school will be reduced to rust, scrap. Everyone was lost for words. I could hear gasps from a few of them. I have implemented some countermeasures, so things aren't going to fall apart just yet. Countermeasures? We have secured the air pressure in all school facilities, excluding the parking lot. That means we don't have to worry about air flowing from low pressure atmosphere of parking lot to high pressure atmosphere of the rest of the school. Using this method, we'll be able to prevent the damage from spreading for another 9 days. 9 days? But how are we supposed to get rid of this practical stuff? In response to Takuma's question, Tsubasa produced a photograph. We'll need some of this QB liquid. It's the only thing that can purge the bacteria. Only problem is we have no idea where to find it. What about the biolab? I know every chemical in the place. There's nothing like that in there. That's right, we are not going to find it in here. It's so incredibly rare. You may not even find it outside in the city ruins. Don't worry, I know what we have to do. Basically, we have to find this QB liquid within 9 days, right? But is that even possible? We'll have to make it possible. We'll be in lethal levels of trouble if you didn't find it. No problems, we'll figure something out. Yeah, let's all split up and get to searching. The enemy would strike again on day 47, so there wasn't any issue with us leaving the school unattended for a while. But just in case of any unexpected attacks, we decided that 8 of us would remain at the school. The remaining 7 of us went out to search the ruins, but we are not getting anywhere. There's no sign of it here. We didn't find anything either. This is driving me crazy. I told you it wouldn't be easy to find. At any rate, it is already nighttime. Yeah, let's get back and try again tomorrow. Return to the school and report our results, or lack thereof, to the defense team. Our friends who had been guarding the school were disappointed for a moment, but they shrugged it off. It's fine, we still got 8 days left, right? You'll be sure to find it if you just keep looking patiently. Nobody seemed to seemed too discouraged by the situation. We had a late dinner and went our separate ways. Eventually, everybody returned to their rooms. Everybody except for me and Hiruko, that is. Why is this happening? Why is the bacteria here in this timeline too? I told you, didn't I? The particle bacteria emerges depending on quantum lock. It's an entirely fickle phenomenon that plays by its own rules. There's no sense in trying to reason it out. Let's focus on what we are going to do from here on, namely finding the QB liquid. Do you have any ideas? Yuko listlessly shook her head. Either way, we are in trouble. Our class weapon will be fine, but our electronics, traps, the escape pod, anything made of metal, all of it will end up falling apart. Even the machine in the defense room that holds Shion's real body. Which means, exactly, at this rate, we're all going to die. Day 35. Just like the day before, we split up in a group of 7 to explore and 8 to defend the school. Hiruko and I were part of the exploration team. We spent all day going from place to place in search of QB liquid. But in the end, we had nothing to show for. We gave up on the search for now and decided to pick it up again the next day. We had decided to switch out the members of the search and defense teams randomly each day. Today I ended up in the defense team. After breakfast I sent off the exploration team with a few words of encouragement. After that I went back to my room. What should I do now? Should I go back to looking for that book? Reflection? Okay, whatever that book is. No, that probably wasn't the right move for today. My mind was so preoccupied with the particle bacteria I doubted I could focus. Still, I can't just sit around staring at the ceiling. The others staying at the school were Takamaru, Nozomi, Yugami, Kyoshigan, Tsukuma twins, and Iwa. I decided to go see what they were all up to. At night, I met up in the schoolyard with the exploration team who had returned from their trip. Their disappointed faces told me all I need to know, but I still had to ask just in case. How did it go? They briefly shook their heads. That's too bad. 6 days left. Slowly but surely our time was running out. After dinner I headed for usual spot behind the school at the Hiruko's request. What did you want to talk about? Today is day 36. That reminded me of something. Do you remember what happened on day 36 in the Box of Calamity timeline? I shifted through my memories. If I remember right, Ato used the parallel leap machine to jump to another timeline. That's right, but in the end we never found out which one he had jumped to. Are you saying you have figured it out now? No, it's not that, but something about it still bothers me. That reminds me, Ato escaped from his cage back then too. His method was different this time around though. In the Box of Calamity timeline, someone broke the lock to cage for him. Someone? If you don't remember, it's for the best. What? At any rate, he used a different plan here in this timeline. He managed to escape the cage all by himself. The moment I heard those words, I remembered something I had heard.
Sir Ato requested that I close the drain.
Well, it's true! I opened the valve for the fountain in the courtyard all the way! The whole courtyard was soaked. Like it had been doused by a sprinkler or something.
I did give Ato something made of rubber. Sturdy rubber balloons. About 100.
Oh, so that's what happened.
Ato used the same method Ava did in the mystery timeline.
You're just realizing that now? Well, it took me a while to connect the dots myself. On day 9, I remember the day Eva escaped in the mystery timeline. Do you remember when you suggested putting Ato back in the cage after he escaped? At that point, I was suddenly assaulted by the violent headache. I suddenly remember what happened in the mystery timeline. That's why I said what I said.
Not that cage. We have to put him somewhere else.
As soon as Hiruko finished talking, I took off running.
Where do you think you're going?
I could hear her calling after me. I responded without turning around.
I'm going to confirm something with Eito.
Confirm what?
Isn't it obvious? SAD! The scandalous Atsuki disappearance.
Ugh, fine. I don't know what you're up to, but I'm going with you.
Okay, Eito. What are you two doing? It's almost time for bed. Couldn't you get any sleep? Did you come here so I could read Snow White to you? Unfortunately, I don't have any fairy tales. Shut up, I'm to ask you something. Oh, really? You got out of that cage by yourself, didn't you? That K-person you said unlocked it for you doesn't really exist. What are you babbling about, Takumi? Bottom part of that animal pen wasn't secured in place. It's just a heavy iron cage mounted on a base. Still, it weighs 1 ton. It's not something anyone could move with their bare hands. That's why you came up with the idea of using buoyancy. The courtyard can be sealed airtight. The drain was sealed off and the fountain well was wide open. The courtyard would be full of water in a matter of hours. And what would happen if there were hundreds of inflated 10-liter balloons in the cage when that happened? Archimedes' principle states that upward buoyant force is equal to weight of the displaced water. Okay, 100 balloons that hold 10 liters each makes 1,000 kilograms, 1 ton of upward force. This cancels out the weight of the cage and reduces it to near zero. You would barely need to use a single finger. You were easily able to lift the cage with just the slightest effort. That's how you escaped. On hearing my explanation, Eito broke out into bright green. Bravo! What a brilliant deduction, detective. There's no reason for me to hide anything now that you have figured that much out. Then tell us, why did you invent this K-person? To slow distrust and discord. Naturally. I mean, and why did you go to the infirmary after escaping? To destroy the revive-o-matic. Without that, you'll all be in a tough spot, wouldn't you? Listening to him was making my blood boil. You haven't changed at all. You are still a liar, a traitor, and an untrustworthy scumbag. Oh, I feel so terribly wounded. Maybe it will make me feel better if I told you everyone about your little trips through time. Apologize on your hands and knees. Put that sloping forehead of yours on the ground. Then scream about how sorry you are with tears streaming down your face. Do that, I might forgive you. I drew my hand back to lash out, but Hiruko caught it before I could. Come on, we'll only waste our time talking to him. Oh, you're going? That's too bad. I happen to be aware of some valuable intel that you might be interested in. Valuable intel? But I won't say a word until I get that apology. See you around, friends. Good night. He turned and vanished into the capsule. He's bluffing. Don't pay him any mind. Yeah, you're right. Let's get out of here. So ended day 36. I didn't think about Eito again for a while after that. Day 37. We spent the entirety of the day searching for the liquid. Unfortunately, our search didn't turn up anything, and the time flew by without any mercy. The morning of day 38 was upon us without so much as a hint of a lead. Okay. Okay, catch you guys later. Be careful out there. Or don't be as reckless as you want. We only have 5 days left. That's right, don't hesitate to make sacrifices. Do whatever it takes to find that liquid and bring it back to the school. Make sacrifices? We die outside of the wall, we can't come back. He's telling us he doesn't care if it comes to that. That's so heartless. I won't let that comment slide. Siri can say whatever he wants. It doesn't mean we have to agree. Right, you're biggest priority is making it back in one piece. That's an order, understood? I'm so grateful for your words of encouragement. Yes, we should go now. After seeing off the exploration team, the rest of us went our own ways. I always end up coming back to my room. Is this just in my nature? Well, whatever. 7 people were on guard today, not counting myself. Kurara, Gaku, Shoma, Moko, Darumi, Tsubasa, and Hiruko. Okay, so Nozomi is not here. Decided to go see what they were up to. The exploration team came back late. It was already past 10 PM when we saw them. Guys, what did you find? What were you guys doing? I was worried. Yeah, sorry about that. Well, did you find anything? All 7 members of the exploration team grinned it up upon hearing her question. Don't tell me. Found the QP liquid? No, we weren't quite that successful, but we got something else instead. An important piece of information. What information? We're searching around some buildings a long way from here. And we happened upon a platoon of enemies making camp. Of course, we hid ourselves right away. Those clowns never saw us, but we overheard their leader talking to someone through their wireless comms. We heard them mentioning the particle bacteria. Exploration team excitedly continued their tale. They had learned something from the platoon leader's conversation. A few days ago at an MMA base, the relay station we had been to in other timelines, there was a particle bacteria outbreak. They quarantined the corroded areas but couldn't stop the spread completely. That was why the platoon had been sent out to that cluster of buildings to look for a way to combat the bacteria. The last thing we heard the leader say was, "We have secured the QP liquid. I've already sent it to the relay station. It should arrive any minute now." So you're saying this liquid at the enemy base? The exploration team nodded with a smile on their faces. Just then Sira and Nigo showed up. Hooray! Surprise! We heard everything. What an incredible feat. What feat? And you all made it back in one piece. Your commander officer is just so happy you're all okay. Quit it with that, man. Anyway, I know we only just got this news, but I need you to go immediately. Huh? Go where? Isn't it obvious? The enemy relay station. Of course, we can't very well leave this school empty. You never know when there might be a surprise attack. Those of you who went out today should stay here. You are probably exhausted after all the walking. But wait a minute, I get why the defense team should be the ones to go, but you really mean right now? You're darn right, I do. If you don't go now, you won't make it in time. Even by bus, it takes about 8 hours to get to the base. Then we'll make it even if we left tomorrow. We still have 4 days left anyway. I think you're forgetting something very important, Marco. The school bus right now, it's... Oh dang, we can't use the bus because of that particle stuff. Exactly, that's why we need the defense team to set up now, preferably sprinting. You want us to run when it will take the bus 8 hours? You'll be fine, we are confident you can make the trip in a mere 32 hours. 32 hours? My god. Okay. Day 39. After taking a moment to rest our eyes, those of us assigned to expedition team left for the base. There were 8 of us in all: Moko, Darumi, Shoma, Gaku, Tsubasa, Kurara, Hiruko, and me. We were cautioned against using Tsubasa's and Shoma's class weapons to make the journey easier. We'll be in for a fight when we got to the base, so we needed to preserve our Himo anima as much as possible. According to Sire and Nigo, class weapons weren't capable of that kind of extended use anyway. Our only option was to run. Night fell, dawn broke, night fell again. We just kept going. Maybe that was an exaggeration, but aside from some sort of breaks for food, we really did just keep running. An overwhelming amount of time passed, and before I knew it, it was the start of another day. Okay, day 40. Suddenly I realized the sky was light again. I must have fallen asleep while I was running. Everybody else seemed just as dazed, constantly moving their legs even as they grew limp and weak. Right as I opened my eyes, Hiruko, who was leading the charge, called out. "We are here." We stopped and made our way to the top of a nearby hill to survey the situation. What we saw there was... Okay, it's the same animation. Please. At least there's not boss. They got rid of that before using the same animation. After some quick recon, we snuck into a nearby storm drain. Getting here was really tiring, wasn't it? For real, not even a real killing game could make me feel this close to death. Can we rest for a second? I can barely move a muscle. No, we don't have time. You cold-blooded psycho. She's similar than the homicidal mastermind. Just to confirm, we are going to fight the enemies in their base, right? Isn't that obvious? It's not like if we ask politely for the QB look, they will just hand it over with a smile.
Huh?
Yeah, all heard about the enemy intel, right? But Hiruko told us only the way here. Hiruko had explained to everyone what she heard from Siren and the others. The name of the commander is Quinzel. Flies around in the sky, right? So annoying. That was my special skill on our side. I'll whip him up, surface to air, artillery, and knock him down in one shot. The thing is, I'll have to start crafting it after he actually appears. Why, can't you just make it now? This practical weapon can only hold its shape for 5 minutes. After that, its internal pressure will cause it to explode. I see, that makes complete sense then. One last thing, there's no revivals in this battle, so be careful. Right, without the school bus, we will never make it back to the infirmary in time. Exactly, so if things look shaky, retreat immediately. Got it? Everyone nodded in silence. Their faces looked tense. Okay guys, let's do this. Special defense unit, move out. Alright. Annihilate enemies in one turn. More enemies approaching.
That battle was on easy mode.
Yeah, nothing to it.
It's not over yet. He's coming.
Him? It's Quinzel!
I am the paragon of repulsion, Gwenzile. I'll be sure to make it agonizingly painful when I kill you. Go ahead, scramble for your ugly lives. You won't escape from me.
He always escapes.
He's here. Just like a moth fluttering around a bonfire in summer. All right, cover me. I need to focus on crafting this artillery. Hello, Earth to peasants! Am I talking to myself here? It's an honor to be tasked with protecting somebody as noble as me.
Everybody, Kurata's right.
See? He gets it.
No, I mean, forget about honor or nobility or whatever. Just cover her.
Understood. Got it.
Alright. Okay, Kurara dies.
And that's how a true lady slaughters her prey.
Ah, he freaking survived!
Naughty Kurara! You broke your promise! I never said this would kill him! I just said it would knock him down!
Less bickering, more fighting.
Okay, here goes.
Battle.
Ashes.
There's too many of them.
The pain. It hurts. Why? Why would you do something so cruel?
You're asking us?
And why do you?
Suddenly a console broke off and stared at something behind us, part of the horizon.
Oh! A UFO!
No way we are buying that again.
Huh? Where?
Everyone turned to look. I was so caught up in the moment that I did too.
Huh? I don't see no UFO.
Don't tell me.
We turned back around, but it was too late. During those precious few seconds, the defeated commander had disappeared completely.
Did he?
Run away?
Looks like it.
With that idiotic trick? Not even a kid would have fallen for that.
And yet, we did fall for it.
So you're saying we're dumber than a bunch of little kids.
I found it! It's here!
Shama's voice echoed throughout the base. We all followed the sound. Shama, did you really find it? Yes, in a storage room in the back. Then let's see it. At Gaku's urging, Shama pulled it out from behind his back. No doubt about it, that's QB liquid. Really, it just says QB liquid? Yo, we did it. Can use this to get rid of those particular bacteria, right? Yep, completely and thoroughly. Good work, Shama. Great work. I didn't know you had it in you, Shama. Phew, no one can take a break. Now we can take a break. I don't think so. We don't even have time to stand still, let alone sit down and rest. Huh?
Oh?
We only have 2 days left. If it's going to take us 32 hours to get back, we won't arrive until tomorrow night. And I'm assuming you're all too tired to run at the same speed as we did on our way here. That means we'll be racing against the clock. If we really push ourselves, we might make it by the morning after tomorrow. But silence, servant. Servant? Let's just get going. The others are counting on us. Hiruko started making her way outside the base. The rest of us could only stare at Hiruko. It's just like I said. She's a cold-blooded psycho. With that, we all staggered after her. Day 41. All we could do was drag our exhausted bodies back to the academy, one step at a time. My consciousness was so hazy that I felt like I was running inside a nightmare. My legs were out of strain. I imagined they were just two withered, ancient tree trunks attached to my body. Morning finally came. The sun set, and even as night came again, we never stopped. What we were doing by that point could clearly be called running. Even walking would have been too generous of description. Okay. My body felt like it wasn't mine anymore. It was like I was having an out-of-body experience. Suddenly I heard a voice. The data is about to change. I had no idea who said it. For all I knew, I might have said it myself without realizing. Feeling blurry and hazy, we crossed over into a new day. Day 42. Okay, just like Hiruko predicted, we finally arrived at the academy on the morning of day 42. You guys, I hardly know what to say in a situation like this. Welcome back just isn't enough. You have returned safely. I was so worried that my heart almost broke. My dear sister and I prayed for you every day. Damn it, the hell is this? Some kind of salty shit coming out of my eyes. Me too, my eyes are squirting. Even you? The defense team all looked genuinely happy to see us back. We appreciated that, but all we could muster was a dry laugh. So what about QB liquid? You found it, right? Swasa vehicle lifted her arms to bring it out. Hey, nice work! I knew you could do it. Thank you so much, everybody. They showered us with applause, cheers and cries. Smiles stretched across every face, and some even started leaping with joy. Now, Miss Kawana, I hate to ask you so soon after your return, but do you think you can get started on dealing with the bacteria? Swell looked completely drained. Her hollow eyes stared into nothing as she answered. Fine, but I can't do it alone. I need everyone's help. What are we even doing there? Phew, looks like we made it in time. Good thing the school has replication machines. Thanks to that, we managed to synthesize a large quantity of undiluted QB liquid. We divided the QB liquid among ourselves and sprayed it all over every last inch of the school. Of course, we gave the school bus in the parking lot a through going over as well. That should clear out the particle bacteria. There's no chance of it spreading now. But what about the bus? It's still a corroded mess. I guess I'll just have to figure something out. You gonna repair it? Yeah, I did this kind of thing plenty of time at Grandpa's garage. What a relief.
Yum, yum, yum.
And now, Gawana, if you don't mind, I need you to. Someone kick Siri as hard as they could before he could finish his demand. Who was it? Honorable Siri, sir! Nigo ran over to comfort his fallen superior. Who would do such a thing? I looked around to find the culprit, only to see that everyone else was looking at me. Apparently I was the one who kicked him in. It all had happened unconsciously. Sorry, Siri, I am so tired. I am losing sense of reason. Siri does not appear to be listening, I fear. Yeah, he's out like a light. Is everything okay? I mean with you, Takumi. Isn't the bomb inside of you supposed to go off if you even lay a finger on Siri? It's probably fine. I agree. After all, Takumi might have laid something on him. But it wasn't a finger. It was a foot. After that, we immediately parted ways. The others headed back to their rooms, but Hiruko lingered behind to speak to me. Looks like we have solved our particle bacteria problem in this timeline anyway.
Huh?
Yeah, we should give some Kibiluki to Hunt timeline too. The next time the blood levels will be high enough is day 45. We'll be able to lead them between 5 and 11 AM. It will still be a while until we can get to the Hunt timeline. I hope the damage hasn't spread too badly by then.
Oh?
Me too, but there's something else we have to do first. Are you talking about that book? We'll resume our search tomorrow. Tomorrow will probably be our last day, actually. Right, we only have 10% of the books left to check. Hiruko gave a firm nod. Well done, it's all in your hands. With that, she left and headed for her own room. I staggered and wobbled back to my room. When I lay my worn-out husk of body down, I was greeted by an intense drowsiness. I have no idea what happened after that. A second later, I was complete unconsciousness. What's going on? Yeah, we are library. It's evening, Takumi. How long do you plan on sleeping? You are too old to act like this.
Hey!
I am literally a teenager. And in your case, you forgot we ran 2 marathons, fought a battle in between, and had to hoof the school down with QB liquid as soon as we got back. I'm dying from lack of sleep here. Keep it down, we are in a library. Who cares? Nobody even is even here. I am here. Are you blind or something? Didn't I just tell you to quiet down, smooth brain? You are yelling too. I'm glad to see you're doing okay. Same to you. After a short rest, Hiruko spoke solemnly. Alright, let's get started. For real this time. I doubt we're going to find anything. We spent what felt like an eternity in the library, in silence. My head was empty, incapable of independent thought. We were just staring at the light of the lamp dangling from the ceiling, transfixed. I had no idea how much time had passed, but then I heard the announcement. Silence washed over the cold, vast space once more. Neither of us said a word. We continued to stand there, stunned. After some time, Hiruko finally spoke. Let's head back. I tried to answer, but my mouth was too dry to move. There's no sense in lingering. The book wasn't in here after all. It might be out there somewhere beyond the wall of fire, but I have no idea how we will find it. There's no libraries or bookstores out there. It will be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Does that mean we are going to have to give up on the book and find another way out of the loop? With that, Hiruko slipped out of the room. I felt something dark in the pit of my chest. I couldn't even muster a sigh. I wasn't over what happened yesterday. The black lump was still stuck in my chest, but we still had more than 50 days until day 100. We'll be sure to find a way to break out of the loop by then. I firmly reminded myself of this fact and decided to walk around the school like normal. The sun set and the scenery turned dark and dusky. A similar phenomenon was happening in my chest. I couldn't stop thinking about the loop. Was there really a way out of it? As I was mulling it over, I realized I wasn't alone. Who could this be?
Huh?
Eva, did you need something? There's something I wish to report to you. Mr. Sumine, you said you were looking for a book called Reflections on... Yeah, correct?
Huh?
Yeah, I did. What about it? I think I may have figured it out. Where that book is, I mean. What? I was just talking to Mr. Ginzaki and somehow we ended up on the subject of Mr. Aotsuki. Yazeta had been locked up in that room ever since day 9. What am I asking this, but is he doing alright? How is his emotional well-being? I gave him meals regularly. He always seemed the same as ever. He's actually pretty fond of that place. He told me it's quiet and relaxing. Even said it's perfect for reading. For reading? Yes, I bring him books with his meals. He asked me for something to read, so I just grabbed a few from the library. If I might ask, was there a book titled Reflections on your selection? Yes, there was. I remember it because of that weird, complicated title. Why do you want to know? What? Eva, thank you. You're a lifesaver. I gave her my short and sweet thanks before springing outside. Hiruko, come with me. What is it? I know where the book is. He thundered down the stairs, through the halls, into the capsule room. Let me guess, you finally figured it out. Where did you put that book? I've got it right here. Ito pulled the book out of his jacket and ripped it out of his clutches. I looked over the cover. There it was, the title I had wanted to see for so long. Reflections on, you know the rest. Unfortunately, what the? All of the pages are ripped out. What happened to them? Do you know anything about goats? I have been told more than once that I look like one. Don't tell me. That's right, I ate them. He gave me so little food. I was so hungry. I just couldn't help myself. Rick and I searched the room from top to bottom. We even frisked Ito just in case he was hiding anything on him. But there wasn't so much as a single page, not a single paragraph of the book remaining. You read it? You did, didn't you? Why did you think I asked if you had finally figured it out? There was information relevant to our situation in there. You knew we'll show up for it eventually, isn't that right? That's not all. I gave you a hint on day 36 as well. I happen to be aware of some valuable intel that you might be interested in. So there was information about the time loop in that book. Eito, tell us everything. What exactly was written in it? Have you? Hippo can't be rolled away. I said I wouldn't tell you anything until you apologized to me. And not just Takuma, I'm including you too now. Hiruko, that's called joint liability. Why don't you two get on your knees, put your foreheads to the ground and lick the floor while you crawl? Yeah, sorry Eito, you don't deserve this, then maybe, just maybe. Hey! There's no way we're doing any of that. Well then, I guess we're done here. You're going to have to repeat these same pointless 100 days forever and ever. 100 years, 1,000 years, it doesn't matter. It will just keep going for all eternity. Well, maybe that's not so bad in its own way. It's the same as being immortal in a sense. On second thought, I'm actually a little jealous of you. So obvious that I might have to sleep it off for a while. I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Sleep tight, you two. I mean, what's the problem? Can't we go to the other timeline and find the book that exists in that timeline? It was still before dawn. Hiruko and I had come to the lab for the first time in a long while. Okay, I'm all done configuring the machine. Everything is ready. Now we just have to wait for 5 AM. And the cubilicute got it right here. I asked supposed to give me a little extra. By the way, what do we do about Ito? Are we going to force him to tell us what he knows? Well, that will be a waste of time. Torture doesn't work on his type. Then what do we do? Hiruko rapped her knuckles against her brow as she answered. Let's think on it. We still have time, and right now we need to focus on the lead at hand. Goal isn't anything too complicated this time. We just have to get the liquid to Tsubasa in the hunt timeline. But it's possible somebody might slip and crack his head somewhere along the line, isn't it? The next time the blood space waves will surge is day 50. There's a battle on day 47, so we can't afford to linger under any circumstances. Don't worry, I won't screw up like that again. Then go ahead and work your magic. Okay. Time is here. Clad in our lip suits, we clamped this red button and jumped onto the platform. Alright, let's go. It's light out. The morning announcement hasn't played yet, but someone might wake up early and come over here. Let's proceed with caution, don't make a sound. Got it. First, we head for Takumi 4's room. Shouldn't we go straight to Tsubasa? Looking like this when she wakes up and screams in our faces, then what? But why do we need to go to Takumi 4's room? I need you to become Takumi 4 again. Then you can give the QB look to Tsubasa and explain how you got it. Explain it how. Just make something up. But if Takumi 4 wakes up while you are at it, we'll have a mess on our hands. That's why. We quietly infiltrated Takumi 4's room. He was still sleeping. We sidled up to him and with a reckless amount of force, stabbed him with another needle.
Can't you be a little gentler when you do that? Even if he's from another timeline, he's still me.
I know. And that's why I did it like that. More importantly, change clothes and get to Tsubasa. I'll take your suit and head for the capsule room.
What do we do about him?
We leave him here and go. The anesthetic I used is more powerful than the one from last time. He'll be out for a whole day. We've got nothing to worry about.
We stepped out of the Takumi 4's room. I gave my lip suit to Hiruko, who wished me luck and vanished inside the school. I watched her leave before I headed to Tsubasa's room. I rang the doorbell and Tsubasa opened the door, sleepily rubbing her eyelids. Sleepily. What is it? It's so early. Sorry, but I have something to give you. I pulled the QB liquid out of my pocket and handed it to Tsubasa. No way, this is QB liquid, but how? Where did you get this? Well, I snuck out to do some extra exploring last night and found it then. Where? Geez, where was it again? It was so dark I couldn't really see. Well, whatever, what matters is we can use this to get rid of the particle bacteria. Thank you, Takumi, you're seriously the best. What a relief, now you can leave this place on day 100 too. What do you mean, all of you? Aren't you coming to... I'm going to get in the pod with us? Oh no, that's not what I meant. I was going to blow the lid off the whole operation if I kept talking. There was only one way out. Well, good luck with everything. I turned and tried to leave Tsubasa behind, but... Wait, aren't you going to help? I have an errand I need to deal with. You can ask the others though, right? Wow, heartless much. I'm kind of offended. Maybe I'll just disable the shower and toilet in your room. Tsubasa started marching over to my room. I panicked and tried to stop her. Wait. We had until 11 AM to leap back to our timeline. It was only 6:30 AM now, so I still had time. Fine, you win, I'll help you. Great, then let's get right to it. After getting blackmailed into working for here, phew, finally done. That should have wiped out the particle bacteria. Thanks, Takumi, you really saved us. I scratched to tip of my nose. This hangar was the only place affected by the cafeteria, right? Bacteria. Yeah, for now, but just to be sure, I'll spray it all around the school later. Can use the replicator in the biolab to increase our stock of the QB liquid. How about the escape pod repairs? I'll just have to give it a shot. It looks like it's going to be a serious task though. When I was spraying the liquid just now, I got inside the pod from a gap in the corroded external wall. From there I saw the control system is a mess. I'll need to replace everything including the circuit board. Don't really know anything about that stuff, but it sounds like a lot of work. But there was one good thing. If we replace the control system circuit board, we'll be able to manually deploy the port from the war room. From the war room? Manually? Yeah! So we could escape the school without waiting for day 100? Exactly, but it's going to take at least 50 days to fully repair it, even if I work at top speed. So it'll be done by day 95 at the earliest. That barely changes anything. Can't the others help you out with some of it? There's plenty they could do, but I can't really ask them for help right now. We are smack dab in the middle of the invader hunt. After all. Huh? Can hardly ask the members be up against, you know. Hold on, I thought the invader hunt was over. What are you saying? It got back on track a while back. Ever since the real sponsor showed up on day 33. What? There's one more sponsor? What? The sponsor is still alive? Yeah, Tsubasa said the one that got killed on the day 31 was a spare. Then Kakuji is still out there. Right. Which means she's likely hiding somewhere inside the school. If I was looking for a place to hide in the school without being found, our eyes met. Underground. The hidden room. We descended the stairs to the basement just as we had suspected someone was there. But it wasn't who we were expecting. Eito? What are you doing here? Eito stared at Hiruko in her lip suit and nodded as if something had just clicked for him. I see, you must be Hiruko. I recognize the voice. Identifying people by their voice rather than their appearance is something a forte of mine. The lip suits had voice changes, but Hiruko's was turned off at that point. Because everyone looks like hideous monsters to you? Oh, you know about that. I can't say I'm surprised. Those suits tell me you have experience jumping to other timelines. And Hiruko, you don't belong to this timeline, do you? Hiruko from this timeline is already dead. You are here from some other timeline. That's where you learned about my secret. The same probably goes for you, Takumi. Hiruko being alive and, well, doesn't seem to bother you at all. Which means the two of you jumped from the same timeline. Didn't you? So what if we did? I was just thinking out loud. After all, you are the same as us. You don't belong to this timeline either. The Eito in this timeline had his cryptoglobin absorbed by Takumi on day 2. How despicably cruel. Even if this isn't my timeline, that's hard to forgive. You must be from the Box of Calamity timeline. You jumped from it on day 36, didn't you? Box of Calamity, is that what you're calling it? You're probably right. I imagine that is the timeline I came from. I escaped the school, wandered the streets, and by chance stumped on some sort of laboratory. Decided to tinker with the machinery there, and before I knew it, I was here. There's no way that happened just by chance. But it did. It's not so surprising considering my specialist skill. Special fortune telling? I don't know the slowly. Fine, we'll say it was a coincidence. Let me ask you something. Are you the sponsor of the Invader Hunt? No matter the timeline, you are still just as dense. The Invader Hunt started on day 26. How could I sponsor the game when I only arrived here on the day 36? When the real sponsor must be Kakoji. Oh, do you two know who it is? Not answering, huh? Well, so be it. I'm not interested in the sponsor anymore. Then what are you doing here? Why are you here? I wanted to read. Read? Why would you do that? You don't know why someone would read. You are terminally stupid, I fear. I read to satisfy my intellectual hunger. There's so much I want to know. About humanity, about space, about the laws of physics that govern it all. And of course about the mystery behind my own existence. You two are completely unrelated to my timeline, so allow me to confess in full. Deep down, I wanted to see people the way you see them, purely as a matter of intellectual curiosity. So I started reading all kinds of books to find a way to make it happen. Unfortunately, it seems there really is some kind of glitch in my brain, so as long as I have that, I won't be able to perceive people the way you do. Sad, isn't it? Shall we cry about it together? All I want is to be friends. Do you know anything about how to get this glitch out of my brain? If you do, I think I could be your comrade again, in the truest sense of the word. I suppose there was no point in asking. You don't believe me, do you? I'll just have to disappear, I suppose. Disappear? Don't tell me. Exactly, see you around. The very next second, Eito pulled something out of his pocket. Threw it straight at us. Instantly, the object exploded. I didn't have time to close my eyes or plug my ears. Stun grenade? I remembered my brief realization before losing consciousness. Okay, now what? But nothing is happening.
You certainly sleep hard. Maybe it's an after effect of leap damage.
This is my room, right? Are we back in steady fundamental?
Of course. And who do you think you have to thank for that?
Don't tell me. Again.
I seriously considered just abandoning you this time, but I knew I'd miss having an errand boy. So I carried you back.
Was it a stun grenade that went off? Were you alright?
I was wearing my leap suit, so I took almost no damage.
I sat up and got out of the bed. What happened after that? After the light subsided, Ato 3 was gone. 3? He was the Ato from the Box of Calamity timeline. The versions of us in that timeline are Hiruko 3 and Takumi 3, right? I figured the same could apply to him. I see, so Ato 3 got away. Tried to chase him, but you were already incontinent and laid out. Don't you mean inanimate? We were also running out of the time to make the leap, so I had to give up on 8 or 3. Because sighed deeply. We have to do something. Kakuji is in that timeline too. That's true, but let's set it aside for a moment. There's someone I want to introduce you to first. Huh? Who? This is the infirmary, that chair. It's the new and improved version of the Dolmanic cognitive reconstruction therapy device. So who did you want to introduce me to? We are ready for you. Come on out. At Hiruko's words, someone stepped out from inside the revival medic. What? Ato? I instinctively balled up my fist and squared up. It's okay, he's on our side now. On our side? But how? Just to be absolutely clear, this timeline's Ato. In other words, Ato 1. You let him out of the capsule room? Yes. Why? Don't be so alarmed, Takumi. I've been completely reborn. I didn't understand. I looked to Hiruko for explanation. So, we did what Ato 3 suggested, right? Do you remember what Ato 3 said in the Haunted timeline? Do you know anything about how to get this glitch out of my brain? If you do, I think I could be your comrade again, in the truest sense of the word. That gave me an idea. The cerebral glitch repair program. Exactly. But I figured that wouldn't be enough to get rid of the bone-deep contempt he had for humanity. So use that Dolmanic thing? Yes, with Sira and Nigo's permissions, of course. Originally, this machine couldn't be used on Special Defense Unit members, but thanks to my improvements on its design, I was able to use it on Ato. Thanks to Hiruko, I am as you see me now. Well, I suppose I don't look any different, but my mind feels like it's been thoroughly cleansed. And what do we look like to you? How can I explain it? To start with, Hiruko looks like an intellectual, refined woman of great beauty. On the other hand, Takumi, you look like a half-rotted cherry tomato that has been left in the back of the refrigerator too long. He's still glitched. That was a joke. Sure, you are a beautiful young man with a dignified face, full of courage and passion. Oh, maybe I've said too much. At any rate, appearance is something that can only be described subjectively. What I see and what you see are not necessarily the same. But at the very least, I no longer have the psychological aversion to your appearance that I used to. To put it simply, in my eyes, you all look truly beautiful now. Is your explanation. You really don't feel hatred for us or the rest of humanity now, right? That's right. So we can trust you now? I swear you can, all my life. And tell us about the book. What did you read in it? Exactly what you would expect. It covers the history and examples of the time loop phenomenon, as well as some scientific considerations. We want to know how to get out of the time loop. Was there anything about that? There was. We jumped into the past from the day 100 to day 2, right? The loop was triggered by that first trip back in time. One force is applied to an object. It will continue to move at the same speed until additional external force is applied. That's the law of inertia. Without friction or resistance, a spinning top wouldn't continue to spin forever. Pendulum continues to swing from side to side. A weight spring continues to move up and down. That's exactly what your situation is like. Enough explained. Get to the conclusion. How do we break out of the loop? Best way to explain it is to example of the spring. You two are weight on the spring. Time moves down from day 2 and to day 100, but if it can't progress any further, restoring the force of the spring brings it back to day 2. So how do we cut loose from the spring? Do we increase the weight? Precisely. But how do we do that? Let me get straight to the point. It all comes to the lives of the Special Defense Unit. Their lives? Indeed, the weight here is the weight of the life itself. In short, if all of the Special Defense Unit members in this timeline survive until 10 a.m. and on day 100, the sum of all of those lives will serve as a huge weight that can tear away the mighty spring that is the time loop. Hiruko and I were silent. 3 seconds later, I shouted out loud. Yes, we can finally break free of the time loop. Just have to keep everyone in this timeline alive. That's no problem at all. Everyone's survival was one of my goals anyway. Even without this information, we were going to protect everyone anyway. Well, we have a definite objective now, so I'm grateful for that. Our friend's survival is directly linked to our escape from the loop. The situation just got much simpler. I looked right into Ito's eyes as I spoke. Thank you, Ito. I'm going to trust you for now. For now? Well, that's good enough, I guess. It's hard to regain lost trust. I'll do everything I can to support you until you can trust me unconditionally. Day 46 ended in excitement, or rather, it didn't. Tomorrow, day 47, we will face another defensive battle. Hiruko and I had something we needed to do before that, and that something was... Guys, Eito is not a bad person, so he'll be joining us in battles. What the... Everyone gathered in the war room before the morning announcement played. Even Eito is here. Just checking one last time. Are we really gonna let that backstrap Eito fight with us? We spent 3 hours going over this last night. We heard your arguments against it, but in the end you all agreed to this. Well, you two sounded so confident. You were so passionate, it was like you were spitting the fire. It just felt right to trust you. If a god or dweller like me is permitted to say so, Eito does seem different from before somehow. That's right, his aura before was poopy brown, but now it's a shiny poopy red. Thank you, although I'm not quite sure if that was a compliment. Besides, you heard that's what Siri said. Right, if Eito does anything, even a little threatening, he'll detonate the bomb inside of him. Oh, did I say that? You did, sir? Oh sure, I'll take your word for it. I was so sleepy then, I don't really remember. For the love of murder, are you feeling okay? Like I said last night, I will follow our captain's lead. I agree. As do I. I personally am quite opposed. Huh? Introducing a new character now will just take attention away from me. I want everyone's praise and adoration. I want everyone to fall over me. I'll toss you a frisbee later. Then I'm on board. Thank you, everyone. Eva is right. I am like a new character on the battlefield. I'll give it all my all to fight for you. Then maybe you'll fawn over me after the battle. Eito flashed a carefree smile. It was infectious. Soon all of us were smiling.
Aha!
Well then, the enemy will be here any moment now. So Nigo, if you will. Got it. I'll cue the music. Huh? What's with this freaky old Enka song? It's a folk song, right? I kinda like it. We went over the reason for the song choice already, so no need to talk about that again. Two commanders will attack this time. Trump Tommy and New whatever those names are. You know, the pop idol and the guy who can rewind the time. She'll try to pull us into a hallucination by playing frequencies inaudibly to human ears. To prevent that, we have to play a particular piece of music that includes waveforms in antiphase to her. As the folk song you are hearing now. By playing this song in the advance, the enemy's sound waves will be cancelled out, which means no hallucinations. Isn't that right, Sirei? Perfect recap, Shizuhara. Couldn't have said it better myself. As we discuss our strategy...
Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Unauthorized personnel detected on school's defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
What the hell? Ain't they kinda early? Thought you said the enemy will attack after the morning announcement. That is weird. We are well past wake up time now. Could it have something to do with how we recreated the entire announcement system to play the song? In that case, we might be in trouble. Trouble? How? The morning announcement didn't play. There might be something wrong with the intruder alert too. What? They are already here? I knew it. What do we do? The enemy has already breached the wall. We need to do something, quick. Takumi. Got it. I know the firmly. Everybody, let's do this. Special defense unit, move out. Whoa. Where are you, Ato? There you are. Okay, destroy all sorts of sounds.
Nice! Now you won't have to worry about those auditory attacks!
I'll just turn off the music.
Well then, everyone, the rest is up to you!
Wallop those nasty invaders!
It's her. Alright. The enemy is approaching. Oh, there's lots of them. Yeah, I get it. this.
I am Yuki, the paragon of charity. I was too late. You must have suffered so poor thing. Oh, I wish I could do it all over again. Once again, from the beginning.
She has one annoying voice.
Every time I step onto the battlefield, I am filled with nothing but the deepest regret.
Alright. To battle.
Just when I thought we'd finally put that first one in her place!
That must be the time reversal we heard so much about.
C-Ray and Nigo warned us about this, but it's even more a pain than I could have guessed. We'd best save ourselves some trouble and take out that new gang first.
If we don't, this battle will never end.
All right, everyone. Let's show these guys what we can do. And
Right.
This is my specialty! A show especially for you! Here I go!
Everyone, this is horrible. The school is...
It's okay, keep it together. Siray told us about this trick too.
Right. It's just an illusion. Once we beat Tur and Tammy, it should go back to normal.
Isn't it against the rules for them to tag team us like this? Shoma was right. We need to deal with New Gang first. Okay, here goes.
The enemies approaching. How am I supposed to defeat all these? The battle was over with she defeated, and we could see the school as it really was again. But our relief was short-lived. Why is that?
Huh?
Where's
Tur and Tammy?
Tur and Tammy?
New Gang's gone too!
They just ran off together.
They were holding each other for support. Why didn't you say anything? Well, they looked so sad, hobbling off like that.
That was enough for me. I had a good idea of what the twins were thinking. They could probably see themselves in those two commanders as they helped one another.
Well, whatever. I don't feel like chasing after them to finish them off.
They were so completely covered in wounds. Their organs and bones will be in tatters by now. I doubt they'll show up here again.
Then is it time for the usual? I think so.
Please no.
All right. Ready? And go!
Special Defense Unit! Best in the world! Indestructible and undefeated! Never lose! Never yield! Special Defense Unit, fight on!
Everybody's voices resounded loudly. The moment there was silence, Nozomi spoke.
That's not fair, Takumi! I'm the one who usually leads the chants! But Sir Takumi is our leader.
he probably should have been the one saying it the whole time.
Fine. I'll let you do it from now on. But a little advice? You have to do the ready and go! Like you really mean it. Put some spirit into it.
Such detail.
I didn't know she put so much thought into it.
Everyone giggled as they looked at Nozomi. She blinked innocently a few times.
By the way, when does the fawning I was hoping for start?
Mr. Outsuki, did you really contribute to the battle that much?
Come on, I definitely did. Didn't you see?
Well, you'll just have to wait.
Our next defensive battle is in 10 days. So I suggest you start training for that.
Now that's unfair.
We watched Eita slump his shoulders in disappointment and everyone burst into laughter. Ada was truly one of us now. There was no way he would betray us again. The bashful but bright smile on Ato's face was more than genuine enough to convince me of that. Well, except there's a Ato running free in parallel universe. Day 48. Hmm? What was that? I bolted upright and looked around me. This is my room. My body was freezing. A cold sweat soaked every inch of me. Was that a dream? No, that wasn't it. I had experienced something like this many times before. This must be the same kind of thing, which meant something that happened in the other timeline. Not good. I headed over to the sea Hiruko and gave her the rundown of what I had just remembered. She nodded in silence and led me to our usual spot.
Oh.
Actually, I had a vision of the same events just before I woke up. But that's not possible. What I just saw was from the Hunt timeline. We lost you on day 30 of that timeline, so there's no way you'll know what happened after that. Say what you will, but I saw what I saw. I do get the feeling it wasn't something I saw firsthand, though. It felt more like something I had heard from somebody else was playing out inside my head. Maybe I jumped to day 100 of the Hunt timeline somewhere along the way. Then someone told me what happened in that timeline, and after that my consciousness jumped back to day 2, and I lost the memory. You just regained it now. That's one possible explanation anyway. As usual, we continued our discussion after changing locations. What is more important are the specifics of what we just saw. Yeah. First of all, Kakoji is going to self-destruct soon. But her death won't stop the invader hunt because Ato 3 will take her place as the game's sponsor. We'll have more casualties, and finally on day 93,
the survivors will launch a last-ditch attack against Veshness, and all of them will die.
I wish we could help them. Do you think there's anything we can do? Let's give it some thought. We still have 2 days until we can leap again. Thanks for spoiling everything. I put away with Hiruko and headed for the cafeteria. I gobbled down some toast before going back to my room. Okay, as much as I am worried about Hunt timeline, I still have things to get done in this one. At night, we got a report just after dinner. Tsubasa had finished repairing the school bus. The moment we heard the news, we made our way to the parking lot. There we saw it is as good as new. Wow, Tsubasa, this is amazing. Yeah, we got the wheels back in perfect shape. Actually, isn't it even shinier than it was before? A girl could get jealous. What moisture do I need to use for that kind of airy sheen? Frankly, I'm stunned. You completely killed it. Oh, this was nothing. Then perhaps you will be willing to fix a rotten heap of junk like myself. I think that's above my pay grade. Kyoshika, stop salivating over the muffler, you deviant. I swear I wasn't looking. Tinkered with the engine while I was at it, so I think it will go faster than before. Awesome, let's test it out by turning Gaku into fender ketchup. What? Why me? I'm jealous. I want to be praised too. Me too. This must have been so much work, Kawana. Thank you for all your efforts. I'll give you a collective superhero eraser as a reward. I can't really see myself needing that. Thank you, Tsubasa, you are a lifesaver. Come on, guys. Good work deserves to be praised. I would like to offer you my thanks as well. You too, Hiruko? You are making me blush. We continued to shower praise on Tsubasa until late. All that time, laughter echoed non-stop throughout the parking lot. I finished breakfast and returned to my room. I couldn't get the hunt timeline out of my mind. If we didn't do something, everyone there would die. We had to do something, I didn't know just what. Tomorrow we'll go to the hunt timeline, we can figure it out then. I murmured this to myself and decided to make my usual rounds.
Huh? What do you mean we can't jump to the hunt timeline?
Oh?
You didn't see me around the school during the day, didn't you? That's because I was in the lab doing maintenance to own the PLM. While I was doing that, I realized someone locked the machine in the hunt timeline. Don't tell me, 803? It's highly likely. We're only ones who know he is there. It will be a problem for him if we showed up again. So he stopped us from going back to do that timeline? Probably, I can't say for sure when he did it. But it must have been between day 45 when he first saw us and today, day 49.
Oh.
Whenever it was, the lock will only be removed after 50 days have passed. That means date 95 at the earliest. And everyone in that timeline gets wiped out on day 93. In other words, we won't make it. Yes, unfortunately. We sat there stunned for a while. They might not have been from our timeline, but all of our friends were going to die. I had spoken to versions of them in that timeline. I had spent an especially long time with Tsubasa. Those memories came rushing back in my mind. I saw her bubbly smile. How much longer will she be able to smile like that? I clenched my fist tightly, infuriated at my inability to help her. I understand how you feel, but what is more important is that we protect everyone in this timeline.
In short, if all of the Special Defense Unit members in this timeline survive until 10 a.m. on day 100, the sum of all those lives will serve as a huge weight that can tear away the mighty spring that is the time loop.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying this only because it's our way out of the time loop. I know our priorities are still the same. We have to make it to 10 a.m. on day 100, all of us alive and happy. Right, let's focus on what we can do to make that happen. It's not that complicated, is it? We just have to keep winning our defensive battles. All the way to day 100. Yeah, are you saying there's some other way? Hiruko's gaze slowly shifted up.
If we went up there, we wouldn't have to fight.
The artificial satellite?
Pray tell, how are we supposed to do that?
Wouldn't that be safer? It would boost our chances of survival, much more than staying here.
But how would we get there? The escape pod won't activate until day 100. I'm aware of that. We can't go flying into the vacuum of space if we rip the door off either. We can't forget about the pod. How then? We can try calling for rescue. Huh? We'll use the distress signal transmitter. The maximum cargo of the rescue craft is 2 tons, more than enough for all 16 of us. What, didn't we go over this before? We need to input 9 out of 10 liver mortis codes from Team 1 to put that machine. And those codes only show up when a unit member is truly dead, so that will mean at least 9 deaths. Wait, hold on, are you suggesting what I think you are? Think so?
Of course! Nobody has to actually die. We can just get the codes from other timelines.
It's a good idea, but it's not the most pleasant means of getting things done. It will mean we'll be using the deaths of our friends in other timelines for the sake of our own survival. That's true, but we wouldn't be killing anyone or allowing them to be killed either. We'd go after versions of them that were already dead, just looking at the backs of those we never could have done anything for. I'm sure they will forgive us. Yeah, I sure hope so. Think about it, Takumi. This will be for the sake of saving everyone in this time. Yeah, I get that. Alright, whose liver mortis codes do we need? I already saw 5 of them in the Mr. Timeline. Let's review them first. Tsubasa, her liver mortis code was 2, right? I sifted through my memories of the mystery timeline and gave her a firm no. The other 4 were Kakoji's in Kakoji's scrapbook. Eito was 8, Gaku's 0, Kako's 9, and Shoma's was 3. Where does that leave us? There's 5 people left from Team 1. Darumi, Ima, Takamaru, myself, and me. Anyway, we need to find just 4 of those liver mortis codes. Then we can activate this stress signal transmitter and the 16 of us can get onto the rescue craft.
Once that's done, we'll all go to the artificial satellite together.
Isn't it a good idea to abandon the mission and go there? Are there any timelines where 4 of them are dead right now? I don't think so. There isn't even one where 2 or 3 of them are dead. Guess we'll just have to check different timelines one by one. Indeed, we should probably go find Darumi's liver mortis code tomorrow. You remember, don't you? She is killed in the battle against the Veshnes in some timelines. Yeah, I don't want to say this. We'll jump to the coming of age timeline, which branches off from that event. Coming of age timeline? You don't remember it, so I doubt there's any point in explaining. It's a timeline that plays out like some kind of teen drama, like, whoa, the teen stream. You know what I mean? I had no idea what she was trying to tell me. Hiruko stared into the distance, eyes narrowed with a kind of wistful yearning. We should head back soon. You know when we can leave tomorrow, right? Yeah, I just checked the device. Our windows is between 7:30 and 11:10 p.m. I'll head to the lab in the morning. I still have some maintenance to finish. We'll come to lab alone by 7 o'clock, or else. She left before I could respond, as usual. Left on my own, I casually glanced up at the sky. I saw the satellite. We might be able to get there before long. All we need was 4 more liver mortis codes. As I thought about that, I found it hard to calm the thumping in my chest. I stretched my hand toward the satellite. I clasped my fingers into my palm, as if I could somehow catch it in my grasp. Alright guys. Okay, does everyone have one now? Have one. Everyone except Miss Shizuhara. Oh, that's fine. She went out to explore earlier this morning. I gave her hers before she left. Just a lame medal? I think I might be allergic to this cheap metal plating. When was recycling day again? You can't throw them out. Yeah, in case you didn't notice, you have just been bestowed medals of great honor. Honor my ass. Hey everyone, why don't we have a party tonight? A party? Yes, to celebrate the halfway point. Now you're speaking my language, bro. I'm up for that. You me too. Count me in. One after another, everyone expressed their approval of the idea. Well, Takumi, I was unsure how to respond. I wouldn't be there that night. I had to jump to that coming of age timeline, but I couldn't come out and say that, so yeah, of course, I'll let Hiruko know about it too. That settles it. Tonight we'll have a halfway to 100 party. Sounds good, but the name is kinda mid, ain't it? Then how about we call it a hump day party? I'm picking up what you are putting down, Miss Mamiya. That does sound kind of fun. Sure, why not? Sure, Nigo. You don't mind, do you? Well, the next defensive battle is on day 57, so okay, I'll grant you special permission. But no freaking, no grinding, and no throwing it back. Yeah, Kyoshika, maybe don't bring your sword to this one. I will never freak your green with the holy Jumanji sword. We spent the morning and afternoon preparing for the party. I knew I wasn't going to be able to participate, but I was also in no place to refuse, so I helped out too. As the day wore on, the sun sank steadily west in the sky. It was 5:40 p.m. I still had some time until I had to meet Hiruko, but I didn't want to get yelled at for being late, so I decided to leave the school and headed to lab early. Okay, what are we going to do here? I stepped into the entrance hall. Siri and Nigo were there, almost as if they had been waiting for me. Another late night with Shizuhara, huh, Sumino? You know the rules about relationship between students. No heavy petting. That's not what's going on. We'll be back before the day is over, so there shouldn't be a problem. What about hump day party? You are not going to attend? No, sorry, do me a favor and come up with an excuse for me. You are a real loose cannon, pal, although I admit you are the one keeping our operation running smoothly. You have yet to experience a single facility. And you even managed to get Mr. O Suzuki to cooperate with us. So for now, we'll let you egregious behavior slide. Normally, I would have to execute you for this kind of stuff, you know. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So grateful for your great generosity and understanding. You didn't mean that at all. Still, I never would have guessed that a cerebral glitch repair program could be used like that. You managed to fix Atsuki's defect and successfully used the dolmanic therapy on him too. Sounds like Shizuhara's handiwork more than yours. But it was still a brilliant idea. Nevertheless, you are the one who created the program, sir. I think you are the one true brains here. Oh, is that right? I mean, of course, only a 300 IQ genius like me could ever make such a thing. Nigo, the thumb drive you gave Hiruko must have had a copy of the program on it, right? I never made any copies. Me neither. Actually, I don't recall giving Miss Hiruko any thumb drive in the first place. Yeah, there was only ever one of those. What does that mean? At night on the day 16, Hiruko and I leapt to the killer zombie timeline. We had two goals back then. Prevent the death of Hiruko 2 and purging the G data from Takumi 2's brain. We succeeded in saving Hiruko 2 but failed to capture Takumi 2. I got cornered by him, fell out of the bathroom window and got knocked unconscious. The next thing I knew, it was day 17. When I woke up back in my room in this time, Hiruko told me,
treating Takumi too. That's been taken care of too. I actually had 2 thumb drives. Nigo gave me an extra one as a spare. I gave it to Hiruko too. I revealed myself to her and explained everything. She injected Takumi too with anesthetic and used the repair program I'd given her to treat him.
Could it be she lied to me? She never gave Hiruko 2 the thumb drive, which would mean in that timeline Takumi 2 is...
He's still infected with the Gi data.
What does that leave us? Where does that leave us? Okay. Only one way to find out. I see, so Siri and Nigo exposed my secret. Well, it's true, I never gave Hiruko 2 the thumb drive. What? But why would you lie to me? I'm sorry, I can't tell you that. Why the hell not? Do you have any idea what you have done? If we had fixed Takumi 2, then Eva wouldn't have had to die on day 25. And we could have prevented Moko's death on day 43. Yuka remained silent. Her face was screwed up slightly, and she was staring at her feet. Fine, if you can't tell me why, then that's all there is to it. We only have 5 minutes until we can leave anyway.
Huh?
But if you really can't tell me, you have to tell me choose the next timeline we leave to instead. Where are you planning to go?
Hey!
Isn't it obvious? The serial killer timeline. I'm going to erase the G data from Takumi's two's brain. If you don't do something, everyone except you will end up being killed. There's no other place for that timeline to go. Just more branches that end up with Takumi murdering everyone. So you want to create a new branching path? Yes, we are going to create a timeline where nobody else has to get killed. A future where everyone who is left can live out a happy life. I have no idea. What if I refuse to go with you? I need that thumb drive of yours to fix Takumi too, but there is only one, so are you going to take it from me by force? Takumi, you promised me last night. You said you would go to the coming of age timeline and find Tarumi's liver mortis code. Remember what you said our top priority was making it to 10 a.m. on day 100 in this timeline together and happy. The surest way to do that is to go find those 4 liver mortis codes and call the rescue craft. We'll have a greater chance of survival if we go through the artificial satellite. As a result, we'll finally be freed of this time loop. Hiruko's words helped me regain my composure a little. What she was saying made complete sense. Versions of our friends in this timeline are our top priority. And even if I did manage to fix the serial killer timelines, Takumi, it wouldn't erase the branch of that timeline where he never got cured. A timeline where Takumi killed everyone would still exist somewhere in the blood space. Knowing that, was there any point in fixing him? One rail would still covered in flames no matter what I did. But then I thought about what Hiruko had told me before.
Of course, one of them is still destined to burn in hellfire. There's no changing that. But it's better than if we'd never added that second line at all. At least this gives the passengers a 1 in 2 chance at happiness.
I sincerely apologize for lying. I was obviously in the wrong. In spite of everything I just said, I'll let you make the final decision. You lead, I'll follow. I'll keep my mouth shut and cooperate with whatever you want to do. Thought about it. Should we go to the coming of age timeline to find Tarumi's liver mortis code? Or should we go to the serial killer timeline to fix Takumi too? After a lot of agonizing, I came to a conclusion. Whoa, I need to make a decision again now. That's... Okay, coming of age. I've decided, I think you might be right. So we are going to coming of age timeline. I know the list listed. It doesn't mean I don't feel anything for everyone in the serial killer timeline. But what matters to me most is everyone here in this one. You don't have to explain. I know how much it pained you to make this choice. Takumi, this is the right choice. We won't regret it. Now, I won't let it cause us any regret. Hiruko placed her hand on my shoulder and I felt some of the tension in my chest ease up. Okay, 7:40 p.m. It's been 10 minutes since the leap window opened. In order to regain the time we lost, we speedily put on our leap suits and configured the machine. And then...
No.
Here we go. Alright, we have made it to the school, but we can't afford to linger. Why not? We have until 11 10 p.m. That's plenty of... Have you forgotten what we came here for to do? Look at the code on Dorimi's back, right? Yes, on her dead body. And where do you think that body is? I don't remember anything about this timeline. You should still know Dorimi was killed in a battle against the Wretchness on day 9. That day is the start of this timeline and the Box of Calamity timeline. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure all of us buried her. Now that you remember, you know what we have to do.
We're going to dig up her grave.
Do we have any other option? That's why I said we couldn't linger.
But...
I understand your reservation. I don't want to do this either, but our hands are tied. We have to do this if we want to go to the artificial satellite.
Okay.
Okay.
I grabbed a nearby shovel, shut my eyes tightly, and drove it into the ground. Hiruko and I started to dig in silence. With each shovelful of dirt, there was a searing ache in my chest. Eventually, we saw Dorimi's body in the dirt. She was drained of her cryptoglomerate, leaving behind nothing but a blackened mummy. It was tragic to look at. My heart felt like it was about to burst. I averted my eyes.
We have to do this. She fought valiantly to protect all of us in this timeline. Her body is the embodiment of all of the nobility and sacredness of that act. It would be rude of us to look away.
I bit my lip and gave a small nod, looking back down at Dorimi.
I'm sorry, Takumi. I'm going to have to move you a little. We're doing this so you can live on elsewhere. So please, forgive us.
Hiruko apologized as she lifted up the body and turned it around. On the back was a single number.
Does that say 5?
Seems so.
Okay, it's 5. We carefully restored Dorimi's grave.
Thank you, Takumi.
Please, rest in peace.
We pressed our palms together as we said goodbye to her, then quietly took our leave. I made my way to the cafeteria for breakfast. When I got there, I saw everyone but Sirei and Nigo. Takumi, how many times is this now, man? Yeah, would you kindly stop disappearing all of a sudden, Captain? We went over this last night, didn't we? Takumi went to the City of Ruins to destroy some enemy recon devices. Isn't that right? Yeah, exactly. I wasn't sure why Eito was covering for me, but I decided I would better just go with the flow. Hiruko, you went off exploring and never came back. What were you up to? Well, You met up with Takumi in the city, right? Then you finished the mission together. Yes, exactly. Mr. Sumina, at least say something before you take off. Yeah, we would have helped you destroy those devices. There weren't that many of them, so there was no need for us to send a huge group. I think Takumi was just trying to be considerate when he decided to go alone. He didn't want to ruin our plans for the hump day party, that's why he did it. But in the end, the hump day party was cancelled. Huh? You and Hiruko were gone. There was no point in doing it without you. I see, I'm sorry, I didn't mean for that to happen. No, you had something to deal with, although I guess you don't need forgiveness from this degenerate trash heap. But I am saying, if you want my forgiveness, you will have to play Russian roulette with me. Hearing Dorimi say that brought tears to my eyes. It reminded me of her as I saw her last night, and here she was, right here in front of me, alive. I couldn't stop the emotion from surging inside of me as I thought about it. Hey, don't look at me like that. It's not good for my mental state. Okay then, let us all enjoy some Russian roulette. Eva, do you know what Russian roulette is? Yes, of course. Miss Kubana can just soap up the wheel so it goes full tilt. Miss Demes place your bets. What the? For the love of murder. Thanks to Ito's cover story, Hiruko and I weren't questioned any further. Everyone ate breakfast together and left the cafeteria. The only ones left behind were Hiruko, Ito, and myself. Sorry about that, Ito. Thanks for the help. Yes, thanks to you, we somehow managed to explain our way out of things. But why that story? Takumi, you vanished right before the hump day party, right? I thought if I didn't say anything, everyone would get upset and go looking for you. Then you'll clandestine. Your activities will be interrupted. So I said what I said to appease everybody. You know what we were doing last night? Nothing specific. I had a vague notion you might be leaping to another timeline though. I told Eito about the parallel leaping, by the way. Right, I know all about your little secret. I know better than anyone that your objective is to keep everyone alive. So that's why you covered for us. Told you before, right? I'll do everything it takes to regain your trust. That's why I came up with that story. This is too good to be true. I left Hiruko and Eito and returned to my room. Then I started my usual rounds. I had a feeling you were here. We don't need to arrange meetings anymore, do we? If we have something to talk about, we can just come here. Does that sound good? I noted. By the way, have you looked at your device yet? Not yet. What? You don't care when we'll get our next liver mortis code? Not really, it's just... Then look now, you'll be surprised. I pulled out the device and looked at the screen. I saw the numbers on the display and Are you serious? 20... Okay, only approximately 30 minutes. Yes, that's the next time the blood space waves will surf. That's more than 20 days from now. That's right. The liver mortis codes we know right now are Tsubasa, Eito, Maruko, what else? Kako, Shoma, and as we saw, and last night we saw Darumi 5. That's a total of 6. But we need 9 codes in all. So we need to wait until day 74 until we can go find the other 3. Unfortunately, you are still not quite right. It's likely impossible we'll be able to get any on day 74. We only have 30 minutes to leap on that day. It takes longer than that to get from lab to the school, even if we sprint. It's just not possible. Hiruko nodded with a deep sigh. When do the bloodstream waves increase after that? That's not on the device yet, so we have no idea. Okay, what do we do now? Either way, our goal stays the same. We need to get the artificial satellite as soon as possible. Whether that ends up happening on day 80 or day 90. Well, even if we live with only 10 days left, it beats being stuck here. Then let's stay focused, Takumi. For now, we continue with our school routine as usual until day 74. Things will be fine. Don't worry about the defensive battles. We know exactly who will attack us and when. At the very least, we can be sure no one is going to die permanently on the battlefield. Of course, I'm not going to let them. I'll protect them on the battlefield or elsewhere. Anywhere else. Well said, Captain. I expect great things from you. The artificial satellite suspended in the night sky seemed nice, just a bit further away than usual. But I couldn't let things get me down. I narrowed my eyes and cast a sharp gaze at the satellite and its cold glint. Day 52, 53, 54, 55, 56. Oh my god. For 4 days I lived out my life at the school like I always did, as per Hiruko's advice. I laughed and trained with everyone and sometimes got into arguments too, but we didn't experience any serious issues, and time ticked away in relative pace. There was nothing we could do about the liver mortis codes until the blood space waves peaked again. I allowed myself to temporarily forget about that and focused on living as normal a life as possible. Day 56 came to an end, and day 57 would soon be upon us, the day of the next enemy attack. Day 57. Okay. Was going to attack again? I don't remember. Ah, yeah, those two. Is everyone set? You have all drilled the details of your next foe into your heads, right? The commander's name is Zendaya, right? Excuse me, are you stupid or something? It's Zanzibar. You're both wrong, it's Zenta. And she has the ability to make copies of people. Moko had no idea what that ability did to her the first time I went through all the place. I found myself almost slipping up and telling her, but stopped myself just in time. Sounds like a real pain in the ass. It's fine, we have nothing to worry about. This time Zenta will show up with her factory settings, for lack of better words. The hell does that mean? Hiruko must have been trying to explain that Zenta would show up as herself rather than a copy of one of us. At any rate, I doubt she'll be more of a problem than any other commander. So long as we are careful not to get copied, we should be able to win with ease. Or so Sira and Nigo told me yesterday. Yes, exactly. So true, she got it word for word. When is the enemy gonna be here anyway? Right after our wake-up call. Although we have disabled the announcement for today. Why is that? Well, you are all up already, so there's really no sense in playing the announcement. Nigo had barely finished speaking when it started.
Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Unauthorized personnel detected on school grounds. Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
Let's go. It's them. I don't think I'll ever get used to this alarm. You'll be fine. The Skumatrins are by your side. Okay guys, let's do this. Special defense unit, move out. By which I mean step ourselves. Let's step ourselves. Okay, here they are. Okay, Takamaru, Gamu, and the twins. Okay, let's decide. Battle start. Annihilate all enemies.
That's one problem dealt with.
Now we just have to defeat their commander, Zendaya.
I told you, it's Zanzibar!
It's Zenta!
Never mind her name. We must simply kill her.
Here we go!
Alright.
Here I come!
The enemies are approaching. Not good. Annihilate enemy boss.
I am Zenta, the paragon of harmony. Even if my flesh is destroyed here,
My soul shall live on eternally, and it will destroy you all.
With those final words, something strange happened to Zenta's body. Yet, she self-destructs. It splintered all over and burst into tiny pieces, disappearing in a plume of smoke.
What was that? Did she self-destruct? I think she did!
That bitch couldn't fight for shit.
Yeah, she wasn't worth getting sick over.
Well, that's a good thing, isn't it?
Exactly! We managed to defeat her!
Everyone nodded in sync, though they all seemed dumbfounded by the abrupt end to the battle.
By the way, how did you like my moves, everyone?
I saw signs of effort, but it was nothing to write home about.
Ava, why are you so hard on me?
Because you irritate me.
Cut right to the bone with that one.
Anyway, since we've won our fight, why don't we do our thing?
Oh, you're not usually so eager, Shoma.
Sorry. I went and opened my gaping sewer hole of a mouth.
No, I didn't mean it like that.
Hey, snap out of it, Takumi. That's your cue.
Oh, right. Ready? Go!
Special Defense
This is so cheesy.
the world, indestructible and undefeated. Never lose, never yield. Special Defense Unit, fight on!
And so ended our defensive battle. The next attack will be on day 63. It would be fine if we could just keep this up. We had nothing to worry about. We patted each other on the shoulders and returned to school with a spring in our steps. Day 58, 59, 60, okay, 61, 62. Another 4 days passed quietly, like the calm after a storm. Nothing exciting happened. If I had to mention something, I guess it would be that the spice blend in Kurara's curry was extra hot. It upset Shoma's stomach, leading to a somewhat explosive situation. We had to do some thorough cleaning afterwards. Other than that, nothing of serious significance happened, and the days went by almost too peacefully. Too peacefully, you say? I was honestly starting to forget about the livor mortis codes. If things kept going like this, there may be no real reason to go looking for them after all. I got the feeling we might be able to manage the last 38 days without doing anything too special, as long as we kept holding strong against the enemy attacks anyway. We were due for another battle soon, tomorrow on the morning of day 63. It's okay, things will turn out just fine. I assured myself, crawled into bed and fell asleep. Day 63. Right? Is this all the information there is on the enemy? Yes, it doesn't seem like there will be any commander this time. So we're just going to fight a bunch of weaklings? That's right. And that's hardly even a real battle. Nevertheless, it won't be without its challenges. Challenges? The cannon fodder they sent this time, they talk. They'll scream for help or call for their mothers as they attack. That does sound challenging. What is the big deal? Isn't it more fun to kill them when they are crying for their mommies? Yes, that's the greatest pleasure of all. Oh, for the love of murder, there's something seriously wrong with you two. You're the one to talk. Shouldn't we just avoid listening to them? How do we do that? We could yell over them if we are all screaming. If we will drown them out. But what should we yell? If we just make noises, we might still hear what they are saying. Then why don't we yell the multiplication table. Multiplication table? It's pretty basic math. We are at a school after all. That's a great idea. Let's give it a shot. Yes, truly an ingenious scheme. I think I can tell where this is going. And then it happened.
Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Unauthorized personnel detected on school ground. Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
Hey, look who finally decided to show their ugly mugs. Okay guys, let's do this. Special defense unit, move out. By which I mean, step out yourselves and go out. So this is the only animation we see all of them together. Right. Same as ever.
I don't want to fight.
It's true. I can hear them. I can hear them talking. Ah, I cannot get enough of this. It's making me hot and bothered. I cannot believe I get to kill them while listening to their pathetic cries.
It feels amazing, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Let's just ignore those two.
Everybody else, stick to the plan! Here goes! Starting with 2.
2 times 1 is 2.
2 times 2 is 4!
2 times 3 is 6.
2 times 4 is 51.
I saw this coming.
I saw it coming from a mile away.
Mommy, save me!
Alright, annihilate all the enemies. Okay, wave 1 end.
We finished with them before we were even done with 6.
We're not done yet. There's another wave.
Guess I'm gonna have to face the challenge of the 7 times table.
Kaku, don't tell me you can't do math either.
Shut up! 7 is easy peasy.
Anyway, just ignore what they're saying, guys. Here goes.
Okay. More enemies.
No! I don't want to fight.
Yeah! Take that, you freaking small fry!
That was a piece of cake.
Oh, are we done already?
I kind of wish there were more.
Absolutely not. I've had quite enough of multiplication.
If another wave shows up, we'll have to start multiplying double-digit numbers.
No! Please!
Mercy!
Not you. Too. Everyone burst into laughter.
Anyway, seeing as we won, right, it's time.
Take it away, Captain.
Got it. Ready? Go!
Special defense!
Defense Unit! Best in the world! Indestructible and undefeated! Never lose! Never yield! Special Defense Unit, fight on!
37 days left. I felt sure that things were really going to work out. We just had to keep going. But unbeknownst to me, somewhere in the shadows, things were starting to come apart little by little. It would start to gnaw at us. Whoa. Too many words I don't understand. Day 64. Alright. 65. It seems like we're skipping the days. Over the past 2 days, everyone had gotten less communicative. Whenever someone did speak out, it was to make fun of someone or to make a cutting remark. It wasn't anything like our usual joking. There was no affection to it. It seemed like everyone just wanted to take out their frustration on people around them. I don't know why it was happening, but we had been living together in the same place for over 65 days. It seemed natural enough that all the stress that had been building up might come out as resentment. The matter of the liver motorcoats was still on hold. Hiruko and I hadn't decided which timeline we would jump to on day 74. We had only have 30 minutes anyway. We couldn't get to the school from the lab and back again in such a short notice. Still, it felt like a waste to let one of our rare opportunities to live slip by. That's why Hiruko and I were at a loss about what to do on that day. Today was day 66. We were about to pass 2/3 marks. On third of our time here left. I hoped we wouldn't run into any serious issues, but things don't always work out. My expectation would be crushed the very next morning. Okay, sorry. I went to the cafeteria to get breakfast. As soon as I walked in, I heard screaming. Eito, I heard you were making something real loud with Tsubasa in the garage last night. Loud? Don't play dumb with me. Shama saw you. It's true. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. I was wandering to school because I couldn't sleep when I saw both of them making something that looked like a gun. A gun? Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it. This is what I made. A beam gun that generates a special electromagnetic pulse. Just a toy though. It's harmless to the human body. Ito put the barrel into his temple and pulled the trigger. See? That was an interesting way to describe it. Harmless to the human body. Then what does it harm? It doesn't harm anything, it's really just a toy. It was teaching me about how the different parts come together. Right, suppose it was the one who actually assembled it. I did a lot of reading while I was confined. That's where I learned how to make it. I just shared what I learned. Why would you waste your time on a silly little toy? Keep it down. I don't want Sira and Nigo to find out. That's even more suspicious. I believe you, Eito. You should always trust the shadiest characters in a mystery. What do you know about mysteries? The mere fact that you would rely on assumptions about the genre shows what an amateur you are. Shut up, you nasty brat. I have played dozens of mystery adventure games. I have played them all to death. I'm going to have to stop you right there, Miss Mia. Nobody talks to my sister like that. Please, everybody, calm down. Eva, I would appreciate it if you kept your thoughts to yourself. You are our prisoner in case you forgot. That's not fair. Eva is our friend. Wow, aren't we blessed? Goody Two Shoes has weighed in with another heroic opinion. Aren't you embarrassed? Your mask is the most embarrassing thing in the room. And it smells like poop. I was so sweet to you, traitor. Sheesh, man, this is the problem with girls. Unbashed sexism. Your old-timey gimmick is so lame. Who asked you to pipe up? You wanna go? Come and get it, loser! Shut up, all of you! Knock it off! Hiruko shouted at the top of her lungs. The room immediately fell silent. I'll hold on to that beam gun of yours. Hiruko held out her hand and Ito gave her the gun. I'll be the one who decides if this is really just a toy. Everybody be quiet and behave until then. You guys aren't yourselves right now. Something is very wrong. Go back to your rooms and cool off. Understood? For the rest of the day, everyone did as they were told, shutting themselves in their rooms and never coming out. The sun set as we stayed inside. And when it was dark out, someone suddenly opened my door. It was Hiruko. I have an update about the beam gun from this morning. I wonder if maybe it has some kind of switch somewhere that would enable and disable it. That's why I examined it, but there wasn't anything of the sort.
Huh?
So it really is just a toy? It was right that it was harmless to him, but at least you couldn't hurt anyone with this. I took the gun from Hiruko and looked it over. It felt solid and heavy. There was definitely something mechanical inside, but nothing happened when I pulled the trigger. All it did was play a tiny cheap sound effect. So now we know Ata and Tsubasa were telling the truth, but that's not the real issue here, is it? Yeah, the beam gun was only the catalyst. There's a ton of resentment building up inside of everyone, waiting to go off. It just happened to be spark that started the fire. If you know that's the problem, why didn't you say anything this morning? It's your job to keep everyone calm and mediate between them. I guess so, but I'm sure everyone is just exhausted. We have spent 66 days living under serious pressure. Whatever it is, something has to change. Our next defensive battle is day 72. We have to do something before then. Hiruko fell into deep thought. Her gaze wandered. Shortly after, she pushed her fingers through her long hair and looked straight at me. Takumi, this may sound harsh, but it's your fault things ended up this way too. You have acted a little too distant from everyone in this timeline. I would know. I have done this loop 146 times. There were timelines where you were a lot more proactive about integrating with the group. Those timelines, the others admired you more than they do now. They never would have thought like they did today. Their captain was an anchor for them, and that strengthened their unity. That doesn't mean those timelines were perfect. We lost a lot of people in them. This isn't my first time saying it, but this timeline is a real miracle. Nobody has died, and Eva and Ato are on our side too. You need to treasure this timeline. The experiences you have here, the time you get to spend here, ultimately that's what will lead to unity and harmony among the team. Hiruko quietly left my room. I couldn't move. She was right, there was no doubt about that. Her words weighed heavy on me, sinking into the pit of my stomach. But I couldn't just stand there and dwell on it. I already knew what I had to do. I think I know just the thing to fix this. I clenched my fist as murmured, trying to encourage myself. What? Are we going to spill the beans? Let's see. Ata and Tsubasa were telling the truth. The beam gun is just a toy. I had everyone pass the gun around. They each had a turn to inspect it, nodding when they were done. But Ata, what did you even want this for? There was a picture of this beam gun in one of the books I read while I was looked up. I found the shape and design appealing, that's all. Anyway, now that we know, I'm going to give this back to Tsubasa. Me? You are the one who made it, right? I can give it back to Ito, but I think it will put everyone on edge. After a moment of hesitation, Tsubasa slowly reached out and took the gun. Sheesh, everybody is still suspicious of me, huh? That's not it, everyone is just kinda unbalanced right now. Little things have them jumping at the shadows. But that's going to end today. Let's wash all these feelings of tension away and leave them behind for good. Wash them away? How? Whoa. Goodness, is this one of those night pools I have heard so much about? What the young woman and men go wild together in the pool at night, colorful lights everywhere. We are having an evening of debauchery. Okay, I can't read this, aren't we? It's not nighttime, and it's not any of that other stuff either, but sure. Are you serious? This is like so crazy. Takumi, did you do all this? Well, I had a little help. From me. It's our fault the hump day party got cancelled, right? So in a way, this is an apology for that. And don't worry about swimsuits. We made sure to get them for all of you. Hold on a minute. Are we going to swim here? I told you we need to wash all the negativity away. You meant that literally? Takumi, this is the dream. You know exactly what the people want. At least what I want. You mean what you want? But what about Sira and Nigo? Of course, I got their permission.
If things stay as tense as they have been, it will hinder the mission. I can't have that. So you get special permission.
Everybody needs a break sometimes. But don't forget to keep it in your pants!
Kyoshige, that also means you need to keep your pants on. I would never expose myself at the pool. Oh, for the love of murder. Although everyone gripped and complained, they ended up changing into the swimsuits we brought for them. And so began our Paradise Pool Palooza. I had a feeling all the complaints was just a cover-up how embarrassed everyone felt. It took less than 5 seconds in the water for them to start shouting in excitement. Pretty soon they all had playful smiles on their faces. Everyone forgot themselves in childlike wonder, playing like kids. I was right there with them. I joined conversations without hesitation and went crazy about wild with them. All of that strain and tension vanished in an instant. Everyone's faces looked so earnestly bright and happy, with the droplets of water flying through the air. I memorized every last detail of the scene. I took in every passion moment and seared it into my brain. I never wanted to forget them. I never wanted to lose them. I could hear splashes of water all around me. Then everyone's joyous laughter echoed in the pool, drowning out the sound of water.
Huh? We're going to do what we did yesterday all over again today?
Well, the plan's a little different.
What is this? Could it be a festival? I have heard of these. Yeah. Okay, you always guessed the last part wrong. It's a gathering of wild, abandoned artistic expression to relate pent-up desire, isn't it? Release. Absolutely not. You're right about it being a festival, though. Wow, this is amazing. It's the coolest thing I ever seen in my life. Alright, you have never been to a festival before. That's right, I'm so touched. Takumi and Hiruko, did you do all this? I only did about a quarter of the work. The rest was all Takumi. Takumi, you look like crap with all those dark circles around your eyes. Yeah, I was up all night working on this. You are crazy, man. I thought the pool yesterday was cool, but this is peak. I felt mixed emotions hearing Gaku's compliments. I set this whole thing up based on what Gaku did in my timeline, after all. I am not so hot on festivals personally, but they work so hard to please us. It will be waste not to enjoy yourselves. She's right, Doremi. Don't think of it as just a festival. Think of it as a dark carnival. Well, why didn't you say so? Now I'm feeling it. Whoop whoop. Okay, sure, whatever that means. Anyway, let's have a blast together, guys. But what's with this music? It's ridiculously out of place. Just then, Siri and Nigo showed up. I was trying to do a rock vibe today, and you went and set up this folksy thing instead. Couldn't you have made it more like a modern music festival? I can see you put in a lot of effort though. I'll give you what you want. Wait, just 1 second. The two of them disappeared. Some time passed and then... Yeah, this is more like it. This is the kind of song you need for a festival. Then let's get this party started. Everybody cut loose and have fun. So began our fabulous, fearless festival fiesta. Okay, I can't read this again. The festival was alive with activity. The air was filled with sounds of happy chatter all around me. Everywhere I looked, I saw radiant smiles. There wasn't the slightest hint of gloom on those happy faces. Halfway through the festivities, Kurara started cooking. She made the Osuzuki family's special curry recipe, handed down through the generation. It was so popular we had to line up for it, and before long, we had eaten every last drop. After we were done eating, it was Gaku's turn to entertain us. Gaku climbed to the top of the tower, got on the DJ equipment, and showed us his skills on the turntable. The rest of us danced to the rhythm, wild and free. We went crazy, chanting and singing. We spun and flew, sweating so hard we practically melted away. And we continued to dance around the watchtower all night long. Day 70. When I woke up, the sky was already dusky. I must have reached my limit after staying up all night and partying for 2 days straight. I left my room and got ready for the day. By the time I was done, it was completely dark, almost time for dinner. I hurried to the cafeteria and announced my plan for the evening to everyone. What? You have to be kidding. We're all going to the rooftop for fireworks? Yep, sparklers, Roman candles, aerial fireworks. I've got them all in my room. But Takumi, don't people usually space out these kinds of events? Yeah, you gotta be out of your mind to go 3 days in a row. Don't listen to them, bro. I am all for it. Honestly, the pool and the festival weren't quite enough for me anyway. How does a broke bum like you have such a taste for parties? Huh? Did you say something? Well, if it is what our captain wants, I suppose we have no real reason to refuse. You're seriously doing this? Hot damn. You are going to twist my arm, I guess. Despite their complaining, the smiles on their face betrayed their true feelings. Then it's on. Huh? Sira and Nigo, what are you doing here? You need adult supervision to play with fire. You're just here as chaperone. For the love of murder, you have made us do a lot of worse than light some fireworks. I bet they are just being caught. You actually wanted to join us, didn't you, at the pool and the festival? Absolutely not. Not at all, not at all. Okay then, you guys can hang tonight. Let's lose our freaking mind. Doesn't it feel like something is missing? Are you talking about my mask? You are, aren't you? I just can't see the fireworks with it on. That's all. That's why I left it in my room. I am so embarrassed, don't look. Kurara, you don't need to wear that mask. You're only saying that because you think it stinks, right? Like poop, right? No, that's not it. I just think it's a waste of very cute face, personally. Huh? Kurara froze at a loss for words. Her face was as red as a bright tomato. I think there's been a misunderstanding. I wasn't talking about Kurara's mask. Come to mention it, we are missing some people. 4 of them. Hiruko, Moko, Ima, and Eva. Where the hell are they? Everyone looked around just then the missing 4 showed up. So we are late.
No.
It took some time to explain what we are doing. Explain? We have a surprise guest for everyone tonight. He's all ready for us now. Introducing our special guest for the evening. Shion. Shion? Yo, Shion. Everyone called out his name in surprise. Oh, what's going on? Why does everybody know his name? We have met him plenty of times before. Yeah, while you were busy trying to knock up Hiruko. In other words, while we were jumping to other timelines. Hey, that's not what we were doing. Anyway, that's how they know him. I only found out yesterday at the festival. I heard it from Moko, Ima, and Iba. We thought we should bring Shion to festival since it was such a big event. The four of us left the gym to ask him to come, but come to think of it, the four of them had disappeared for a while the night before. Sira and Nigo wouldn't allow me to come. And besides, I'm not a real Special Defense Unit member. I didn't want to get in the way of your fun. He tried to refuse again tonight. He was hesitant to come to this. But we managed to convince him, and now here he is. You don't listen to a word I say. You are wasting his energy. Just summoning an avatar like this uses up strength. Was this a bad idea after all? Well, obviously it's fine. Huh? Shion is as much as a part of this Special Defense Unit as any of us. He's our 17th member. If he dies, we all die. If we die, he dies.
Hey!
Our destinies are intertwined. He is one of us, an important comrade. If you are going to disrespect one of our friends like that, well, you already know what I can do. I sent a sharp glare towards Sira and Nigo. The two of them were clearly rattled by it. Takumi, fine, if you're going to go that far, you can have it your way, but just for tonight. Be careful for the Honorable Sira's magnanimous treatment. Thank you both. I and you, Takumi, sincerely. I noted with a grin. Soon everyone else was smiling with me. Alright, time to get this show on the road. Fireworks are in your room, right, Takumi? Let's go get them. So began our Special Defense Unit Shining Fireworks shindig. Whoa. Every member of the team was there. Hiruko, Nozomi, Moko, Tsubasa, Tsukumo twins, Gaku, and Shoma. Takamaro, Kurara, Darumi, Kyoshika, even Yugamo was having a blast with everybody. We had our two commanding officers with us too. And Eva and Ito, who were once hostile to us, were joining in on the fun. Last but not least, there was Shia. 19 including me, all of us alive and well. We had gone through so much hardship in the last 70 days fighting to survive. This was a true miracle. I took it all in, revealing in the joy in my heart. Long time ago, someone once said that life and fireworks aren't all that different. For a brief moment, they shine brightly, then they disappear into the dark. People struggle and strive to create a spark, all for that fleeting moment. That's what makes life so beautiful. Every word of what was said rang true to me. Who would want to live forever being trapped in an infinite loop was a curse. I was going to break free. I was going to end this. I would venture into the future that started from day 101 with all my friends. I would get older with the passage of time and eventually die. One day my firework would sizzle out. This was going to be the last time I lived through this war. I would never experience this 100 days again. The thought made my heart swell. The instantaneous flash, the spark vanishing into the darkness, flicker of the decaying embers were all breathtakingly beautiful. A bunch of hard words. Our 3-day party binge finally ended yesterday. The next enemy attack will be tomorrow, day 72. We couldn't keep up the merriment forever. We needed to switch gears. Once I was done with my breakfast and back in my room, I headed back out to make my rounds. Okay. I doubt I'll be getting much sleep, even though I am totally wiped from all the partying. They say it's hard to sleep when you are overtired. Or is that what this is? Well, no sense in just waiting around here. Maybe if I go out for a little walk, it will make me sleepy. I convinced myself to leave my room. It was just then that I heard someone sniffling. I could see someone on the other side of the fence. It was Hiruko. Huh? Again? Something like this happened before, the night of day 9. At any rate, I couldn't very well leave her like that. I went closer, hoped to fence, and sat down beside her. I knew it. Behind the lenses of her glasses, Hiruko's eyes were wet, with countless trails of tears running down her cheeks. She was holding something tightly in her left hand. It was the calico cat figure I had given her on day 10. She hurriedly put it back in her pocket when she noticed me and removed her glasses to wipe away her tears. The silence continued. I stayed by her side, not saying anything. After a little while of sitting there like that, Hiruko finally spoke.
You're not going to ask questions today? Last time you charged right in without any delicacy or tact.
Hey, even a guy like me can learn from experience.
Do you remember what happened on day 9?
Yeah.
Hiruko raised her head and stared at the faraway flames forlorn. What?
I had a dream on the night of day 8. And I had the same dream last night. It was day 101. Everybody was there. Everyone except me. I must have died somehow. I saw you there, Takumi. You were in my dream, so I'm positive you managed to break free from the loop. Or perhaps I should say, you will manage to break free. But I'm going to be trapped here. Forever.
Hiruko bit her lip and hung her head. I could tell she was fighting hard to keep from crying again. I spoke up before the tears had a chance to flow.
Come on, Hiruko. It was just a dream. It doesn't mean that really happened. Or will happen. Think about it. If you were dead, how could you see everybody? It wouldn't make sense if I was the only one to break free from the loop. We need everyone from the Special Defense Unit to survive in order to escape it. That includes you. I guess what I'm trying to say is, you don't have to worry. It was just a bad dream. It's going to be okay. You're not going to die, no matter what happens, because I'm going to protect you. That's a promise. Okay? Remember what I said before? I promised we'd both get out of this, that I'd build us a future where everyone can be happy.
Takumi.
A refreshing evening breeze blew. Every time Hiruko's hair moved in the wind, I caught a familiar scent. The smell of lavender. Enveloped in that sweet fragrance, I sat there and waited for her to respond. Eventually, the trails of tears had all but dried from her cheeks. Looking much more like her usual self, she gave a little smile and spoke.
You're right. It's not like me to be so bothered by a dream. Maybe I was just feeling nervous because we're getting closer to day 100.
I nodded.
Forget about all that for now. I've had an idea.
An idea?
Our next opportunity to jump is day 74. From 12:05 a.m. to 12:35 a.m. You remember, right?
Yeah?
I'm going to do something. Here.
Hiruko pulled a coin out of her pocket.
I'm going to toss this coin. And you're going to call heads or tails.
Seriously?
Heads is the sun. Tails is the crescent moon.
So?
What happens if I get it right?
How about we go explore the ruins together the day after tomorrow? On day 73?
Why then?
We have a battle tomorrow. They'll come in the morning, but we'll be too tired afterwards.
And if I get it wrong?
Then we won't go. We'll just sit around and do nothing that day.
I was confused.
Why are we going out exploring if I get it right? Are you trying to indirectly ask me out?
Don't be so stupid. That's not it at all.
Well, I don't really get it, but this coin flip is related to leaping in timelines somehow, right?
Yes, I'll explain everything later.
Why later? Tell me now.
No more questions. Just call it.
Okay. What shall we call it? Hiruko flipped the coin. I tumbled through the air, landing on the back of her left hand. She quickly covered it with her other hand, hiding it from my sight.
What's your guess? Heads or tails?
Okay. It was such a pointless question that it felt silly to think about it too seriously. Even if I was wrong, all it meant was that I wouldn't spend the day outside with Hiruko. There was no real risk involved. But I felt a strange stirring in my chest. Was there a fateful choice hiding behind this light-hearted pretense? Was something unforeseen creeping closer? I couldn't help but worry. Okay, now you got me worried. Instantly I was conflicted, and logically there was no real right answer, and yet I couldn't just choose blindly. 2 more timelines would be created based on what I decided here.
Hello? Takumi, what's your answer?
Just please wait until I check the walkthrough. At Hiruko's urging, I sealed my result and gave her my answer. What is it? Okay, heads or tails. So let me get this straight. If we choose right, we go outside, right? Okay. Of course, it's heads, of course.
Heads.
I gave my decision with confidence, and Hiruko moved her hand to reveal what was underneath. A sun symbol, which meant...
I did it!
Nice job.
Hiruko was absolutely beaming.
What are you so happy about? Excited to go on a date with me?
It's not a date. We're just exploring ruins.
Sure, whatever you say.
Honestly.
I had never seen Hiruko like this before. I wasn't sure why, but it made me feel warm inside.
Anyway, tomorrow's the defensive battle, so I'm going to get some sleep. See you around.
With that, she climbed over the fence and left. I was left on my own, staring at the undying flames in the distance.
Hey! You said you were going to tell me everything!
I spent the night without ever finding out what the coin toss had to do with our next sleep, or about Hiruko's real intentions behind our potential non-date. It's nothing, you're thinking too much. It's all cannon fodder again? What? Did you want me to write and ask them to send a commander? That's not what I meant. Excluding Veshnex, there's only one left. Yeah, the old man. But he won't show up until day 87. I mean, according to Sire and Nigo. Indeed. That's exactly what we told her. Must I endure the torment of the multiplicity tables again? We're ready to dig at numbers, remember? No. I'll die a dishonorable death before the enemy even gets to me. There's no real reason to do that again this time, right? I'm already used to weaklings talking. Oh, I'm referring to those other than myself, of course. Personally, I love it. You get to murder losers begging for their mummies to come save them. Truly wonderful. The mere idea gets my motor running. Alright, let's get us two wackos to their freaking thing while the rest of us just ignore the voices. Yeah, this will be cakewalk if we work together. After all those parties, we are closer knit team than ever. Let's show them how much stronger the special defense unit is now. What are you making that face for, Nozomi? Oh well, I was just touched that we get to fight together again, all 16 of us. This is the 4th time we have done it. I know, but how to put it? I don't really know why, but honestly, but it just warms my heart. Nozomi wiped the corner of her eye immediately after the alarm sounded. Hey.
Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Unauthorized personnel detected on school grounds. Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
Let's go. Only small price. Okay guys, let's do this. Special defense unit, move out. All right. That's enough already.
I don't want to fight!
Okay, annihilate all the enemies.
Oh man, this is so easy! I don't even want to throw up like I usually do.
Not even a little?
I tried dry heaving, but I just coughed up an old scrap of food. Ew! You puked in your mouth!
Lady Ava, I'm having the time of my life!
What?
Verily, Lady Darumi.
Hey, that's my thing. Don't steal my gimmick.
You guys wanna quit the chit-chat?
Yeah, it looks like the next wave of enemies are here.
Then we take them out too.
No! I don't want to fight!
Wait! Is that really it?
What a letdown.
That was almost too easy.
Tell me about it.
I almost passed out from boredom.
What are you crying about?
It's nothing. Don't worry about me. I just got overwhelmed all of a sudden.
Well, seeing as we won and all...
Wanna do the thing?
No, I
All
thought
right.
not.
Ready? And go!
Special Defense Unit! Best in the world! Indestructible and undefeated! Never lose! Never yield! Special Defense Unit, fight on!
There was nothing to be afraid of. The path ahead looked as bright as clear blue sky. Everyone was smiling from ear to ear. In that moment, I could believe that we were truly invincible. I finished breakfast and headed for entrance hall to make good on my plans with Hiruko. Oh, how unusual. You are 10 minutes early.
Huh?
How early did you get here? Really looking forward to our date, huh? How many times do I have to tell you? It's not a date. Say that again, I'll rip off your head off and gag you with it. Yeah, okay, so where are we going to explore today? How about the mansion on the western outskirts? Mansion? You know, a big house, a manor. Pronounced just like the things you were apparently raised without. Manners, manor. You understand. Understand, it's just not funny. Zip it, don't talk back, servant. I'm going. Hiruko went on ahead without me. She's in weird mood. Well, whatever. I murmured to myself and chased after her. Hey, use the fire extinguisher. Where are we going exactly? Phew, we are finally here. Okay, time to head back. Huh? I said time to go back. Turn up your hearing aid. But we just got here. We don't have any business in this place. Too bad there isn't a typewriter here so we can save. What? The whole point of this was to go exploring. It didn't matter where we went or what we did. So it really was... I was about to tell her it was exactly like a day, but I stopped myself just in time. Well, let's get going. Or if you are in mood to hunt some zombies, I guess you can stay. Turned around and headed straight back to the school. We took our time returning to school. As a result, it was already night when we made it back. 10 o'clock already. We can't afford to dawdle. We need to eat dinner and shower before we get out of here. Wait, hold on. You're going somewhere else? Did you forget already when is our next sleep window, Takumi? From 12:05 to 12:35 a.m. on the day 7 to 4, right? Also, we are going to lab. Right, only 4 hours left. No more pointless questions, if you don't mind. But we only have like 30 minutes. What can we possibly do in such a short period? No matter which timeline we jump to, we still only get 30 minutes. You called the coin toss the night before last night, remember? Yeah, I called heads, and I was right, so we went out exploring today. But that means there's a timeline where you called tails. In other words, a timeline where you were wrong and we didn't go anywhere. That's where we are going tonight, to that timeline. But what for? The more people on our side, the better, right? 2 heads are better than 1, and 4 are better than 2. Don't tell me. Oh, you better believe it. We're going to go see ourselves in wrong-guess timeline? Hiruko nodded and continued. Let's call the versions of ourselves in that time Takumi 5 and Hiruko 5. They should be waiting for us to arrive right now. If your answer was right, we'll jump timelines. If you were wrong, we'll wait. That's the decision I made before I even tossed the coin. But what do we do when we meet them? I assume you haven't given up on using distress signal transmitter. Of course not. The chances of everyone's survival goes up if we can get to the satellite even 1 day earlier. Don't you think it will be more efficient if we split into 2 teams to find out the liver mortis codes? The teams can meet up later to share codes they have learned. We only have 3 days left, so yeah, if we can make that work, we'll get them a lot faster. I see, it all makes sense now. In a sense, you did this deliberately so that history would branch off, right? I needed to make something happen in this timeline that was completely opposite to what happened in that one. So that's why we went on a date today. Takumi, your left hand. Your left hand, please. Why? So I can rip it off and shove it down your throat. Hiruko screamed at me, her cheeks flushed scarlet red. Okay, it was loud enough that I was worried it would bring the satellite crashing down. Day 74. The time Okay, almost time. Hiruko and I had already put our suits and configured the machine. This must be my millionth time mentioning this, but remember, we'll only have 30 minutes. I know that. We need to use that time to talk to Takumi 5 and Hiruko 5, right? Yes, so let's not waste time on the idle chit-chat. Like what? I don't know. Gossip about the weather, maybe. Why would we do that? As I was complaining, the clock ticked over to 12 5 a.m. I slammed the red button and jumped onto the platform with Hiruko. It was time. Alright, let's go. We jumped to wrong guess timeline, and immediately standing there was... You must be me and Hiruko from the right guess timeline. Yeah, you are right on time. Hold on, we are going to take these off. Yeah, there's 4 of us now. Isn't this plan a little overly complicated? I'm the one over here. Over where? I don't even know who I am anymore. It's me, Hiruko 1. Excuse me, I'm Hiruko 1. You are Hiruko 5. No, you are Hiruko 6. This whole thing is a mess. Put your lip suits back up. Is this better? Yeah, I've seen your faces now. Let's just move on. We don't have time for this. Let's get down to the business. We still need 3 liver mortis codes, right? Yes, the ones we haven't found yet are Takumaru's, Ima's, Takumi's, and mine. We need to find 3 out of 4 of them. And the next time we can jump is in 5 days from 1:30 to 4:30 p.m. on day 79. So at that time we need to split into 2 groups and check a total of 3 liver mortis codes between us. The question is, which time does each team jump to? We started to investigate and narrowed it down to 2 most efficient timelines. First up is the serial killer timeline. 6 of our team will be dead by day 79. Eito, Iwa, Kurara, followed by Moko, Shoma, and lastly Takumaru. I couldn't bring myself to say anything. There was a suffocating pain in my chest. Takumi wife was probably feeling the same way. He was staring down at his feet somberly. After all, the person who killed those 6 people was... him, me, us. Don't tell me you are still stuck on that. Excluding Eito, it wasn't really you who killed them. It was an inevitable caused by G's possession. Haven't we been over this? We really need you to move on. I know that, but at any rate, Takumaru is one of the casualties in the serial killer timeline. If we jump there, we'll be able to get his liver mortis code. I didn't really want to do it, but I had no choice. Takumi 5 and I noted silently. Our other destination is zombie timeline, right? Yeah, that seems like the most efficient one to visit. By day 79, 9 people are zombified, 5 of them of whom have been incinerated. The remaining zombies will be Moko, Kako, Ima, and Hiruko. But even if they are zombies, they are still fully dead. They'll have lost all their cryptoglyphs, so the numbers should show up. If we go to that timeline, we'll see Ima and Hiruko. Can check both of their codes. With Takumi 5 and my assertion, it was now the Hiruko's turn to appear displeased. Don't seem too happy about this plan.
No.
Of course not. What kind of person will be excited to go see their own zombie fight back. But we don't have any other choice. This is the only timeline where we can get both codes. The Hirokos looked at each other and each let out a sigh, hanging their heads. We continued ironing out the details of our plan. Takumi 5 and Hiruko 5 from the wrong guess timeline would go to the serial killer timeline. Hiruko and I from the right guess timeline would go to the zombie timeline. We knew who was going to do what. Allow me to repeat, we leave on day 79. We'll have 3 hours, not a ton of time to waste considering the trip to and from the school. We'll report the labor mortis codes to each other the next time the blood space waves search. And after that, we'll all go back to our home timeline? Yes, I think that will be best. We'll jump to your timeline when it's time to meet. Got it. We'll be waiting for you. In exchange, you had better not show up empty-handed. I could ask the same of you. You'll pay if you screw this up. Excuse me, how dare you speak to me like that? Okay, girl, let's remain calm. It was past midnight by the time we were done. Our time was almost up. Hiruko and I hurriedly set the machine, hit the red button, and jumped onto platform. Well then, we are counting on you guys. And we are counting on you. Don't let us down. I devoured an egg breakfast in the cafeteria, returned to my room holding back yawns. Last night after Hiruko and I got back to our room, our home timeline, I crawled into bed and immediately dozed off. We were going to talk about our jump on day 79 this evening, but since it was past 2 in the morning by the time we were back, I was still sleep deprived. Wait, my head felt kind of fuzzy. I tried to shake off the fog in my brain. Okay, time to get going. Mumbling to myself, I started on my usual rounds. Wow, our day 79 leap is really going to be something. We're going to have to look at the numbers on the backs of the Ima zombie and your zombie. I know you know already, but the zombies are berserkers, devoid of all reason. They are unusually strong on top of that. How are we going to get these codes? Why are you asking this now? You are the one who okayed us going to the zombie timeline. I guess so, but I assumed you had some kind of plan up your sleeve. Oh no, I've got no plan at all. Could you at least try to sound ashamed? Well, that settles it. I don't think we can come up with a plan alone. You're going to have to ask someone for help. Somebody who? There's only one person who can count on we can count on at a time like this. You mean who? Who do you mean? The ghost boy notes. Tsubasa, I see. So on this top secret mission, you need to be able to see the backs of some kind of monsters wearing clothes. Yes, they are incredibly vicious, so it's hard to get near them. But what kind of mission is this? I can't even imagine what kind of monster wears clothes. It's top secret, so we can't tell you any more than that. But everyone's life depends on it. Tsubasa crossed her arms, thought for a while. Okay, I can trust you too, so I'll help. Does that mean? Leave it to me, I'll make a useful device that will help you on your mission. Hiruko and I looked at each other with a smile. But it's going to take some time. Few days at least. Until then, keep quiet and hold tight, okay? Sure. Thank you, Tsubasa. Day 75. 76. 77. 8. Tsubasa told us to keep quiet and hold tight. That's exactly what we did for 3 days. But today was day 78. Our next opportunity to live will be tomorrow. Will the useful device Tsubasa was working on be ready by then? Feeling impatient, I agonized in my room. Maybe I should go ask her. I considered it, but it didn't seem like that would help move things along any. I just had to be patient and wait for Tsubasa to finish. Sitting around like this felt like a waste of time though. Moving around seemed like a good idea, if only to distract me from my anxiety. I decided to head off on my usual round.
Takumi, it's ready!
It was shortly after dinner when Tsubasa came thundering over to my room with a big grin on her face. Okay, is it ready though? Really? Why would I lie? Then we have to tell Hiruko. Okay, how does it work exactly? So where is this device? Here, one sec. Tsubasa walked further into the room and brought something out. And then... Ta-da! Ta-da-da! X-ray goggles. Seriously, she held them out to us proudly. X-ray goggles? Just like the name suggests, if you put this on, you can see right through people's clothes. So we can see the monster's backs. Easily, you just need to be within 10 feet on them. 10 feet. Also, I added an instant camera function as a little bonus. Just push the button on the side, and an image will be taken through the goggles. It will develop and print the photo right there and then. I took the goggles from Tsubasa. Sounds cool, let's give it a try. I was about to put them on when Hiruko smacked me with all her might. Oh, what was that for? Get a clue, you filthy parrot. What a pig, he was trying to see us naked. No, I wasn't. I desperately fumbled for an excuse. The two of them were glaring at me with such contempt, I thought I might wither away on the spot. Anyway, I'll be holding on to these. If Gaku got his hands on them, we'll be all in big trouble. Oh my god. Hiruko snatched the goggles out of my hands. Honestly, it wasn't that easy for me to let go of them. Okay, only 21 days to go. Afternoon rolled around. After a quick break for lunch, Hiruko and I made our way to the lab. I already had my lip suit on. The machine was all set up. Okay, almost 1:29 p.m. 1 minute left until we could jump. You brought the X-ray goggles, right?
No.
How could I forget? I have them right here in my suit. We have 3 hours this time. That should be more than enough. All we have to do is look at the backs of the zombie Ima and zombie Hiruko. Don't make it sound so simple. I'll be the one wearing the goggles after all. Huh? You? Of course. Why? I don't want you to see me naked. That goes for the zombie me too. Despite how harmless you look, you are a closet degenerate. It's honestly creepy. At least Gaku was the decency to embrace. At least Gaku has decency to embrace it. I wasn't planning on doing anything like that. While we were bickering, the time to leave arrived. Hiruko hit a button and hopped onto the platform. I was right behind her. Here goes. I have a question. Do you know why I'm not wearing my lip suit? Because you can't wear X-ray goggles with the helmet on, right? Exactly. So what about you? Why did you take yours off? It's lighter and easier to move this way. The survivors in this timeline should be holed up in the garage in fear of zombie attack. They won't come out today, so even if our faces aren't covered, we don't have to worry about being seen. Are you sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure. Just to be safe, let's keep our class armor activated. In the event we do get attacked by a zombie, we'll be better protected that way. Very well. Now then, where are all the zombies? If we just walk around for a while, they'll come attack us eventually. How are we supposed to see them from behind that way? Zombies are sensitive to sound. We'll need to silently sneak up on them to within 10 feet, right?
Oh?
That's the limit of the goggles range. Come on, let's hurry. Zombie Kako. We need to run. Now, Zombie Moko. Retreat. Where am I supposed to retreat? Ew, looks like we lost them. Keep it down.
Oh?
Look over there. It's Zombie Ima. My voice dropped to a whisper. He's just standing there. I don't think he has noticed us yet. Now's your chance, Hiruko. You can do it. Why me? I'll do it instead if you want. That's 100 times worse. Then, fine, just hold on. Hiruko circled behind the zombie Ima. She took a deep breath and began. She took a few cautious steps, getting closer and closer to him. It was going well, nothing changed about Ima's demeanor. Finally, Hiruko stopped, 10 feet away from Ima. She put on the goggles and looked at his back. And then... How did it go? It went off without a hinge. I got a clear view of his liver mortis code. What was it? In response to my question, Hiruko showed me a photo. A picture taken with the camera in the goggles. One. No doubt about it. Ima's liver mortis code is 1. Way to go, Hiruko. You did it. How annoying. What did I say? I don't like getting complimented by a servant. She may have said that, but the slightest smile on her face betrayed her. Okay. Next up is Zombie Hiruko. I would really rather not see her, but what choice do I have? Let's look for her. We wandered around the second and third floors in search of Hiruko's zombified counterpart, but there was no trace of her. We gave up and returned to the first floor hallway. We spotted her at the moment we came down the stairs. There she is, Zombie Hiruko. How depressing. Looking at myself literally decaying is even worse than looking in the mirror on the morning of a terrible hangover. A hangover? How I imagine it. I mean, I wouldn't know. We're in a bad position. She has her back to the wall. We won't be able to see her liver mortis code until she moves. Why don't we wait here a while? She might wander off. No, time is running out. We have to do something now. Like what? There's no other option. I'll act as decoy and lure her away. While I'm doing that, you look at her back. What? I'm not going to let you walk into danger alone. Come on, let's do this. Okay. Over here, zombie. Okay, not good. I turned and bolted away at full speed. Zombie Hiruko came lumbering after me. Behind her was the still living Hiruko. Hiruko won, more than 10 feet away. She was running frantically but couldn't get any closer to Zombie Hiruko. She wouldn't be able to use the X-ray goggles unless she closed the gap. Only one thing left to do, my last resort. I came skidding to a sudden halt and turned around, grappling with that zombie Hiruko as she charged me. Seriously? I felt something hard against my back. She had knocked me over. Zombie Hiruko's hideous, decaying face was right in front of me. She was baring her teeth, trying to bite down on my throat. I was in trouble. It would only be a matter of time before I got bitten. But then...
Hiruko!
Okay. Thanks, you saved my life. Don't thank me, a servant should know their place. What should I say then? Don't say anything. Your reckless behavior allowed me to see that ghost, so let's call it even. What was it? Take a look. 4. Yes. 4. That's unlucky number back home in the complex. It said that it represents death. Strangely fitting that we will find it on the member of the living dead. Anyway, we have met our rogue course. As long as the wrong guess timeline team can get Takamaru's code, we'll have a full set. That will be all the livor mortis codes we need. Do you think they'll pull it off? I don't just think so, I'm sure of it. They are us, after all. Our lip window was going to close soon. Hiruko and I nodded at each other and made a mad dash for the wall of fire. I grabbed a breakfast and went back to my room. I needed to talk to Hiruko before our next parallel, but we were going to meet up after nightfall as usual. In the meantime, I set off to my usual rounds.
Did you check the device?
Yeah. It looks like the blood space waves peak again on day 84.
That's when the wrong guess timeline versions of us will come here, right? Yes, but we'll only have 15 minutes. The windows is from 11 to 11:15 p.m. That should be plenty. All we need to do is tell each other the livor mortis codes. As long as you refrain from unnecessarily chit-chat. That's rich coming from you. Excuse me? Nothing. Hiruko let out a huff before she continued. Whatever, more importantly, why don't we check the distress signal transmitter in the hidden room in the basement one more time? Alright, I suppose it couldn't hurt. Nothing out of the ordinary here. We just need to put the codes in that device over there, right? That's right, 9 codes out of 10 from Team 1. They are right. It will send a distress signal to the artificial satellite, and then a rescue craft will come down to school. The maximum cargo of research craft is 2 tons, enough for all 16 of us. Then we'll be able to escape to the satellite without leaving anyone behind. Have you noticed how all of the livor mortis codes we have found so far are only 1 digit? Yeah. Spasa's is 2, Atos is 8, Gakos is 0, Kakos is 9, and Shoma's is 3. Darumi's is 5. And as we found out yesterday, Ima's is 1. And mine is 4. Everybody has a different number. Okay, let me see. Who are we missing? We don't have 7 and 6, right? What are you getting at? I was wondering if livor mortis codes are unique numbers assigned to each of us. You mean there are no duplicates? I'm not sure, but if that were the case, Takamaru's would be 6 or 7, right? Hiruko smiled devilishly. No way, don't tell me you are just going to guess. Hey, slow down. There's no guarantee it will be 6 or 7. And even if it is one of those, if you put the wrong one in...
Poison gas will come out of those tanks over there. It's a terrifying toxic gas, capable of melting any object into a soupy mess. Sere and Nigo said that gas masks or protective clothing won't do anything to stop it.
Okay, right, we better not. You, don't freak me out like that. Why not? Let's just toss another coin and decide whether we are putting 7 or not, for example. Let's just wait patiently for day 84. Then the wrong guess timeline team will tell us Takumaru's number. Yes, we just have to hold out for 4 days. After that, we'll be able to leave. Hiruko looked up at the night sky. The shining silver artificial satellite hung in the void of space.
If we can just get there, we won't have to fight anymore.
In doing so, no one would die and we'll would break free of the time loop. Thinking about it made my chest grow hot. My pulse was thundering in my veins. But beside me, Hiruko didn't look happy at all. Maybe she was still worried about the dream she had.
Everyone except me. I must have died somehow. I'm going to be trapped here forever.
Well then, good night. With those forlorn words, Hiruko returned to her room. The only thing she left behind was the sweet scent of lavender. What is with the lavender? Okay, almost there. I couldn't sit still all day. It was day 84. This will be the fateful day for Hiruko and me. No, for the whole Special Defense Unit. When the clock struck 11 p.m., the wrong guess timeline team will jump here. Once they told us Takumaru's level mortuary would have everything we needed. Paced around on my room, unable to settle down. I knew I would never relax like this. I'll go check in on everyone, maybe that will calm me down. And so I went off on my usual round. What's going on? Where are those two? It's already 11:10 p.m. They only have 5 minutes left to leave here and back. You don't need to tell me that. This must be your fault. What? You must be dabbling in that timeline. How will you know? Because you are always being a nuisance. Hey! I was just about to retort when they showed up. Sorry we are late. What were you doing? You ran into some trouble because of Takumi. They'll get the wrong idea if you say that. You were the cause of the delay, weren't you? Well, I can't argue with that, but still. See, I told you. Hiruko and I looked at me smugly. I ground my teeth together. We don't have time for this. We need to exchange information. Wrong guess timeline do noted and swiftly stepped down and from the platform. We'll go first. Ima's code is 1. Hiruko's is 4. That's 1 and 4. Okay, now we have all the numbers. Thanks, guys. You did very well, even more so considering you had to get them off the backs of zombies. We pulled it off thanks to some goggles Tsubasa made for us. Enough chatter, what about us? Stop celebrating and tell us the code you found. Got it. We recovered Takumaru's code. The number on his back was 7. 7, huh? Lucky number 7. It took a few seconds for the joy to set in. As soon as it did, Hiruko and I turned to each other and shouted, now we've got all the codes we need. Hooray! Thanks you two. Or should I say us? I knew we could do it. You took the words right out of our mouth. You have been a huge help. Thank you, truly. No need to thank us. You need to get back quickly. Yeah, you're right. Good luck to you then. The two of them dashed to the console and quickly set up that machine. Except it failed because it's 11:16 p.m. The pair from the other timeline stood Stunned, Hiruka and I spoke, looking at them with sympathetic gazes. I'm sorry to say, it looks like the window has closed. No, this can't be. The stranger pair stood there with their helmets still on. I couldn't see their faces, but judging by their slumped shoulders, they looked painfully dejected. It took a while before the two of them quietly raised their heads. Well, there's no point in getting depressed about it. We just have to change our mindset. Sorry, guys.
Oh.
We should have exchanged info faster. You don't need to apologize. We were the ones who were late. Although Takumi is the one responsible for that. Stop making it sound like it was all my turn. Okay, it looks like you two will have to stay in our timeline until the blood space waves rise again.
Oh.
When will that be? Let's find out. Good, it's sooner than I thought. The day after tomorrow? Yes, day 86. From 8 to 11 a.m. We have 3 hours, plenty of time, and even someone shows up late. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not sure what happened between you two, but you should try to get along. Yeah, you are going to be stuck here together for another 32 hours after all. Right, here? Sorry, but there's no way we can take you to the school. That makes sense. I would say the same thing if I were in your shoes, or our shoes. I don't believe this. We'll bring you some food tomorrow morning. I'm really sorry about this. It's fine, don't worry. Well then. We thanked them again for the liver mortis coat and with great reluctance left them behind in the lab. We have all the coats we need, but it's hard to get in a mood to celebrate. Yeah, I'm worried about the others, us too. I would like to boot up the distress signal transmitter right now, but it would be a little awkward. We can't just leave them here while we escape. We'll also need to explain things to everyone, at least to some extent. They won't understand what's happening if a rescue craft suddenly shows up. That meant our plans for the transmitter were on hold for now. Feeling frustrated, we went back to our rooms. Okay? I just use it. Day 85. It was morning. Hiruko and I woke up early and went to visit the lab. Sorry to keep you waiting. We brought you some food. We put it in the cabinet over there. Thanks, we appreciate it. Sorry to make you go out of your way. By the way, we have something we would like to discuss with you. What is it? You were worried about that? You have no reason to refuse. Are you sure? Yeah, don't worry about us. Just go ahead and boot up the transmitter when you get back. We'll be able to get back to our own timeline tomorrow anyway. And then we'll be calling the rescue craft just like you. There's no need to spare our feelings.
Oh.
Good, you agree. You and me, so you knew exactly how I was going to respond, didn't you? I had a hunch. This is goodbye then. Well, I wish you the best of luck. You are not going to enter the code wrong, are you? I'll be fine. Are you sure about that? Just what kind of guy do you take me for? A slow-witted, careless servant. What are you laughing about? They are talking about us, you know. Alright. Hiruko 1 and 5 left amused. Takumi 5 and myself awkwardly avoided looking at each other. Alright, you two, take care. We'll be playing that all of you over there will make it safely. Today, 100. We'll be praying, yeah, okay. I was like, Hiruko 1 and I, oh my god, it's hard to, 1, is it I? Hiruko 1 and I gave firm handshakes to our counterparts, then left them with a thumbs up for good luck. I wonder what happened in the other timeline. It was about time for breakfast when we got back to the school. We dispelled our class armor, changed back into our regular clothes. The others should be in the cafeteria around this time. Can you go explain the plan to them?
Huh?
What about you? I'll go to the war room and distract Sira and Nico. There's no way they'll agree to let us call for rescue. You're not wrong about that. If they catch wind of what we are trying to do, it will be a mess. Good luck then. Hiruko dashed away into the school. After watching her leave, I headed to cafeteria. You've got to be shitting me. I am shocked to my vehicle. A distress signal transmitter. I can't believe a device like that was in the basement. Is it really true? Of course it is. Come on, seeing is believing. The moment everyone laid eyes on the machine in the hidden room, they were lost for words. A few moments later, Hiruko showed up. Don't worry about Sira and Vinigo. The two of them are busy trying to break down an astronomically long number into its prime factors. Told them it was encrypted, top secret enemy information. They won't notice anything for a while. Nobody seemed to hear a word she was saying. They were frozen in place, staring at the transmitter. Please forgive a subhuman substrate sucker like me for asking, but how did you and Hiruko find out about this machine? Well, we stumbled on it while exploring the school. It happened a couple of days ago. How did you find out that it's what it's for and how to use it? We got a manual to display on the central monitor. It described everything. If I understand what Mr. Sumino told us correctly, mysterious numbers are assigned to 10 of us who are originally from the school. And if we input 9 of those numbers, we can send a distress signal. I didn't explain the liver mortis codes fully. If I had, I would have had to explain parallel leaping too. So you already know these numbers? Then let's pop them in and summon the rescue craft. Yeah, okay. I slowly made my way to the transmitter. What's with the music? Everyone stood behind me, practically surrendering me. I let out a big sigh and cautiously entered the codes. Eventually, after entering 8 digits, I took my hand off the keypad. There's just one left now, correct? Takumi and Hiruko's slots are still blank. Which one do you guys know? Hiruko's, you see how I already have her selected? Do you need to press enter or some kind of confirmation button when you are down? No, once I enter in the last numbers, the system should automatically detect it. And if all 9 numbers are correct, the distress signal will be sent. That's right. But if it's wrong, poison gas will come out of those tanks over there. And everyone will become all soupy. Okay, that's... Silence filled the air. I could hear everyone's breathing. You guys need to be here. Maybe you could wait upstairs. Are you out of your goddamn mind? We are your friends. Yeah, if we die together. I don't feel so good. I'm having a ball. This is a real killing game now. See, Takumi, everyone is on the same page. Do it, Takumi. I looked at everyone and gave a firm nod, and then turned to the terminal again. 808, Takomaru 7, Gakko 0, Shoma 3, Ima 1, Darumi 5, Tsubasa 2, Kako 9. Okay, all of the other numbers were right so far. Just one left. Unlucky number 4. As ominous as it was definitely Hiruko's liver mortis code. All I had to do was to press that final button.
Show a little confidence, Takumi.
Okay, should we press it?
You don't have to worry.
We're right here with you.
Okay, here goes.
Here goes.
I reached out to the keypad, and with a trembling finger, I hovered over the number 4 key. What? Look, if you're telling me whether I should press it or not, it definitely means I shouldn't press it. I mean, it's obvious. Press 4? No, I'm too scared for this. No. Why? We'll learn. What happened, Takumi? Hold on a minute. I pulled my hand away from the keypad. What is it? You can't just tell us to hold on with no further explanation. I just have a bad feeling about this. Bad feeling? Oh, I get it. You lost your nerve, didn't you? I thought you were better than that, man. Here, tell me the number. I'll smash it in myself. I hadn't said the final number out loud yet. No one other than me and Hiruko knew it was 4. Spit it out, asshole. I told you to tell me. Hiruko, you know the number too, right? You can tell us. Hiruko held her tongue. Maybe she knew what I was feeling. Then I'll just put it in a random number. You can't do that, Mr. Yakushi. The toxic gas will be released if you put it in the wrong one. Why are you guys all chickening out? We can finally call for rescue. What the hell are you hesitating for? Takumaro stomped his foot angrily on the ground. Takumi, can you at least tell us why you are hesitating? Groan crawled out of the depths of my throat. I tried to swallow it back before answering. I'm sorry, I can't explain it very well. But we can activate this transmitter. I don't know why I can't just feel it. What? Seriously?
Huh?
Unbelievable. Not to me. I know what it's like to have visions. Visions? That's right. Toko's words gave me an idea. The next day the blood space waves search will be tomorrow, day 68, between 6 and 11 a.m. in the morning. If we parallel leapt, then we'll be able to know if an unknowable branch of history, not exactly a vision, but enough to prove my point. It was worth it to try anyway. I might be able to prove it. Prove it? Prove what? Prove that I just made the right decision. Takumi, are you out of your... Hey! Enough, Hiruko. I know what I'm doing. Anyway, guys, I just need you to wait until tomorrow morning. Please, for me. I lowered my head as I pleaded with them. Everyone looked at each other with troubled faces. Alright, if that's what you think is best, Captain. Tomorrow morning, you better have your proof ready by then. Are all of you okay with that? The others reluctantly nodded, in spite of how unwilling they looked. Shortly after the nighttime announcement, Hiruko came to my room. I don't have to ask to know what you're planning to do tomorrow. Are you really going to bring everyone with you? I am. If they learn about parallel leaping, then I know we'll have to explain everything we have been through in the other time. But I've figured out something. As long as I don't mention the loop, it should be fine, right? Do you think you can handle that? I have no idea. I need you to be sure. I've told you 100 times, if you tell them the truth, we are guaranteed to have the worst possible outcome. So what do you want me to do? I have no other choice if I want to convince them that machine is dangerous. How do you know it's dangerous anyway? You never even pressed that final 4. Well, fine. Just remember, keep the loop a secret. Stick to that if nothing else. It will be fine, trust me. Alright, it's all in your hands now. Hiruko gave me a sharp glare before quietly exiting my room. Whoa, I just checked what happens when we press 4. Ending of the road. It says a lot. It was 7:55 a.m. Hiruko and I had brought everyone to the lab. Hey, are you guys sure about this? Dude, this school is unprotected right now. The next enemy attack isn't until tomorrow, day 87. We don't need to worry. So Sira and Nigo know about this? The two of them are still deep in the prime factorizing. Okay, you know what. They are allocating every last bit of their processing power into it, so I doubt they have even notice we are gone. But it's only a matter of time until they do. Then let's hurry, not that I know what we are about to do now. Yeah, but could you all of you wait here just a sec? We have to get things ready. Luke and I went ahead into the lab. What are you guys doing here? What about the rescue craft? Didn't you call it yet? It's complicated. We decided not to use the signal transmitter. Why not? I can't really explain, I just had this weird feeling. It was like something horrible was going to happen, so I stopped entering the code. I don't understand. Neither do I. Anyway, Takumi, Hiruko, listen closely. You shouldn't use the transmitter when you get back. Consider that my advice, or maybe a warning. 8 AM came around as we were talking. I'm not sure if I follow, but I'll keep your warning in mind. At any rate, we need to get going. Yeah, we'll be wishing you good luck out there. You guys be careful too. We'll be praying that all of you over there will make it safely to day 100. Yeah, for sure. Wait, we had this exact conversation yesterday. Hiruko 5 made her way to the platform. Takumi 5 hit the button and followed right after. Be seeing you. Hiruko and I nodded, giving them a thumbs up as they left. Sorry for the wait, we are ready. Come in, we'll show you around. So, what's all this dark-ass researchy looking shit? It's not researchy looking as you put it, it's an actual research facility. Takumi and Hiruko call it the lab. How come you know that? Oh, a little birdie told me. The lab, huh? Sounds futuristic. Mystic. I knew Hiruko and Takumi were up to no good here. I said futuristic. If you'll allow a sniveling, stinking slime bucket to ask a question, what kind of research is this lab for? We'll explain later. For now, save your questions and come with us. That's a pretty big ask. Where are we going? There's only one door in here. It's the one we came in through. Like I said, save your questions. It all makes sense soon. Everybody looked at each other in silence. Brushing out their confusion, Hiruko and I headed to the lockers. We opened them up and counted the lift suites lined up inside. 1, 2, 3, we have 17 suites in total. There's 16 of us, so we'll have plenty. Can you guys come over here and say, these are called lift suites. We need you to put them on. Okay, everything is ready. What the hell is this? We finished preparing the machine while everyone else was putting it on their suits. I motioned everyone to get into position. 15 people stood crowded together on the cramped circular platform. I pressed the red button on the console and leapt into the crowd. Alright, let's go. Are we sure we are not overloading the machine? We successfully made the leap. We took off our lip suits and stepped outside.
Yeah!
Takumi, are you messing with us, bro? The lab looks exactly the same, so does everything else. All we did was enter and leave a shady laboratory. What purpose did this serve? Just be patient and come with me. We are going back to the school. The school? You want us to go back now? I didn't answer, I just started walking. Soon after, I heard the footsteps of the others following. We kept walking for some time. And finally, in the distance, there was no sign of the school because... Oh Oh my god.
Yo, what the hell?
What's going on?
The Academy.
He is gone.
It's not just the Academy.
The entire area. It's all been blown to pieces.
But why? How? Isn't it obvious? Enemies must have attacked.
No, that's not it.
It's not?
I'm not sure how to explain it. First of all, we're not looking at the ruins of our school here. Our school is still fine. Don't worry about that.
Well, then where are we?
Remember how I didn't enter the last digit in the distress signal transmitter yesterday? Well, there's an alternate timeline where I did punch it in. That's where we are now. A parallel world where I entered the code.
Everybody was completely taken aback. I could practically see question marks floating above their heads. Excluding Eito and Hiruko, of course, who were already familiar with the whole idea.
So if you'd entered that last digit yesterday, this is how things would have ended up.
The very idea that we could request rescue was a lie from the start. I don't know the reason why. But one thing's certain. Even if all of the numbers were correct, the system was designed to set off a massive explosion.
Wait, can you explain this timeline stuff a little more?
What does it have to do with the device in the lab?
All kinds of questions started rolling in. I cut them off.
I'll explain when we get back. We have a limited amount of time to return to our timeline. Now, come on, let's get going.
Okay, only 3 hours, right. Back at the lab, we put our lip suits back on. There were still 17 there, just like we had left them. You could put on one of the last 2 suits, and then everybody was dressed. Okay, that's everyone. Then, just like before, I guided everyone onto the platform. And then, good thing, let's head back. Good thing platform is big enough. Lip was complete. We took off our lip suits and stepped outside of the lab. It was only then that I noticed something wasn't right.
Hiruko? What's wrong?
Hiruko had her hand against the wall. Even with that, it seemed like she couldn't support herself. Her legs seemed unsteady.
Are you not feeling well?
No, I'm fine. Just a little tired, I guess.
Hey! Takumi? Hiruko? Knock that off.
Don't tell me you're trying to make out at a time like this! I knew you were using this place as your little love shack! Get out of there right now!
Ugh, this is so draining. Takumi, you go on ahead. I'll be right behind you.
Are you really okay?
How many times do I have to tell you? A servant's not supposed to act like he knows what's good for his master.
Isn't that exactly what they're supposed to do?
Shut up. Just go already.
I did as I was told and joined everyone else, glancing back a couple of times before finally leaving. Is she dying or something? I took a while for Hiruko to show up.
Huh.
Pardon the wait. Well then, let's get going. Back to the school, back to where we belong. Everybody look, it's there. The school is still standing. Everything is just like we left it. What did I tell you? But you still haven't explained anything. That's right. You need to explain it slowly and clearly so that even a brain-dead moron like me can follow. Isn't it time you told us what's going on, Takumi? Mistress Hiruko, tell us. Okay. It's going to be a long story, so bear with us. Hiruko and I told everyone about the timelines and parallel lipping. We told them everything, including why we had kept it all a secret. Of course, the one thing we kept back was the matter of the time loop. We glossed over that and selectively revealed only what we were able to. Took a long time for others to accept what we were saying. By the time they were finally out of questions, the sun had already set. Really? Oh, my head hurts after all that information, but it's fine. It all makes sense now. We basically went to another timeline where we entered the last number into the transmitter. If we had actually done that yesterday, we wouldn't be alive right now. Thank goodness we didn't enter that code. Takumi, you made the right choice. You were trying to force him to do it. So were you, Lady Kurara. Stop blame games. Why did it explode? Did that timeline's Takumi get the number wrong? Impossible. I'm certain all of our codes were correct. Even if he got them wrong, I can't imagine it would cause an explosion on that scale. All the manual mentioned was toxic gas. But then why? Why did it explode? I don't know. If I can say anything for sure, it's that there wasn't poison gas in the tank in the basement. Those tanks were more than likely filled with some kind of liquid explosive. As for what set it off, Hiruko shook her head listlessly. At least now we all know about timelines and parallel leaping. Hiruko, Takumi, you have leaped timelines multiple times, right? I'm so jealous. Yeah, one of his other timelines too. Sorry, but no. Think we would best avoid that. Why? There's no happier timeline than this one. Here and now, all 16 of us are still alive. The same can't be said of other timelines. Someone is always dead. Either casualties in defensive battles or killed by one of us. No way. You're kidding. So please don't even think about sneaking off to other timelines. We need to stay in this one and keep everyone alive. That's what will lead us to the best possible outcome. After hearing our earnest protests, everybody firmly nodded in agreement. After our adventure, we all grabbed a late diner in the cafeteria. Siri and Nigo showed up shortly afterwards. We finally deciphered. No, Shizuha, just what are you trying to pull? That massive figure is impossible for us to prime factorize. Yes, it seems that was a red herring. There is no need to solve it. You may as well forget about it now. Say what? I felt so hard I gave myself a fever. Our two commanders officers waved their arms around and pouted. Everyone desperately held back laughter, watching them out of the corner of their eyes. Day 87. Early in the morning, Hiruko asked me to meet with her in the classroom on the first floor. What did you want to talk about? The enemy will attack today. I have two things I want to tell you before we fight them. What are they? First, the commander coming today will be Old Man. As I'm sure you know, he's a powerful foe, so much so that we have no chance of winning in a fair fight. But there's a way to weaken his power. Do you remember Shansin, the commander with the power to absorb living organisms? You said that the first time you beat her, you used the poison created by Yugamo. It was a kind of bioweapon created by analyzing enemy DNA, yes? It will work on him as well, however... I haven't given Siri and Igor that piece of information yet. Why? I didn't think I needed it to. We were supposed to have left for the satellite on day 65, remember? We were going to activate the transmitter and call for rescue. In the end, that rescue plan was a complete fabrication, so thankfully you didn't enter that final four. At any rate, I didn't imagine that we would still be around to have to fight him today. You could have said something yesterday. We didn't have time, and also... Yuko stopped herself, putting her hand against her forehead. She didn't look well. Could it be... Are you still feeling sick after yesterday? Is that why you didn't have time to tell them? No. Come on, that's obviously it. You should go back to your room and rest. You won't be able to fight if you... Shut up, I'm fine. Anyway, that was the first thing I had to tell you. What's the second thing? It's about you. Huh? Don't let your guard down in the battle today, even if he did transforms, he will seize an opening and kill you. Kill me? Strictly speaking, he'll just behead you. Oh well, in that case, I have nothing to worry about. Are you kidding me? This is a serious matter. In the timeline I know of, you get revived immediately after. But that doesn't mean the same thing will happen in this one. So be careful. Keep your guard up, even if it seems like he is relaxed. Understood? I've wrapped up my conversation with Hiruko and we headed for the schoolyard. Everybody else was already there. Sumina, Shizuhara, you are tardy. Were you making babies again? Oh, for the love of murder. How many babies is this now? Are you guys after sex tablets? I wasn't even in the mood to retort, so I just ignored them. We have already finished our briefing. Not that we had much to talk about, we hardly have any information this time. We heard that the old man will be coming along, and that he is a very powerful foe, and that was about it. Don't forget that defense system doesn't recognize him, so the alarm won't go off. That's why we had you all come out to the schoolyard to do a visual check for enemies. I looked at Hiruko, she nodded in silence. She had probably given all that info to Sira and Nigo in the advance. Speak of the fucking devil, look who just showed up. Everyone looked into distance, where an imposing figure was standing.
God of the planet, hear my plea and lend me thy strength. Blood of my bond, release!
This is so cool.
Paragon of warfare. I'm an old-fashioned man. I need to fight someone to understand what they're about. Come, take up your arms. Show me just who you really are.
Hiruko suddenly lurched forward. She looked awfully pale, even her eyes looked hollow, like she might collapse any second. Are you okay? This is why I told you to rest up. Insolent servant, worry about yourself. Hiruko. Okay everyone, here we go. Let's give our guest a warm welcome. At Hiruko's signal, everyone pulled out their infusers. Okay, battle start. To battle.
I have less memory than a floppy disk, so maybe I'm mistaken, but doesn't this Dalsha look like the very first commander we fought?
He's practically the spitting image. The two of them could do a mirror spot. Darumi, you know about mirror spots?
Stop your idle chatter and fight me. I have something important to do today. I don't have time to waste talking to you.
Then why'd you even come here?
I'm not here because I want to be. Enough. Let us begin. First, I want you to show me your strength.
Okay.
That's all.
disappointment. I expected more.
What's with this geriatric monster? I heard he was tough, but this is ridiculous.
He's tougher than a stretchy udon noodle. No, tougher than raw spaghetti.
Damn it! What do we do? It's all right. Leave it to me. Shion, I'll do something about him with my ability.
No, Shion! I forbid you from doing this!
Your prime directive is to build up energy for the final attack. You can't waste it.
Waste it? How can you call protecting my friends a waste? I'm going to fight, no matter what anyone says. Remember what Takumi said about me?
Shion is as much a part of this special defense unit as any of us. He's our 17th member. If he dies, we all die. If we die, he dies. Our destinies are intertwined. He's one of us, an important comrade.
The same goes for everyone else. Because they accepted me as one of them. It makes me so happy. Happy enough to cry. I want to return that sentiment. I want to fight. For all of them!
Shion.
Shion.
One after the other, everyone called out his name with tear-choked voices.
Fine! If you feel that strongly.
Mr. Shion, don't overdo it, okay?
Are you quite done yet?
All right, Shion. Take it away. Yeah, got it.
Okay. You can now use F to launch Shion Bomb. Consumes a whole voltage. Alright. Eito, do the honor.
Get moving.
Here's what I'm capable of.
I see. So this is the power of the second coming. It is indeed mighty, but not enough to singe me.
Fuck! Shion's attack didn't even scratch him!
That's enough. I know all I need to know about your power. I suppose I'll call it a day.
Huh? Why did he de-transform?
I told you, I have something to do.
What could possibly be that important?
Do you wish to know?
Be careful, Takumi.
He disappeared from view. He was coming right at me, almost too fast to see. But I had already started to move. I kicked off the ground and leaped to the side. I was a hair breadth away from losing my head. I wouldn't have made it if it hadn't been for Hiruko's warning this morning. His blade grazed my neck and swung behind me.
A respectable dodge. It's almost like you knew what I was going to do. But you won't be so lucky next time. I've seen all you have to offer. The same goes for your allies. The next time I come, I'll snuff out your lives with all the strength I have. Farewell.
With that disquieting speech, he vanished for real this time.
What was that all about? It was as if he came just to toy with us.
And he said he'd go even harder next time.
He wasn't even fighting at full power just now?
We're freaking screwed! Not even Shion could do anything to him.
I'm sorry, I couldn't be of any use.
Don't apologize. You were very helpful.
And you tried to save us. That's all that matters to me.
You can't be saying shit like that during a fight. I couldn't see straight. It was messing me up.
Because you were tearing up?
I just had something in my eye.
You guys, thank you so much.
That old geezer peaced out, so we can celebrate for now, right? Time for the usual?
No way.
I think so.
Shion, you should join us this time.
Are you sure?
Of course.
Okay then, everybody. Ready?
go!
Special Defense Unit, best in the world, indestructible and undefeated! Never lose, never yield! Special Defense Unit, fight on!
Everyone's voices resonated the same as always. Well, not quite everyone's. One voice was missing. It was Hiruko's.
Hiruko, are you okay?
I'm fine. Ugh. On second thought, sorry. I guess I am a little tired. I'm going to go ahead and rest a while. See you.
Hiruko stumbled away. I watched her walk further and further away, as unsteady on her legs as a newborn deer.
Come on, Takumi! Get up!
I woke up to the sensation of someone shaking me, only to find I wasn't in my own room.
Huh?
I'm in your room, right? I must have been taking care of you last night. Looks like you passed out on the floor. Is your back okay? Forget about me. How are you feeling now? See for yourself. Do I look sick to you? She didn't. She had plenty of life in her face and a twinkle in her eyes. More importantly, did you just say you were taking care of me? I didn't do anything, really. I was just making sure you didn't get any worse. You don't have to thank me. Just consider this me paying you back for all the trouble I have put you through. Pervert. Huh? How could you sneak into a woman's room and spend the night with her without consent? You didn't do anything weird to me, did you? I would never. Despite my aggravation, I felt relief deep down inside. Hiruko was back to her usual self, and I was happier for it. Well, fine. I'm feeling better now, so we need to get started on some tasks. He's coming again on date 93. We have to come up with a plan before then. Oh, I've got that covered. I have already asked Yugamo, Eva and Kurara to handle it. What? I talked to them after the battle yesterday. I see, so this is information you got from another timeline. Is it reliable? More than that, it's guaranteed. We have to do something, that much is clear. I just need to analyze Eva's DNA, formulate a poison that works on him, right? The biggest hurdle will be trying to toss it into his mouth. That's where I come in. I need to turn the poison into gas and create a trap to release it. Will you do it? Of course, why wouldn't we? I'll show you the greatest trap ever created. I'm happy to contribute too. I shall offer every bodily fluid I have for the cause. Did you tell the others too? Yeah, Siri and Nigo included. Not bad, servant. Just doing my best. My lady, I felt slightly proud of myself after being praised by Hiruko. Somewhere along the way, I had even gotten used to her calling me her servant. Well, I'm going to hop in the shower, so can you leave? Are you really okay now? What are you going to do if I say no? Stay here and watch me shower? I shook my head and sighed. Okay, I'm going. After that, I ate breakfast and went back to my room. Okay, I stretched and unwound my stiff body, then went off on usual rounds. At night, I headed to the usual scheduled spot to talk to the Hiruko. Why did the distress signal transmitter cause that explosion? I can't make sense of why it would explode even with the right codes. Shion said he found out about the transmitter because he overheard Siri and Nigo talking about it, right? They must know about more about it. Why don't we ask them? Alright, let's try that. Sure, why not? Distress signal transmitter? Don't play dumb, we know you know about it. Sir, I think they might mean the device intended for the stand together, fall together plan. Ah, that. The thing that top brass were telling us about before our mission started here. What is this stand together, fall together plan? Exactly what it sounds like. There were original 10 Special Defense Unit members stationed at Last Defense Academy. If 9 of them ended up in total death, our chances of winning the war would be practically zero. In other words, we'll be in lose-lose situation. There will be nothing we could do, so the remaining member will activate self-destruct device and blow everything for miles around the sky got damn high. It was big bosses who came up with this rather tragic plan. The idea was to wipe out any invaders inside the school and to surround the area in one fell swoop. It wouldn't kill them all like the final attack, but will at least be able to retaliate a little. Like the name says, stand together, fall together. But we couldn't just come out and say it was a last resort self-destructing device. You have got to imagine that the last survivor wouldn't jump at the chance to use something like that. So the human authority in charge made up a lie and claimed it was a distress signal transmitter instead. In short, they wanted to use the final survivor's last life as a pawn, even knowing they would still lose the war. Utterly despicable. I couldn't agree more, I was totally against it. The Honorable Sir and I both protested, so in the end the plan was scrapped. Huh? But then how? What do you mean how? Stand Together Fall Together was scrapped before the mission even started. But don't tell me you don't know about the machine in the basement. The basement? But Miss Shizuhara, this school doesn't have a basement, does it? Siri and Nigo, one last question. Do you remember talking about this plan before? It was so long ago that I can barely remember, but maybe around day 20. I do remember talking to Honorable Sir about how relieved we were that the plan was off. Sir, thank you. You've been very helpful. The top brass didn't tell Sir and Nigo about the self-destruct device. Maybe they set it up in secret because they knew those two were opposed to it. Either way, Shion only heard part of their conversation out of context. He must have assumed there was a real distress signal transmitter somewhere in the school. Guess he just missed the part about it making the school explode. I think it's safe to say we can forget all about that device now. Yes, no rescue craft is ever going to come for us, so it will only be a waste of energy. We still have 12 days left until day 100, so what do we do now? There's nothing to do, our goal remains the same. Ensure we all survive until day 100 and build a happy future together. Then we'll be able to break free from the time loop. You'll get no argument from me. In other words, there's only one thing to do. Fight, survive, and win the war. The escape pod will be deployed on day 100 and we can all get on the board and head to the artificial satellite. We'll be out of here before the final attack is launched. Right? Of course. There's just one problem. What problem? Shion. I gasped. How could I have failed to realize something so important? Right, Shion. What will happen to him once the final attack starts? Hiruko was silent. She bit down on her lip and averted her eyes. Do you know? Hiruko nodded with a sense of dull resignation. I do. Then tell me, what happens to Shion? Can you figure it out? Flames from the final attack will raise all life on the surface of the planet. There's nowhere to hide, not underground, not even behind the thickest wall. Flames will consume everything, the defense room included. So when the missiles are fired, that means... Yeah, he also dies. You can't save the baby inside the defense room. He'll be burnt up by his own flames. As you already know, the baby is Shion's real body, so Shion will be... No. I sat in my room without going to breakfast. How could we save Shion? I couldn't think about anything else. Hiruko didn't seem to have any ingenious plans this time. I could tell from her face last night that she was desperately trying to come up with something. And as I pondered the matter in silence, the sun started to set. They turned to night. I wasn't going to come up with anything on my own. I decided to ask the others for help. Not wanting Sira and Nigo to find out, I invited them all to secret meeting spot. The lab? Or... No, it's outside. I see, on day 100 an escape pod will deploy and we'll be able to escape, but... The baby Shion will be killed by the final attack launched right after we leave. Shion? That's screwed up. Totally fucked. Shion is our friend. That's right, we have to save him. But how? Isn't it obvious? We need to get him out of that machine in the defense room. It looked like everyone had seen the baby for themselves. Shion must have shown them while Hiruko and I were away. But if we did that, his energy wouldn't get channeled into the missiles anymore. Which will mean the final attack on day 100 would never be launched. That's right, those missiles won't fire unless they are fully charged. Sirius said as much before. So then humanity will lose the war? Who cares? What does it matter if we lose the war? Is everyone on the artificial satellite just going to die instantly? No. All that matters is that our 100-day mission here would end in failure. That's all. Can't sacrifice a baby just to stop that from happening. Save ourselves, destroy all the life on this planet, and let our friend Shion die? How could we possibly do that? There was silence for a while before Takamaru finally spoke up. Hey dude. Dude said he wanted to talk to us, but seems like he's already got his answer. The problem is what's going to happen after that. If we take him out of the machine, he'll be consumed by his own flames and die. Say what? Huh? No. Everyone's eyes had gone white, the shock evident on their faces. That's why I wanted to talk. I was hoping someone might have an idea of what to do. That's quite a complex problem. I'm good with logic and deduction, but this is something else. Can we use something to house the baby once we take him out? I remember seeing some kind of bottle or jar made of tempered glass in the metal shop. We could use that. The undying flames only burn living creatures, so a glass jar wouldn't melt. But if we just put him in a jar, his flames will still consume him. What do we do? My whole real sponge of a brain is useless. Sponge? A sponge, forsooth. That's it. You just need some kind of material that can absorb the undying flame like a sponge. What the hell are you talking about? Wait, she might be onto something. If you had something like that, I could make a life support system for him. For real? Say, Eva, you've been quiet this whole time. Do you have any ideas? And me? Used to be on the enemy side. So you must know something about the flames or the baby, right? Right, but my brain got all scrambled up by your dolmen thingy. Wait, hold on. I think I remember something. Material Omega. Hiruko jumped at Eva's words. Well, that's it. Material Omega is a substance that absorbs undying flames. How do you know that? I just remembered from the coming of age timeline. Coming of age timeline? That's just what I've been calling it. Anyway, I saw Material Omega when I was there. Hiruko probably meant she had memories of it from a previous loop, but everyone else thought she meant she had seen during a parallel loop. Well, what they didn't know wouldn't hurt them. So if we use Material Omega, we can create a life support system for him. I think it will work. I am already making schematic in my head. If we can mount it to the jar, Kurata suggested we should be able to keep him alive. Everyone's faces lit up. I couldn't hide my delight either. But where do we find this material? The mountains in the northeast, but I'm not sure if it's present in this timeline. Our best bet will be to jump to the coming of age timeline tomorrow and head to the mountains there. Tomorrow? Our next lab window is tomorrow from 2 to 8 p.m. Alright, Hiruko, I'll go to the coming of age timeline and get what we need. What about us? We should remain here. If too many of us go and get found by our counterparts in the timeline, it will cause all kinds of issues. I suppose it would be safer if the more experienced people went. We'll let you handle it. Yes, I agree. Takumi, Hiruko, we are counting on you. Hiruko and I looked at everyone and gave them a firm nod. day 90. That afternoon, Hiruko and I made our way to the lab. The machine is set up and we've got our lip suits. Everything is ready. After the coming of age timeline, you've been there before, right? Yes, it's where we dug up Darumi's grave to get her liver mortis coat. My heart acted as the tragic memory came flooding back. I regretted asking. The time was 2:01 p.m. Our window had already opened. We nodded as she hit the red button and got onto the platform. Here we go. Let's get going. Hey, are you sure it was okay to take off our lip suits? We are not going to the school this time. I doubt we'll see anyone, so we should be fine. The suits will only slow us down. Are we in some kind of rush? We have 6 hours this time, so Material Omega is in the mountains in the northeast. We are quite a ways from here, and we'll need time to look around once we get there. And with consideration to the time we'll lose when someone inevitably bungles something, we'll already be cutting it close. Come on, hop to it. Alright, I followed Hiruko in silence until we finally arrived at our destination, a mountain range thick with greenery. I'm certain it was around here. Then let's start searching. Hiruko and I split up and started looking for Material Omega. Even after searching for some time, we didn't find anything. Just when I was about to give up and head back to our starting point, I happened to catch a voice coming from the bushes. It was Hiruko. She was talking to someone. Just as I was wondering who, she popped out of the brush. Were you talking to someone just now? Yes. Who? A lady. A lady? That's what I said, isn't it? She was possibly in her 50s, wearing a white coat. Maybe she was a doctor or researcher. Why would anyone like that be way out here? How would I know anyway? She just showed up and handed me 2 things. 2 things? Yuka held out her palm. Resting on it was something that looked like a memory card. What is that? She said it has plans for Machine Plus on it. Machine Plus? What even is that? I don't know. She just said that it can move vertically as well as horizontally. I have no idea what you're talking about. Neither do I. Hiruko didn't seem to be lying. She looked stunned by whatever she had just experienced. What was the other thing? Hiruko showed me a lump of some kind of strange substance. Could this be? That's right, Material Omega. This is the other thing that woman gave me. She said she found it on the ground and wanted to give it to me. Then she left. Okay. It was just then that I heard a brush move behind me. I turned around to see what it was. Okay, it's... The very next moment... All 4... What? We all screamed, whirled around and took off running. We raced down the steep mountain slope, almost trembling as we went. We didn't stop even when we reached the base of the mountain. We just kept running for the lab. Why? And as we ran, the sun sank behind the horizon to the west. Before long, everything around us had gone dark. I think we are far enough now. More than enough. We made it all the way to the lab. Whoa, when did that happen? Excuse me, are you acting stupid or are you really that dumb? Doesn't matter, we need to come back here eventually anyway. Still, what were those 2 doing there? At first glance, I thought they must be the versions of us from this timeline, so I panicked and ran, but I don't think that was the case. If it were, they would have chased after us, but they run off in different directions. Does that mean they are from another timeline like we are? Maybe, maybe not. Should we wait here for them? If they did come from a different timeline, they will want to use the lab too. You are right, but it doesn't look like we have that kind of time. I pulled out the device and checked the time. Okay, no way. We have only got 15 minutes left. Exactly, I think we are just going to have to forget about them. I'm sure they'll be fine. They are us after all. Things will work out even we leave them to their own devices. I guess that's true. Now let's hurry. We need to get everything ready for our leap. Roger that. Hiruko, do you have the material Omega?
No.
Of course, I am keeping it nice and safe. Don't tell me you ate it. What? I was just playing. Don't waste my time with such nonsense. Let's go back. Okay, let's head back. Takumi Hiruko, thank you so much. I did a quick analysis and this will definitely work. Seriously? Supposed to put the material Omega she got from Hiruko on the desk. So that means you can make a life support system for Mr. Shion? Yes, just gotta mount it to that jar Kurara told us about and we'll be all set. If we put the baby in there, he won't be consumed by his flames. And since we'll be able to take him out of the defense room, we can save Shion, hooray! We simply have to bring him on the escape pod with us on day 100, and all will be well. Got ourselves a way to keep all 17 of us alive and kicking. We all gonna live happily ever after. Time for a freaking party! Oh, hold on, isn't it a little too soon to celebrate? Right, the life support system isn't actually finished yet. Tsubasa, we're counting on you. I'm on it. We patted Tsubasa on the shoulder and left the garage. She had a confident smile on her face. What's going on? Work well and work together, huh? It was probably a recording, but still. Contrary to the serious words, something unsettling happened that day. It was shortly after the sunset, right after the dinner. We were watching over to Tsubasa work in the garage when we received some unexpected visitors. Hey, what are you all of you doing cramped in here? Sire and Nigo, Miss Kawana, you've been making something in secret, haven't you? What is it? Well, mind your own fucking business. This is our business. We'll mind it all we want. You know what you're trying to do? You're going to take Shion's real body out of the defense room device. The Honorable Sir and I absolutely forbid it. If you do that, he won't be able to charge up the missiles for the final attack. We need those missiles to charge to 100%. They are not, will barely even be able to cause a dust storm. It will make launching the missiles completely pointless. Taking the babe out of there before day 100 is preposterous and out of the question. Nothing you can say will convince us otherwise. Now that the Honorable Sir has made himself clear, could you bring out the life support system you're working on? I'm going to count backwards from 3. If the device isn't out here before I'm done, I'm going to blow you all sky high, one by one. Okay, here I go. 3, 2, 1. Wait. The very moment I screamed, I wasn't sure what exactly happened, but suddenly Sira and Nigo were completely frozen in place. Huh? The others were equally dumbfounded, all except Tsubasa and Eito. Miss Kawana, is that? Tsubasa placed whatever it was she had been holding tightly in her hands on desk. Upon closer inspection, it's the toy gun. The beam gun? Did you shoot them with that? That's right. But don't worry, okay? They are not completely broken. I just disassembled them temporarily. Kura ran up to Sira and Nigo. She gave them a quick inspection, then turned to Tsubasa. They are dead. What? Just kidding, Tsubasa is right. A few circuits are shorted, but they are not totally broken. With a few repairs, it should be easy enough to bring them back. But how? I thought that beam gun was harmless. It was the same one that caused all of the arguing on day 67, isn't it? You said it was just a toy. It wasn't being completely truthful. I didn't know how to explain it to all of you, so I lied. But the part about it being harmless to human body was true. If you really cranked up to the output, you might be able to hurt a really small animal body. Especially anti-robot gun designed to disable electronic systems. But why would you make something like that? I knew one day you will all want to save Xion. It was only a matter of time before you suggested it. I was equally sure that Sira and Nigo would get in the way, so I came up with a plan. In anticipation of that, I asked Tsubasa to make the gun for me on the night of the day 66. Hey, I didn't know you rolled like that, Eito. Am I finally going to get my prize? Later, honey, I'll pat you on the head so much your hair will start falling out. You don't mean that literally, do you? Everyone burst into laughter after it died down. Nozomi spoke up. Should we really be laughing right now? Sira and Nigo are out of commission. Is it really such a big deal? They haven't done a lot for us during our defensive battles so far. The only time they were helpful were when they unleashed that new weapon on day 15 and when they played the folk song on day 47. Let's just forget all about them. I couldn't agree more. I'm so glad someone finally shut them up. There's only 9 days left. We should be fine without them for a while. The others nodded approvingly. There wasn't a single person who disagreed. Then it's settled. Tsubasa, do you mind getting back to work? Not at all. I'm going to make the perfect life support system for Xion, but I'm still going to need some time. It's pretty complex work. I estimate it will take me 7 more days to finish. 7 days? In other words, it will be ready by day 98. That's cutting it real close. We are just going to have to trust Tsubasa. Let us know if we can help. Tsubasa and Shoma will be happy to do even the most. Takumi and Shoma will be happy to do even the most crippling chores. What about everyone else? It's okay, I don't need any support or anything. The one thing I do need is silence. I guess I need to be able to focus. So, you want us to leave you alone? You don't mind? Got it. Okay, everybody out. Tsubasa will take it from here. He patted Tsubasa on the shoulder just like yesterday, giving her words of encouragement as we exited the garage. 9 days until day 100. My heart is racing knowing that fateful day is drawing even closer. Okay. I ate breakfast, went back to my room and set off to my usual routine. Alright, let's go. Everybody, I have good news and bad news. Which one should I start with? Yugama, what is it? After dinner, Yugama offered everyone in the cafeteria a choice. How about the good news first? I've formulated poison to weaken old man. You have? Yes, with the lovely Eva's assistance, of course. Yay, fine work, Mr. Omakage. Gratitude to Lady Eva as well. Oh, all I did was donate blood. Then what's the bad news? I won't be able to stick needles into Eva's pretty flesh anymore. It tragedy is so great I might never be able to recover. Oh my god, that's it? That's just a you problem. How about you, Kurara? Did you finish up yet? Yes, the trap is ready. All that is left is to load it with Yugama's poison. Oh yeah, now we can pulverize that geezer. Sir, okay, that old man will be back tomorrow morning, right? There's no need to hold back, everyone. Let's kill that senile old freak without a trace of mercy. Eva thrust her fist high into the air. Everyone else looked just as determined. Hey, how is Tsubasa doing? She's holed up in the garage working on the life support system. I brought her dinner a while back and she said she is still fine without help. Apparently she finds it easier to focus when she's alone. Then we'll just have to keep cheering her on. That's right, let's all pray she finishes it soon. After that, we all went back to our rooms to prepare for tomorrow's battle. 8 days left until day 100. Our destiny was so close I could almost taste it, smell it, call it whatever you want. We gathered in the war room before the morning announcement played. Really? What happened? Oh yeah, today is the day to fight. I've loaded the poison gas into a trap. Here it is. I did my best, but I only managed to make one, so we only have one shot at this. That's more than enough. Good work. By the way, this isn't automatically activated like a landmine, so once it's set somewhere, we'll need to lure him over to it. If we can manage that, we need to clear the area. Once we are at a safe distance, we can activate it remotely. I'll handle setting up the trap. What? I haven't been able to make myself useful to you guys at all. I want to do something for you, so please let me do this. Nozomi insisted with a determined look in her eyes. She wasn't going to take no for an answer. Okay, we'll let you set the trap, Nozomi. Thank you. Although her face was stiff with tension, Nozomi still managed to smile. The alarm started to sound immediately afterwards.
Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Unauthorized personnel detected on school grounds. Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
He's here.
God of the planet, hear my plea and lend me thy strength. Blood of my bond release!
Let's go.
It is I, the paragon of warfare, Dalsha! I have come!
Dalsha is not alone this time. He got so scared he had to bring backup. That's so annoying. He has enough by himself. It's fine. If our trap strategy works, we'll be able to weaken him. You have me too. Xion. Siri and Nigo are out of commission, aren't they? That means they can't stop me. I'm free to fight. If you need my power, just call for me. I'll back you up with everything I have. Glad to have you. Yeah, now I won't have to barf up the BLT I had this morning. I saw a slice of tomato come up. Let's do this, everyone. Kill, kill, kill. Yeah, we didn't come this far just to lose now. If we all work together, we can win this. Here we go. Special Defense Unit, move on. All right.
finally here. I was tired of waiting.
You brought friends this time, huh?
I wanted to come alone, but that woman went and sent them with me.
That woman?
Feshness?
Well, that hardly matters. More importantly, let us begin. Or you can just go ahead and surrender.
What would happen if we did that?
Hypothetically speaking.
Isn't it obvious? The Supreme Commander will execute you in the most horrific way possible.
Then we ain't surrendering!
You won't fare much better by fighting me. No matter your choice, your lives end here.
You sure about that?
There's only one way to find out.
Believe me, I can see how things will end.
Ready, everyone? Let's show this guy just how wrong he is about us.
Okay, hit him with the poison trap.
Is taking effect.
Let's pull his guts out before he can recover.
No, we shouldn't approach him yet. There's still poison in the air.
Then let's deal with the jobbers he brought with him first.
Yeah, take them out.
Okay, defeat all enemies except the boss.
That's all of the cannon fodder dealt with. Now, only Sir Dalshah remains.
Poison in my throat. My vocal cords can't speak.
And nobody wants to listen to your senile shit anyway.
The poison's cleared out. Now's our chance.
Okay, this ends now. Let's finish him off.
New enemies? Oh my god. More of them now.
I don't want to fight!
Not like this!
How could I lose? I should have killed you the last time I was here.
That reminds me. You said you had something you had to do.
What was it?
Had to visit his grave.
His grave?
I wanted to tell him before I fought you. To tell my son.
Your son? You had a kid?
Just kill me already. Grant me the proud death of a warrior.
No way.
Fishness.
Dalshah, Dalshah, I've granted you the proud death you so desired. There is no higher honor than being absorbed by me.
Fishness, why did you? His cryptoglobin!
Have you forgotten? I told you the last time I was here, I will win this war. Even if I have to violate the teachings to do it.
Don't tell me you did this to the other commanders too.
Yes. Pakram, Adamaku, the cowardly Turum Tammy and Newgank who fled. And also Quenzele, who I captured later. All of them offered me their cryptoglobin. I don't believe you met the ever-useless Parmeth, but I took their cryptoglobin as well. I now have formidable power. It would be trivial to crush you here and now. But now isn't the time. I must prepare.
Prepare? Prepare what?
I will return in 6 days. Wait in anticipation. Farewell.
With that, Veshness vanished. I watched her disappear into the distant skies above in stunned silence.
6 days.
That's day 99.
That's likely to be our final battle.
Veshna said she's gotten even more powerful.
Could we beat her?
Of course we can. With all 16 of us. There's no way we won't win.
Hey, aren't you forgetting someone?
Shion. You're right. With you, that makes 17 of us.
Right!
Shion raised his voice with conviction. Everyone else nodded bravely.
Anyway, that's another victory for the Special Defense Unit!
Time for the thing?
Let's do it!
Let's not.
Take it away, Mr. Sumino.
Got it. Ready? Go!
Special Defense Unit! Best in the world! Indestructible and undefeated! Never lose! Never yield! Special Defense Unit, fight on!
17 voices resonated together. The next victory chant will be our last. The thought excited me, but at the same time some feelings of apprehension lingered inside of me. Yeah, she... Okay, confirm. Hey Tsubasa, is the life support system ready yet? I told you it will be done on day 98, didn't I? Don't rush me. Once we had cleared up our dishes after breakfast, we hung around in the cafeteria and talked about what was coming. Sorry to open my prolapsed hole of a mouth, but I have been wondering something. Even if we manage to put the baby Shion in the jar of on day 98, won't we still have to fight Veshnet on day 99? If we take the baby out of the defense room device, the energy supply to the missile will be cut off. Since the final attack won't last, this mission will be humanity's loss. Your suggestion that the hag won't bother fighting if that happens?
Oh?
Unfortunately, that's not the case. She is most certainly coming here to take the baby herself. Can hardly just hold up a white flag. Dalsha said we had to be executed if we surrendered. We'll be executed if we surrendered. In a sense, there's no way for us to avoid fighting Veshnes on day 99. For a moment everyone looked uneasy, but the twins were undeterred. Whatever that is. It's fine, like Takumi said yesterday, we are sure to win. That's right, we don't have anything to worry about. You tell them, and once we beat Veshnes, the escape pod will be deployed on day 100. Then we all board it and head for the artificial satellite. That's how we get the happiest of all happy endings. Everyone's faces turned cheerful again. I was relieved to see it. But just to be sure, this escape pod thing is really, for sure, definitely going to deploy, right? It's hard to trust something that's basically just hearsay from Sirei. Then why don't we go find out? Huh? How can I know where the escape pod is kept? We saw it on the timeline. Hiruko and I led everyone to the hangar. When we got there, however, we couldn't believe what we were seeing. This is the escape pod? But it's a corroded mess. No way. This can't be. Everyone stood as if they had been nailed to the spot, dazed. A thick, chilling silence fell over the hangar. Eventually, Tsubasa broke it. It's the particle bacteria. The thing that messed up the school bus? From the state of the pod, that has to be it. But we sprayed cubic liquid all over the school way back on day 42. There must have been some bacteria that survived. Maybe it was already in the vents by the time we started spraying. And then it found its way here? I think so. In this state, even if the pod is functional, it's not going to be able to breathe through the atmosphere. If we have any cubic liquid left, even if we only have a drop, we can use the replicator to make more. That's right, let's hose this thing down and kill all the bacteria. Yes, we could do that, but look at how bad this damage is. It's not the kind of thing we can repair with duct tape and polyfiller. How many days will you need to fix it, Tsubasa? Tsubasa bit her lip. Then she answered with a deep sigh. Going as far as I could, maybe 50 days. 50. Utter despair showed on everyone's faces. Nobody could find anything to say. We just stood as gloom filled the air. Okay, well, what about the mystery route? We have a pot there. After the morning announcement, I headed for the cafeteria. I had a feeling I wouldn't have much of an appetite, but I wanted to see everyone. They were all there already when I arrived. Well, not all of them. One person was missing. Who was it? Is Tsubasa in the garage? Yes, she's still working on the life support system. And shit we can do about the escape pod now. She said she wanted to prioritize the life support system instead. Yeah, it seems like everyone had regained some composure overnight. There was still a gloominess to their brave faces, but at least we were capable of holding a conversation again. Do you think the life support system will be ready in time? It's better be. Glad that we can get the babe out of the defense room. If that happens, the missiles will be fully charged and the final attack will launch on day 100. And with the escape pod in such a dire state, we would be unable to leave the planet. Without that life support system, the rest of us are screwed too. If it isn't finished, we'll all be killed. I won't let that happen. Xion, there's a way to save all of you, even if the system isn't finished on time. Don't say it. You'll have to kill me by taking my real body out of the machine in defense room. What are you saying? We couldn't. How could we possibly? That's not happening. Well, actually he's right. 16 life worth more than just one life. I shouted down Shion's suggestion and glared at him. Everyone else backed me up. I appreciate this sentiment, but I rather you didn't worry about me. We have only had a short time together, but I have had so much fun with all of you. I'm satisfied with the life I've been able to live. Knock it off, man. That shit don't change anything. You're our friend. We can't just throw you away like that. Hold it, everyone. This is all still hypothetical, remember? That's right. As long as the life support system gets finished, we won't have anything to worry about. By the way, there's something I would like to ask you, Xian. Could you use your powers to stop the missiles from launching? I'm afraid not. The missile launch is entirely automated. What about the energy supply to the missiles? Can you stop it from draining you? Unfortunately, that's not possible either. The energy is spontaneously released from my body. The energy is spontaneously from my body. Even if we cut out all the pipes in the defense room or destroy the missile, the outcome will be the same. Doing it might stop the final attack, but the baby inside the device will be consumed by his own flames. See, it's just like I said, we are screwed if Tsubasa doesn't finish that life support system. Indeed, it's the only way for us to remove Xion from the machine. At any rate, we are just going to have to let Tsubasa work her magic. This is so frustrating. I really want to help her, but she insists that she is better off working alone. She should at least let me rub her boobs, I mean her back. You are the reason she's so guarded right now. Suddenly Shion spoke up, his expression rather uncomfortable. I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? Well, you are going through all this for my sake. I'm sorry. Cut it out, Shion. If you apologize one more time, you'll face the breath of my galactic bazooka. What? It's not like we are being forced to help you against our will. We love you, that's the only reason we are doing this. So you don't have to apologize. We're saving you for your own sake. For our own sakes, Sir Shion. Thank you, everybody. Tears welled in Shion's eyes. He wiped his face to hide. He wiped his face to hide them. The boy made a fire, is crying? That's not it. I just got smoke in my eyes. What are you, Takamaru? Everyone smiled at Shion. It seemed like he wasn't used to getting this much attention. Well, I'm going to get going. I'll see you all soon. He disappeared in flustered huff, leaving behind a few droplets on the ground where he had been standing. I left everyone and went back to my room. I only have a little longer with them here at the school. The idea made me feel a little sad. I need to treasure the time I have with them. And so I went off on my usual round. 5 days left until day 100. But what if our plan doesn't work? What will we do then? I had avoided thinking about it during the day, but maybe the darkness was to blame for this disturbing shadow creeping through my mind. If she can't finish the life support system in time, all of us will. I quickly shook my head, driving away those pessimistic thoughts. Hey! It's fine, things will work out. They have to, and they will. I repeated it like a mantra as I crawled into bed. The night felt unusually long. By the time I finally fell asleep, the haze of twilight was already drifting across the inside of my room. Okay, 4 days left. 3 days left.
Hey! Tsubasa?
How are things going?
I told you all to leave me alone. What are you doing here, anyway? Well, today is 98, you know. You said you will have the life support system ready by now, right? We were just wondering if maybe you were close. I didn't say I had it done by the date 98. I said on day 98. So anytime today before the stroke of midnight? What's with your tone? Are you trying to rush me? I'm busting my ass over here. Everyone felt silent. We couldn't argue with that. Anyway, I need to be alone to concentrate. I'm sorry, but I really need you all to go. If you don't want to get burned alive by the final head, then that is. It was unusual for Tsubasa to be so blatantly on edge. Her eyes were bloodshot and dark circles hung under them. She probably hadn't slept for the past few days. Everyone, let's do what she says. We have to trust her to finish it. Let's get going. I lightly tapped everyone on the shoulder, gave Kawane a deep nod and left the garage. We hadn't eaten any breakfast yet, so we stopped at the cafeteria first. But I wasn't in the mood to eat. Everyone else seemed to feel the same. They stood around without heading to the counter to make any food. Hey, what time does the final attack start on day 100 anyway? It should be around 10 o'clock in the morning. You've got another 50 hours to go then. Will the life support system be ready in time? Tsubasa said it will be done before the day was over. We just have to believe in her. A heavy tension filled the air, but suddenly Torami cut right through it. Oh, I have an idea. Everyone looked at Torami in confusion. Let me guess, a killing game? Takumi, Mistress Hiruko, you said there are set times when you can parallel leap, right? Yeah, we did. When is the next window? Today from 9 to 11 p.m. Perfect timing, then my plan might actually work. What plan is this? We should all jump to a different timeline. We can find one with an intact escape pod and use that to go to the satellite. Pretty smart, right? Actually, yeah, I've thought about it too. Everybody's faces lit up, their eyes sparkling with hope, but no, we can't do that. Why not? We won't be able to bring the baby without the life support system. We'll be leaving Shion to die here. There are other reasons not to do as well. I heard something from Shion yesterday. Boarding is restricted on the escape pod. Only special defense unit members registered with the pod can board. If an unregistered outsider gets in, the pod won't launch. So I won't be allowed to on board. Oh well, do not worry about me. It's not just you. Even if we brought the baby in the life support device on the board, he isn't registered. So we can't take him either. Oh, for love of murder. What are we supposed to do? We will also have to consider special defense unit in whatever timeline we live to. Some of them may have lost their life, but at least a few should have survived. We'll be still in their futures if we use their part. It amounts to killing another timeline version of ourselves. We couldn't do that, could we? The glimmer vanished from everyone's side. No one had a counter argument. We have to stay in this timeline and grapple with the destiny given to us. Yes, that's right. We need to do what we can here. What do you mean? Tomorrow is our final battle with Veshness. We need to be in good mental and physical condition for that. Not just for ourselves, but also for Tsubasa, who is working herself to the bone all by herself. You're right, even if she finishes the life support system, everything goes to shit if we lose. Enough worrying. If we let our minds get weak, our bodies will follow. Wow, I didn't expect you to say that. Everybody, let's hold firm. We'll just trust in Tsubasa and keep waiting. Suddenly, the uneasy vanished from everyone's faces. There was a new glint in their eyes, this time one of hope. To me, it looked like the flames of passion burning in anticipation of tomorrow's battle. Well, everyone disappeared. Sorry. Everyone dispersed to their rooms. After a short rest, I went off my usual rounds. Today's day 98. Tomorrow is the final fight. This will probably be my last time doing this. We didn't go back to our rooms after dinner. We hung around the cafeteria waiting in silence for news from Tsubasa. We spent an hour waiting. It was then that I noticed one of us was missing. Where's Hiruko? She said she had to go to the bathroom. She's been gone for a while. I felt a vague sense of uneasy. I'm going to go look for her. I let everyone know my plans and dashed out of the cafeteria. What? Sorry, I missed. Seeing the time reminded me of something. The next time we can parallel is today from 9 to 11 p.m. Could it be? Unbelievable. I sprinted down the hallway into the entrance hall. Beside the door, there was only one fire extinguisher. I knew it. Damn it, Hiruko. I took the remaining fire extinguisher and ran outside. Go find hers. Hiruko had probably gone to the lab. But what timeline could she be going to? Confused, I hurried through the ruined streets. What timeline? Mr. One? I don't know. I ran inside and looked around. No sign of anyone. There were white particles flickering throughout the room. I'm too late. I checked the machine log immediately. I knew where the Hiruko had gone. The serial killer timeline. Why there? I was clueless, but trying to reason it out. Wasn't going to do anything. I set up the machine and quickly put on my lip suit. Alright, here I go. I completed my lab and ran outside the lab. Still no sign of Hiruko. If she was going to go anywhere, it would have to be the school. I murmured to myself and took off running away again. I took my lip suit off as soon as I could. I wanted to be as light as possible. I ran until I finally reached the academy. I looked around and immediately spotted Hiruko. She was hiding in the shadows, looking at something some distance away. I quickly made my way over until I was standing right beside her. where did you come from? Could you announce your arrival next time? Despite her surprise, Hiruko still kept her voice down. What are you doing here anyway? Did you follow me?
Huh?
Yeah. How did you know I was me, not the me from this timeline? Well, Hiruko cast a sidelong glance. There were two people standing in that direction. It was the Hiruko and me from this timeline. Takumi 2 and Hiruko 2.
I see. That's Takumi 2 over there.
Takumi 2 was sitting quietly on a bench as still as a wax statue. Hiruko 2 stood before him, looking down on him with an affectionate gaze. Just then a hoarse voice passed through Takumi 2's lips. Hey Hiruko, please stay by my side just for a moment. Hiruko 2 didn't answer. She drew closer in silence, gently holding his head in her hands. Then just watching it made my body burn with fever. I remembered everything. Her warmth, her pulse, even the sound of her breath. It was as if I could hear it right next to me. And of course the scent of lavender, the sweet ascending smell that tickled my nose.
It's okay. Everything will be alright.
My chest tightened at the sound of her soft voice. I was shaken, my mind utterly blank. That's right, I remember. Back then I couldn't hold back the emotion surging inside of me, so I said,
Hiruko,
Day 98 is almost over, I'll be honest with you. To me, the events of this day, of this very moment, they were so precious, so irrepressible, so important. It was the reason for everything.
Huh?
Everything? Yes. You mean why you came here? You wanted to see them again?
Oh.
No, that's not all. The reason I went to save Hiruko 2 with you on day 16. The reason I brought the power saw. The reason I lied about Takumi 2 being healed the next day. Everything I did was to make sure this moment will be recreated. In other words, I laid down all the tracks needed to create a line that leads to this moment. Because I wanted to protect this timeline. I didn't want this moment to disappear.
The Takumi over there is Takumi 2. The one with the Gi data in his brain. He's still infected. That's why he killed so many of his friends in this timeline. If I'd prioritized fixing him in the early stages, I could have built a line that avoided that tragedy, but I didn't. I knew what he was doing, and I turned a blind eye, because I wanted to hear him say it. I wanted to hear you say it. That's why I did all this. That's the only reason.
Oh, I have so many questions. Do you despise me for it? You must think I'm a horrible person. No, those words aren't enough to describe what I have done. You killed everyone because the G stole your ability to reason. But the same can't be said for me. I made the conscious choice to allow all of this pain and suffering to take place. In that sense, my sin is far more grave. I know I can never be forgiven. That might be why I'm trapped in this endless loop. It's my punishment. I'm trapped in a prison I can never escape for all eternity to pay for the horrible things I have done. I couldn't find my words. It was as if I had been robbed of the abilities to speak. On the one hand, Hiruko was right. Her crime was unforgivable. But for whatever reason, I couldn't bring myself to blame her. An indescribable, windingly complex heat wavered inside my mind. It was anger, hatred, sadness, but it was also heart-wrenching affection. Takumi 2 and Hiruko 2 huddled together in the darkness. One who had committed so many sins and one who was about to commit even more. Two people bound in chains of a cursed fate. But Hiruko had done everything just to see this very moment. We quietly watched and waited until two of them parted. In the silence, shaky breath filled the air. Hiruko's sobs spilled from her lips as she could no longer hold them back. Day 99. We made it back to our home timeline just before midnight last night. By the time we got back to the academy, the date had rolled over. Morning came and there wasn't any good news from Tsubasa. Okay. The final battle is upon us. We need to ensure we win, not just for ourselves, but also for Tsubasa's sake as she works on the life support system. Is that understood? Okay, so Tsubasa won't be joining us. As much as I care about Tsubasa, I am more concerned about how losing will be a death sentence. Yeah, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Our strategy is exactly how Hiruko laid it out. Everyone remembers it, right? My power and the poison trap. We'll use that 2-hit combo to weaken freshness. Trap is good to go. Just like last time, I could only make one, but it's ready to use whenever. I'll handle that. I figured it out in the battle with... I forgot his name. Old man last time. I can do the same here. Thanks, Nozomi. Shion, don't overdo it. If you die, everything we've done will be for nothing. So I can't use all my power. It's a tall order, but I'll make it work. Veshnik's new teaching will be pain to deal with, though. You mean the undying flame attack she has now? She gobbled up so much commander blood that she can do that kinda shit now, right? According to the information I have, yes. Where did you get that information from exactly? Hey, yeah, Sira and Nigo aren't working, so how do you know all of this? Well, that very moment, the door to the war room flung open and someone came rushing in. Tsubasa! Tsubasa? Sorry to keep you waiting. I somehow managed to make it in time. You mean, could it be? She nodded and pulled something out from behind her. The baby jar. Whoa, you finished the life support system? Yeah, that's this part attached to the jar here. If you put the baby inside, you can save Shion. That's right, that's why I made it after all. You're amazing. You really did it. Great work. Everyone else started to cheer, one after another. Their faces were almost bursting with smiles. Tsubasa, you did this for me. What should I even say? Thank you doesn't even begin to cover it. I appreciate it so much from the very bottom of my heart. Oh, stop it. Don't thank me. As long as you can, you help us in the fight, that's enough. The alarm sounded, cutting off our conversation. Okay.
Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Unauthorized personnel detected on school ground. Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
For the love of murder, looks like we are not going to make it to the defense room, even with the jar ready. We're gonna have to take these guys all out first. Everybody, our final battle is here, but I have one thing to tell you before we start. Everyone's gazes shifted to me in unison, met each of them their eyes as I continue. No matter what happens after that, stay alive. Don't let yourselves fall into the trap of thinking nothing matters just because you can be revived. For the past 99 days, we have survived without losing anybody, not a single person. This isn't my first time saying this, but this hasn't happened in any other timeline. What we have achieved here is nothing short of a miracle. We can't let this chance slip through our fingers, so I am begging you, do not die. We have to finish this fight and survive together. I certainly have no intention of dying today. I want to stick with you guys for a long time to come. You accepted me in spite of everything I've done. I need to repay you for that. I agree, everyone happily let a creepy lump of blood like me be part of a team. I don't even want to imagine saying goodbye to all of you. I agree, I want to live on as your possession. Okay, forever. I can't let it end here. I need to protect my sister at least until she gets married. Brother dearest, I've got things I want to do before I die too. I still haven't gotten to enjoy a blood-soaked killing game with you guys. think we are on the same page. Are you pleased that I was not getting to dissect any of you? Same here, I never even got to accidentally graze Tsubasa's boobs. The moment you do, I'll have to kill you. Everyone, I will not allow you to lose now. That's right, we must prevail and put the baby in the jar. Then we'll bring that final attack to a screaming halt and stay alive. That's right, for day 101, day 102, and all the days after that. Forever and always, all 17 of us. Forever? Yes, that's right, the special defense unit is indestructible, just like your undying flames will burn on forever. Whoa, nice put. Everyone nodded firmly, full of resolve, looking at their courageous faces. I gave the signal. Okay then, here we go. Special defense unit, move out for the final time. Alright, here they are. Alright. Where are you? Yeah, there you are.
No! I don't want to fight!
I know you warned us, but...
There's so many of them! Just what you'd expect to see in a final battle.
And according to Hiruko, Veshness won't be showing up right away.
Yes, as you can see, it's only her minions now. We'll need to deal with them first. Then let's hurry and kill them all.
Here we go!
Alright, annihilate all enemies.
It's like shooting fish in a barrel!
That's the cannon fodder dealt with.
Which means it won't be long.
She's already here. Get ready.
Just as Hiruko said, Veshness had arrived, calmly approaching the battlefield from a distance. I could hear everyone's breath hitch, tension filled the air. At last, Veshness stood in place. She looked us up and down before she
Here
spoke.
I am, as promised. How rude of me to keep you waiting.
Yeah, whatever. We just used that time to get warmed up.
Let's finish this!
You're so utterly foolish, unaware that it all ends here.
You don't get to decide that!
We're going to win!
What a splendid answer. So teeming with false confidence. Don't stop on my account. Your impassioned speeches are the perfect prelude to the cries of despair you'll be making later.
I don't think so! Your ears don't deserve to hear my sonorous, delicate voice!
Yes, just like that. The greater your bravado, the greater the pleasure I'll feel when I take your heads off. Please, continue. Or are you out of ideas already?
Overlord Veshness, I hear your command. Shut the hell up, you hag! Stop running your mouth and fight!
What the? Didn't expect this.
Oh, Ava. Still enslaved by the enemy's ridiculous brainwashing, I see. Well then, have it your way!
Okay, defeat all enemies except the boss.
Everyone, careful! She's going to use that attack!
That attack?
You mean...
So that's her new technique. An undying flames attack.
Damn it! I knew it was coming, but I couldn't get out of the way.
Huh? What are you talking about now? You knew about my newly mastered skill?
That's not all. We know all about your plan, too.
My plan?
Would you like me to tell you so you can fact-check it? If that's what you want, I'll tell you everything we know.
Whoa.
Go ahead. And tell me what it is you think you know.
You said something at the start of this battle.
Here I am, as promised. How rude of me to keep you waiting.
After our last fight, you told us you'd come today. You're here now. But the delay wasn't for dramatic effect. You actually couldn't come until you'd finished building it. Am I right?
What are you talking about?
Don't play dumb. I mean the undying flame missile you've been putting together.
How do you know about that?
Lady Hiruko is right. Veshna certainly did say something about needing to prepare.
Does that mean she was working on the missile?
Yes, but don't worry. It's not ready yet. Veshnas, you waited too late to violate your religion's taboo. That's why you couldn't complete it in this timeline.
Timeline? What in God's name are you talking about?
There's nothing you can do about it now. You're too late, Veshnas. Your fate is already sealed. You lose.
What? I have the power of a god. Scum like you couldn't possibly defeat me.
But we can, and we will. We've got our own power now. It's much stronger than yours. It's the power of our bond.
Such drivel. That's not worth anything.
Yeah.
Then let us show you just how strong it is.
That's right! Take a good look at how strong we are! All 17 of us united!
Enough of your nonsense! The next thing out of your mouths will be cries of agony!
Bring it on!
Okay, everyone, here we go!
Right.
Bow down!
Paragon of Hope. More enemies are come on.
Now then, is it my turn? Shion, don't worry. I won't use all of my strength. Things will be all right. I'll save enough to skirt the line between life and death.
That's too dangerous. You need to keep it under control.
I'm telling you it's fine. I would never betray your trust like that. I'll fight for you. And I'll survive for you. I want you all to smile when this is over. Thank you, Shion. Don't thank me until we've won. Now then, let's do this!
Hit Veshnas with Shion Box.
Such power! I can't move!
Nozomi, now! Do it!
Right!
Okay. Hit Veshnas with the poison trap.
We did it! Our plan worked!
You impertinent little rats!
The poison is taking effect.
Veshnas should be weakened! This is our chance! Let's not waste it for Shion, who gave it everything he had! Such utter nonsense! I still have plenty of power left! More than enough to crush you!
She's bluffing. Don't back down now.
You really think we would?
I feel more ready to fight than ever!
My adrenaline is firing on all cylinders!
Everybody, this is it! The last push! Give it everything you've got and take her down!
Right! We have to win this!
For all of us!
For all our friends!
We cannot give up on our future!
We have nothing to fear. We
Even
can't
you?
lose.
Because we are the...
Special Defense Unit! Best in the world! Indestructible and
Now isn't time for that.
Never lose, never yield! Special Defense Unit, fight on!
Okay.
Here we go, everybody! The future is ours for the taking!
Okay. Are you serious? More enemies? Come on. Okay, what am I supposed to do here?
You will pay! Die! 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 No! A species as ugly as yours? This can't be! I refuse! I refuse! Someone as great as I can never be defeated! Invaders!
Now that you've won, there's only despair in this planet's future. Truly, the worst of all bad endings!
I wonder what did she mean by that. Our victory signaled the end of all of the fighting, but we didn't have the time to bask in the afterglow. We deactivated our class armor and gathered outside of the defense room. Look, the wall of fire is gone. Shion must have got rid of it for us. Where's he? Everyone glanced around, nobody had an answer. Don't tell me he burned up all his freaking power. No, that's not possible. He said he would survive for us. He's probably just exhausted. Yeah, maybe he used up too much power to keep making that avatar of his. Let's hurry. We need to get his physical body out of here. Supposedly, do you have the jar? You brought it, right? Of course I did. Do you really think I would forget something like important? Then let's go. We stepped inside the defense room. It wasn't the first time for any of us. Shion had guided the others there before during one of times Hiruko and I were away. So instead of looking surprised, everyone had an awkward sense of tension in their faces. My heart is racing. Indeed, I haven't felt my pulse drum this hard since my first night with the whole Jumanji, so I wasn't sure what that meant, but I didn't care. I ignored her. I slowly approached the device housing Shion's physical body. We stood before it and tried to breathe evenly. I could practically hear everyone's heartbeats around me.
Huh?
It's finally time. That's right, this is the moment that will seal our fate. How do we take him out? Takumi, do you have your infuser? Yeah. Then if you don't mind. Got it. I took out my infuser and raised it. Seeing this, Tsubasa quickly opened the jar. Okay, I'm ready. Alright, here goes. Well, did it work? Yeah, everything is fine, don't worry. The life support system is operating normally. The baby, he's okay. Everyone inhaled deeply. Now that all that tension had been let out, we started to celebrate. Alright, we did it. Hell yeah! Just as planned. Now Shion doesn't have to die. And that's not all. We have stopped the energy supply to the missiles too. The final attack will launch tomorrow. In other words, all of us. We are saved. Yeah. Yeah. Long live the Special Defense Unit. You guys are the best, I love you all. Our cheers echoed so loudly, the rafters were practically shaking. The others leaped up and down and danced for joy, swinging their heads around. Overjoyed, I watched them, my hand to my chest as I let out a sign of relief. Phew! Not long after, Shion showed up. But something was wrong. He was staring down, biting his lip. What's the matter? I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? Our plan worked. We are going to survive. And you are too. I know. That's why I'm apologizing. What do you mean? Come on, Shion, answer us. Everyone stared at Shion. We waited with bated breath for him to speak. Finally, softly, with an anguished look on his face, he did. I already finished charging them. What? The missiles are already full. What are you saying? It's only day 99. It's not possible for them to be charged that soon. That's right, that's how it's always been in all the timelines Hiruko and I know about. Perhaps Shion's feelings were too intense. His passion, his feelings, and affection for us, maybe they burned a little too brightly? Nico did mention something like that before. The more positive the emotions Shion feels, the greater the supply of energy. Shion closed his eyes and nodded. A cold silence fell over the room. So if they are full of energy, the final attack is gonna launch after all. Wait. Why don't we work together and destroy all the missiles? We can't do that. Why not? We'll set up an intercept system. It's a stronger foe than Veshnik's ever was. Even with all our might, we could never hope to beat it. Really? Shion, is that true? Unfortunately, yes. There's no doubt about it. I couldn't control it even with my power. If you fight the intercept system, you'll almost certainly be killed. So then, the final attack, that's right, it will launch tomorrow at 10 in the morning. No. Day 100. Okay. The missiles were already full of energy. At least they weren't launched immediately. Apparently the control system hadn't been designed with this possibility in mind. The final attack was a significant event in the history of the people living on the artificial satellite. Starting it even a day early could very well cause unforeseen problems for them. They probably just see it as part of the show. Disgusting, it makes me sick. But it wasn't all misery for us. In a sense, this meant we were given a reprieve of half a day. We used our limited time to think how could all of us survive. If we pressed on until at 10 AM without doing anything, the final attack would launch and all life on the planet will be obliterated by undying flames. There was no way to escape the flames. Hiding somewhere with the thick walls or deep underground wouldn't save us. We were guaranteed to be killed by the relentless, all-consuming fire. We couldn't destroy the missiles in the defense room either. There was no way we could beat the intercept system. And of course there was the issue of escape pod. It was completely corroded by the particle bacteria, so we wouldn't be able to use it to escape. So what do we do? Is there any way to save us all? Just then Tsubasa spoke, her face pale with terror. We made it so far too. This is so cruel. There's nothing we can do. No one said a word after that. Silence hung in the air, gloom permeating every inch of the room. Soon and without mercy, dawn arrived without us even ever finding a solution. We heard Siri's overly positive announcement for day 100. Play. Man, screw that. I know it's pre-recorded, but it irks me to the end. But what are we going to do? The question had been asked over and over, but there was still no one who could answer. Maybe this is it. Yeah, maybe it's time for us to give up. Hearing that must have pushed her over the edge. With an anguished sound, Hiruko ran out of the cafeteria. Hey, Hiruko! I rushed after her. I caught up with Hiruko in our usual spot behind the school. She ground to a halt, turned around and shrieked in frustration. Why? Why does it have to end like this? We did everything right. All 17 of us survived. Why is it still not enough? Hiruko's eyes were brimming with tears. They slid down her cheeks one after another. I knew it. We are cursed, trapped in this cursed cycle. We'll never escape this loop.
Hey!
No. What? You can't give up. It's not like you, Hiruko. You can break free of the. We can break free out of the loop. I'm going to take you out of here with me one day or another. I promise you that. Remember? I swore this will be our last timeline. That the loop will end here. Today is the day 100, and we are all alive. All we have to do now is build our own future. A future where we can all be happy, where I can be happy with you, Hiruko, Takumi. The tears had vanished from Hiruko's eyes, perhaps in the face of my overwhelming insist. Yes, you're right. I want to believe that too. But you have to look at reality. We are hemmed in on all sides. There's nowhere we can go. It's like someone has put a lock on every door that surrounds us. Something sparked in my mind the moment I heard that word. Wait, did you say lock?
Huh?
You did, right? You said lock. I did. What does that have to do with anything? Quickly pulled out the device and checked the blood space wave schedule. You can leave today between 5 and 9 a.m. It's 7 a.m. right now. The window is already open. Wait, where are you suggesting we go? The Invader Hunt timeline. The one with the killing game? That's right, everybody died, but that timeline is locked. No, it's not. Oh, locked? What you said just now reminded me of what you told me before. I don't know when Eta 3 locked it, but it was sometime between day 45 and day 49. Whenever it was, the lock will only be removed after 50 days have passed. Even if he locked it on day 49, 50 days later will be day 99, right? The machine will be unlocked now. We can jump to the hunt timeline. Some of the conditions we need to meet are already present in that timeline. So it's okay, you don't have to explain. Let's go tell the others. Right. We are abandoning our own timeline. I see, so that's it. Basically, we all need to jump to this hunt timeline you were talking about. Then we can use the escape pod there. That's exactly what I suggested 2 days ago. I mean, yeah. Right, and Mr. Sumino was all like, we can't steal the escape pod from another time. We'll be killing ourselves. What am I remembering wrong? So why is it suddenly okay now? I'm sorry to say, but everybody in that timeline is already... Oh no. Are they really dead? Yes. The survivors of the hunt timeline were all killed on day 93. They sacrificed themselves to finish Veshnex. One more thing, the baby in that timeline is gone too. I see, so I died like everyone else. The others grew stiff at a loss for words. There was a plaintive look on all their faces. I couldn't say I expected any less. Who could keep calm after hearing that we had all died in another timeline? Well, I guess there was one person. That's the point in crying about it. You can't bring back the dead. We need to keep pushing forward so their sacrifices won't be in vain. We need to live on, not just for ourselves, but for them too. Irreverent attitude aside, she was right. You are not wrong. We need to think positively. Feel bad for them, but now we can use their escape out without feeling guilty about it. Let's pay our respects to them by using their pod. Everything bit back their disdain and nodded. Everyone. Wait a moment, isn't boarding restricted to only official members of the Special Defense Unit? Don't worry about that. This escape pod got eaten up by the particle bacteria too. But because their Tsubasa repaired it, it is good as new pod now. And when she fixed it, she replaced everything, including the entire circuit board. Wow, I'm a genius. There definitely won't be any problem with that. The original program will be totally overridden, with no boarding restriction. So even unofficial members like myself and the baby will be able to get on just fine, trust me. Thank you. Sincerely, I'm so grateful. Thank you. Hey, don't thank me. It was a different timeline. Tsubasa who did it. Anyway, that about sums it up. That's why we are going to do the hunt timeline. Everybody there is dead, and the party's boarding restrictions have been disabled. It's our best, maybe our only shot. Let's go. Well, the details are too much for me, but all I know is everything is gonna be okay. We go to the hunt timeline, we'll all be safe. Hell yeah! Takumaru pumped his fist into the air, and everyone let out a cheer. Okay, let's get going, right? But what about Siri and Nigo? Let's take them without. They are part of the team too. And so we headed for the lab with a completely immobile Siri and Nigo in tow. Shion had vanished. Keeping his avatar materialized meant consuming energy, so he returned to being the baby now, kept inside the jar. Hey, can we get going already? We are wasting time hanging around here. Darami ran off ahead, the rest of us followed after her. I checked the PLM, we are good to go. The device on the other side is unlocked. Just like I thought. Now we can leap to the hunt timeline. By the way, Hiruko, you said that the baby in that timeline passed away, right? Yes. Did he die on the same day as everyone else? That's right, on the date 93. So to find out that won't be launched in that timeline, there's no way the missiles will be full of energy by day 93. Saying there's no rush? But emotionally speaking, I would like to get it done as soon as possible. That's right, knowing we can use the pod makes me wanna get right in there and leave this shithole forever. I'm with you guys, let's hurry. I opened the lockers. I was about to hand out lip suits to everyone, but wait, I'll do it. Suddenly Hiruko took over giving out the lip suits one by one. We had 17 suits in total. There were 16 of us, so we had one extra. Siri and Nigo didn't need them since they were robots, but the baby did. First we tried stuffing the jar inside someone else's suit, but that didn't work, so we ended up wrapping the jar in the remaining suit. Everyone got their suit on. Yep, and it fits like a glove. The machine was configured, the blood space waves were already surging. We could jump right away. We all jumped onto the platform. Tsubasa was holding the suit with the baby jar inside it. This was probably going to be our final parallel leap. I slammed down on the red button and jumped into the crowd, and then one last time. Okay, here goes. The leap was complete. Everyone took off their suits and rushed out of the lab. Left on our own, Hiruko and I changed back into our regular clothes, but just then, I was gripped by intense deja vu. I've seen this somewhere before. Another timeline. No, that wasn't it. It had been on day 86. Just like after we visited the timeline where the academy was blown up, Hiruko was hunched over.
Hey, are you okay?
She didn't answer. She was breathing hard, on one hand pressed to the wall, her shoulders heaving. In her other hand, she held the lip suit, the one she had been wearing. I ran to her side and looked at the suit. There was a hole. The suit had a tiny hole in the back.
You knew about this hole, didn't you? That's why you gave out the suits.
I had to. If somebody had to wear it, then...
But this isn't the first time. You did it on day 86, too.
That's right. That was just a coincidence. I just happened to pick it. I must have terrible luck.
The hole in Hiruko's suit meant she was definitely suffering from leap damage.
If you parallel leap 2, maybe 3 more times with exposed skin, your body will eject all of its cryptoglobin. That means no more revivals. You'll die, and you'll stay dead.
Well, if that was true, why didn't
would
we...
you do something so stupid?
Yeah, someone who... Well, we got exposed, you also, so we could have had someone else to wear that thing for once.
It's fine. This is fine. I've done horrible things after all. I don't think this will absolve me, but this is the least I can do to atone. Now, let's get going. Everyone's waiting for us.
Hiruko and I went outside. We joined the others immediately, made a dash for the school. Hey, I just noticed something. Hiruko, you're an idiot. When you first used the suit, you could have switched it to one in the second lab. Just throw away and switch to one doesn't have a hole. I mean, come on. Huge plot hole there. You could try to reassure me as we ran. She didn't look too bad, but I didn't feel any kind of relief. We needed to get into the pod as quickly as possible so she could rest. That was all I could think as I kept putting one foot in front of other. Eventually... Okay. We made it. But doesn't something seem odd? Odd how? You're right. There's something coming out of the top of the building.
No.
It can't be.
As if to confirm our realization, an automated announcement began blaring out of the PA system.
An omnidirectional attack will launch momentarily. Special Defense Unit members, please evacuate to the schoolyard immediately.
What the? But why? This isn't what you told us, Takumi. The baby was supposed to be gone so the attack wouldn't launch. Just then, Shion appeared. Hey Shion, what the fuck is happening? Why is the attack launching? I don't know, I can't imagine how it could have pulled up that much energy. We have to hurry get the escape pod, but... Where even is it? Everyone looked around, but the pod was nowhere to be found. It's 9:30 AM right now. The attack is scheduled to start at 10 AM. The pod won't come out in the schoolyard until just before the attack. Next moment I had a flashback. I remembered what that was from this time I had told me.
If we replace the control system circuit board, we'll be able to manually deploy the pod from the war room.
I told everyone what I had remembered. They didn't need any further explanation. The moment our eyes met, we all started to sprint for the war room. What do we do? I see, so that's how it works. Did you figure out something? Tsubasa was furiously navigating the computer system in the war room. Why? What happened? The final attack, since everyone in this timeline got wiped out, people from the artificial satellite came here. They brought a spare baby they had been secretly keeping on the satellite with them, a clone of Shion. Are you serious? They put him in the machine in the defense room as a replacement for the baby who passed in this timeline. Huh? You mean there's another baby in the defense room right now as we speak? Not exactly, this one was still developing, so his body wasn't quite stable yet. Because of that, right after he finished powering the missiles, he passed away? Span nodded silently. So they had a clone of me. Well, I did have my suspicions. Looks like the people on the satellite didn't think they had anything to worry about, even if I were to die. They had a spare, so it was acceptable to them. Losing me was hardly even a setback. Everyone stared at Shion with intense emotion in their eyes. It was a mix of sadness, sorrow, and burning anger directed to everyone on the satellite. Shion, I don't know what to say. They probably thought the same about us. Indeed, to the people on the satellite, our lives are worth less than dirt. Damn it, I really wish I could give one of those guys a kick in the nuts. Screw that, I want to beat them all to the bloody pulp. Don't blame you, but there is something we have to do first. We need to survive and actually get to the artificial satellite. Tsubasa! My cute Tsubasa got moving. She rushed over to the control panel at the back of the room and slammed her palm against a large button. When she did that, the schoolyard appeared on the monitor.
An omnidirectional attack will launch in 390 seconds. Special Defense Unit members, please board the escape pod at the schoolyard immediately. An omnidirectional attack will launch momentarily. Please depart immediately after boarding the escape pod. Repeat. An omnidirectional attack will launch momentarily.
It's really happening! We escaped pod? Oh, I'm so overwhelmed I could cry. Isn't it too early for that? Celebrate once we get inside it. Okay everybody, let's go. That ball will automatically launch 100 seconds before the attack starts. The version of me in this timeline must have reprogrammed it. Are you for real? You mean we have less time now? We have come this far, we can't afford to miss it now. Then stop yapping and start running. Everyone nodded and took off, all of us running faster than speeding bullets. We thundered down the halls and stumbled down flights of stone. Finally we made it to the first floor, turned the corner and arrived at the entrance hall. Just then, I heard a sound behind me. I turned around to see someone on the ground.
Hiruko!
I scrambled over to her and propped her up.
Hey, are you okay, Hiruko? Stay with me!
An omnidirectional attack will launch in 300 seconds. Special Defense Unit members, evacuate to the schoolyard immediately.
Takumi, go on ahead.
Absolutely not. I'm not going without you.
Then, what do you propose to do?
I'll carry you to the pod.
You can't. You heard the announcement. The pod launches 100 seconds before the attack. You won't make it if you're carrying me.
Okay.
I knew it. That dream, it was a sign. I told you, didn't I? I had a dream where I was the only one who couldn't break free of the loop.
And I told you that it was just a dream. It's not going to happen. We need all of the Special Defense Unit. If we don't, I won't get out of the loop either.
No. You will. I saw it. In my dream. You were there.
I couldn't keep arguing with her. Precious time was ticking away and every second counted. We had to hurry. I had to get Hiruko to escape pod. But the moment I tensed up my arms to lift her, she swatted me away, refusing my help.
Enough. Let me go. I think it's fate that I die here. I finally understand why I can't be saved. Yes, it wouldn't be right. Not after what I've done. There's no way we'd be allowed to survive. After killing everyone on this planet.
Her voice frail and faint, Hiruko looked over at the bottom of the stairs. I followed her gaze. Straight to the hidden door that connected the secret basement.
Hiruko, you can't.
I can. The basement's close. I can crawl if I have to. I'll go there. I'll enter the liver mortis codes. After the pod launches, of course. Right before the attack. If I do that, I can stop the missiles from launching. The whole school will be blown to pieces. I told you. I wore the suit with the hole in it so I could atone for my sins. This is also a part of my redemption. I let everyone die in the serial killer timeline. I need to pay for what I've done, even as I stay here, imprisoned in this jail cell of an infinite loop, for all eternity. Takumi, thank you for everything. You were a slow-witted dullard of a servant. But also, the best partner I could have asked for. This is my final order to you, servant. Go, Takumi. You can still make it.
My head was spinning. It went without saying that I couldn't possibly leave Hiruko behind, which left me with two options. I could forcibly haul her to the pod or go to the basement and blow up the school with her. We're unlikely to make it if I chose first. Even if by some miracle we made it in time, all the life on this planet would be destroyed. The second option would save them, but Hiruko and I would be killed instead.
An omnidirectional attack will launch in 200 seconds. Special Defense Unit members, evacuate.
What was I supposed to do? I didn't have a second to spare. I just had to go with my gut and make my decision. My god, what the hell? Both of them are bad decisions here now? I don't know. I'll do both of them, I guess.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We could save ourselves, but what's the point of a future where all of the other life here has to die? Even if I'm the only one, I don't want to sacrifice all those lives for ours. So, I'm going with you, Hiruko.
Hiruko let out an exasperated sigh.
You really are stupid beyond all salvation. Let me guess. You're not going to take no for an answer.
You know it.
All right. If you're not going to back down, you can come with me.
Hiruko.
Now stop wasting time. And hurry.
I let Hiruko my shoulders to get her upright, supporting her weight as we headed for the stairs. And then... we reached the basement. I rushed over to the train and quickly entering 8 of the liver mortis codes. Only one was left was Hiruko's. The moment I entered 4 in her slot, the school would be blown to oblivion.
An omnidirectional attack will launch in 130 seconds.
The pod launches 1 100 seconds before the attack, so there's only 30 seconds left. She pulled something out of her pocket. It was the Callio cat figure I had given her all the way back on day one. I wanted one of these for so long. I told you in that timeline. Did you remember?
Huh?
Not when I gave it to you, but now. Yes, I remember it vividly.
A soft vinyl figure. I collect them. Ones of cats, ideally. I'd like a calico.
We are going to be doing this all over again. I wonder how loop 147 will work out. Will you still remember about the calico? Not just that, I mean everything that happened this time. I don't know. Of course, how could I possibly forget? Is that a promise? I promise.
An omnidirectional attack will launch in 100 seconds.
It's launch time for the pod. The others should be taking off now. Not quite like placing my finger over the 4 on the terminal. Lucky number 4. No, I think this one is good luck. Suddenly I felt warm on my right hand. I looked to see Hiruko's holding it tight. Familiar smell hit my nose, the sweet soft scent of lavender. Ready? Ready as I'll ever be. You're sure? You're still the same idiot you were when we started this time. Yeah, here I go. 3, 2, 1. Let's wait a second. I was about to apply pressure with my finger. What the hell, guys? What? How? Don't worry, the pod is still on the surface. Supposed to have wiped up a program that lets us launch it manually. She's up there waiting right now. So just hurry up and go. But who's going to enter the final 4? I'll handle that. I pressed it right before the final attack is launched. I can teleport into this form and my real pod is inside the pod already. But I can't move anymore. It's okay, we'll take turns carrying you. If we do that, we can still make it in time. We're wasting precious time having this conversation. I looked straight into Hiruko's eyes. Hiruko, you have to trust us. I told you before, right? If you keep believing something for long enough, you can make it happen. You can absolutely overcome any obstacle in your way. Takumi, everyone.
Hey!
Okay, here we go. It's time to take back what's ours. Our future, I hope, the artificial satellite out there in the sky. We'll reach out and grab it with our own hands. Xian, you take it from here. Got it. Okay, I held Hiruko tight and ran and flew up to the stairs, stumbling into the hallway. I handed her over to Takamaro. We passed her from one person to the next as we ran outside. Probably never to Kaku, he lacks lots of muscle. I could see the escape pod in the distance, a small shining dot that looked no bigger than a grain of rice.
30 seconds remaining.
Everything will be alright!
We're not done yet!
We're gonna make it!
We shouted encouragement to each other as we continued to run for our lives. Each of us took turns carrying Hiruko. Eventually our reel brought her back to me.
15 seconds remaining.
The pod was closed now. If we kept up this pace, we could make it. Keep going. Get Hiruko to the ball. My feet thundered against the ground as I picked up the pace. I ran and ran for my life. I recklessly, as single-mindedly sprinted forward. I couldn't breathe. My chest ached and my heart raced so fast I thought it was going to burst. I could hear the fibers of my muscle tearing, pain tore through my brain, making my vision blur. But I couldn't stop. I had to keep pushing on more and more and more. Anything to get there even 1 second faster. I needed to dive into that pot. I promise I will build us a future, one where everyone can be happy. I won't let things end either way.
I have to do this!
I summoned the last of my strength to keep my legs moving through the numbness. Only 6 seconds left.
4! 3! We have to make it!
Seriously? Whoa, he did it. Good job, Xion. Everyone was inside the pot. Nozomi, Gaku, Darumi, Shoma, Kyoshika, Moko, Yugamo, Takamaru, Kurara, Tsubasa, and the twins. Then there was Eito, Iwai, Shion. I had his baby body in my arms. Sira and Nigo were there too. Their repairs were complete and their functions had now been restored. And of course there was Hiruko too. She was beside me watching with delight as everyone celebrated.
How are you feeling?
What does it look like? I feel incredible. Look at us. We're all here. We even saved everyone on the planet too.
Hiruko looked out of the window toward the shining blue sphere. A beautiful planet hung in the darkness. It continued existence, an absolute miracle.
That's all thanks to you, Hiruko. It's all because you wanted to save them.
Know your place, servant. It's 100 years too early for you to be doling out compliments to your master.
I was a little happy to hear her retort. It meant Hiruko was her same old self.
Besides, it's not all thanks to me. This achievement belongs to Xion, and the others as well. And although I hate to say it, it's yours too. I truly appreciate what you've done, Takumi.
My face burned red hot. Anything I could have said got caught in my throat. Trying to hide the effect Hiruko's words had on me, I turned to look at everyone else. They were smiling, crying, hooting like animals as they let their emotions flood out.
We did it! Yay! Woohoo!
Ah, it all worked out. Now we can be together forever.
That's so creepy.
Is it really okay if I stick around with you? Are you crazy? We wouldn't have it any other way.
You're our friend forever, Xion. We all care for you.
Thank you so much.
Aw, yeah, you are the best buds I ever had. I love you guys.
Oh, I'm sorry. I let my gutter juices out in a zero-gravity environment.
Don't call them gutter juices, man. They look like shining diamonds to me.
Oh my god.
Takamaru!
What the hell? Okay, this is creepy.
Wow, Tsubasa, you're a freaking genius!
Thanks. Now, give me some space, please.
Sit tight, Tsubasa. I'll send him flying with a slippery Moko German suplex.
Tsubasa, baby, nobody does it like you do.
Just leave me alone.
Kako!
Ema!
Wait, what did you just call me?
Hey, you did it too.
Well, why not? Let's just be Kako and Ema from now on.
Sounds good to me, Ema.
There, my good girl. Don't you cry.
No crying, only
celebrating! Come on, Lady Kurara. You should really have something to drink yourself.
Where did you get those bottles?
Ah! I'm so peeved with all of you! Totally cheesed off! Steamed! Absolutely pissed!
Now, sir, calm down. It may be true that our plan to raise the planet failed, but we did defeat the enemy's supreme commander, Veshnus.
That's not the issue here! I'm getting all emotional seeing how happy everyone is! And I hate that!
Sir!
I wonder what will happen on the satellite. It's probably on different timeline, I don't know. Hiruko gazed at everyone with stars in her eyes. After some time staring, she whispered to herself just loud enough for me to hear.
Everybody's alive.
That's right. Safe and sound.
It's way past 10 a.m. But we're all still here.
Yeah.
Which means...
We broke the curse.
Free from the time loop!
Yes!
Our overjoyed cries echoed throughout the escape pod. Everyone was staring at us with wasted expression, blinking.
Takumi, Hiruko, that's great.
Yeah. Congratulations, you two.
Huh? You understand what they're talking about?
Yes, everything's wrapped up nicely.
Maybe it would be more accurate to say it's been unwrapped and smoothed out flat again.
I ain't sure what you mean by that, but...
Whatever.
In short, everything's been resolved.
And it's happily ever after!
We finally made it! Let's do the thing! Yes! Time to choke each other!
No, the other thing.
Or play jump rope with intestines. When have we ever done any of that weird crap?
Takumi, that's your cue.
Take it away, Takumi!
Got it. Ready? Go!
Special Defense Unit! Best in the cosmos! Indestructible and undefeated! Never lose, never yield! Special Defense Unit, fight on!
The pod continued to drift through the emptiness of the space toward the artificial satellite in a dark distance. We weren't sure what would happen to us when we arrived. After all, we had disobeyed with the will of humanity. Maybe harsh punishment awaited us, or maybe now that we have served our purpose, the people in charge would want to have us killed. But somehow I felt that things would be alright. No matter what kinds of difficulties we encounter, no matter what trials lie in our future. If all 70 of us come together, we will find a way through them. On day 101, day 102, and all days after. So long as all of us are together, we can keep on finding our way. We'll walk an endlessly continuing path, leading us to an eternity where we can all be happy. What eternity? Okay. Okay, all 17 of us.